after completely messing that up for some reason, I think I'm good. Let me, Rumble's good. And that's usually the hardest one. But today it was YouTube. So let me just make sure that it's going over there. I'm not. It's a Monday. I went to the grocery store this morning and tried to get out of my car without taking my seatbelt off. So that was a good time. Not embarrassing or anything. Good thing I was at the store early and there really wasn't anybody there to see my stupidity. So, welcome to Alternate Juror. I'm Debbie. I am your host. Just a short description of my channel. I'm waiting for this to say it's on YouTube. Oh my goodness, come on. Huh. Now I have two. Let's see what this one says. I have no idea. I have no idea. There we go. I think I may have two streams that are showing up on YouTube. Go me. Go me. I think I've never done this before. Perfect. Well, anyway, so let me look at this and I will tell you the goal of my channel is to approach trials as the juror, any juror, potential juror, is supposed to approach a trial, meaning no outside influence, no media bias, no docuseries evidence, nothing along that line. Just you go in, you see the evidence that's in front of you. That's all you're supposed to consider, and you decide the case from that. So I don't do a lot of research. I don't do shows or any streams before a trial to give information. The only trial I thought about doing that with is Sarah Boone, because I knew a lot about that trial before I ever started streaming, and it's a crazy trial, and her crime is on video because she was stupid enough to take video of it. So that would be the only one that I would do. However, I don't think I'm going to have to, because I think the video she took, and I think the police interview, interrogation, whatever you want to call it, with her will all be in trial. So I don't think I'm going to have to do anything for her, because I think she's going to do it all herself. She's went through, I think, 7 public defenders, either asking for them to be removed from her case, or they've asked to be removed from her case, because the judge finally told her, you only get so much. And I'm sorry trying to get to my YouTube channel, because I don't want to have 2 streams and everybody be wondering where I'm at. Okay, so I have one I can see. All right, I'm just going to click it. Then I'm going to mute it to make sure that that's actually the one. I'm sorry, I'm usually not this scatterbrained. All right, that's me. Perfect. So I know there's like a lot of streamers that are going to be streaming Sarah Boone. I'm going to try to do it anyway. So, but anyway, back to what I'm trying to do as a channel. I'm trying to, one, teach people what's going on in the courtroom and let them see what's going on in the courtroom from a non-legal perspective, from just a normal person's perspective of, if you're picked for jury duty and you walk into that courtroom, just kind of the smaller things that you may not know what's happening, just to kind of give you a view of why is the defense doing this, or why is the prosecution doing this, or the judge. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I've watched trials for the last couple of years, so I kind of have an understanding of what's going on. But just give you, as a potential juror, a general understanding of what's going on in the courtroom, what to expect. I have never served on jury duty myself, ironically enough. I've never been picked. My husband's like, you'd be the perfect juror. Maybe. So I am honest. I have a bias towards prosecutors, and that is simply because they have the burden of proof. It's not the defense. It's not their burden. It's prosecutor's burden. And they have people's lives in their hands, sometimes literally. If you're a death penalty state, my state is, Florida is, where a lot of these trials take place. If you're going to order the state to kill somebody, you better bring the receipts. So I'm hard on the prosecutor. Don't pull any shenanigans. I've seen so many prosecutors just do some shady stuff, and it's really sad because this is people's lives. And so I am hard on prosecutors. So anyway, sorry being so scatterbrained. Sorry for messing everything up this morning. Let's get started on this trial. I have not watched this trial. This trial took place in August of 2022. It's Matheau Moore, and he is been accused. Takes place in Ohio. He's been accused of staging his wife's unaliving, and he was charged with unaliving her. I guess his wife's self-deletion. Sorry. All the words you have to be careful with. This trial accidentally fell into my lap for a different reason. And once we are through watching it, I will show you what happened and why I want to watch this trial. So hopefully it is something everybody's interested in. I have no idea if I'm good on YouTube, not on YouTube. I have no idea. There's 2 streams listed over there, so you know. Also in this trial, the jury is allowed to ask questions, and I don't know if you've ever seen a trial where a jury is allowed to ask questions. It's interesting. The Taking Care of Maya trial, the jurors asked phenomenal questions, and they were paying attention. They were very just involved in that trial, as a juror should be. They asked great questions. It was good to watch. I didn't watch all of it because that trial was a really long one, but just the parts that I did see and the questions that the jurors asked were really good ones. So be prepared for that. That's different. The judge is going to give a little bit of instruction here about the jury being able to ask questions and how they're supposed to ask them. Write them down. They don't just get to stand up and be like, I have a question, because like in the Maya Kowalski trial, the jurors would hand the questions over. The judge, and the defense and the plaintiffs would get together. The plaintiff's attorney would get together, and sometimes they didn't get to ask all the questions because one side would object, but they did get to ask a lot of them. So I'm going to start this, and I probably want to share my screen. That'd probably be, the really good thing to do. Here we go. All right, so he's kind of starting in on the instructions. If I can, I'll speed him up.
Instruction has to do with taking of notes. You had the opportunity to take notes during the course of this trial, and you've been given materials to do so. The first thing I want to share with you is there's no requirement you take notes. This isn't class. So if you wish to take a note and you think that'll be helpful to you, please do. If you don't feel it will be particularly helpful and you want to just use your recall and memory of the facts, that's equally fine. We're not going to be watching whether you're taking notes or not. So it is a tool that you may utilize if you wish. I do not. Again, it is your recall and memory of the facts as you find them to be that is the most important feature of your service as a juror. What I mean by that is when you go into the jury room, if someone says, well, this is a fact because I wrote it down, doesn't necessarily mean you should say, well, if my recollection is differently, I should just give that up. That's what the discussion back and forth in deliberations is all about. So it's your memory and recall that is the most important service you have. And of course, notes may assist you with that as you choose to take those notes. As always, keep your notes confidential. Keep them to yourself. When we take a break, just fold them up, put them on your chair. When we leave in the evening, you will just leave them in the chair and we will keep them secure overnight and then provide them to you again in the morning. I will also indicate to you that when you retire to deliberate, you'll be able to take the notes with you, utilize them as you wish during your deliberations, and then when the trial is over, we will take the notes back and shred them. They will not be made a record in this case. So if doodling helps you focus, feel free to do that as well in your notes. It's up to you. So again, I wanted to indicate you have the right to do so, but give you a few instructions about the taking of those notes. Now, I also indicated to you that you'll have the opportunity to ask questions of witnesses during the course of the trial. And what we will do is this procedure. Any one of you can ask a question. I also want to emphasize it's not required that you ask a question. What we will do is when the witnesses concluded their testimony by counsel, I will then ask the jury if you have any questions. And if you have a question, you'll write it down on a piece of paper. And I'll give you some time if you need to do so to formulate that. One of our staff members will stop over and pick up your questions. Now, the question should be pointed to the witness's testimony only. Now,
I'm just going to pause for just a second. Cam, thank you so much for coming over from Mo Stream. If you were here in the beginning and saw how much I messed it up, I apologize. I generally don't do that. So just a quick introduction. My name is Debbie. My goal for my channel is to not have any outside influences on trials and just to judge the trial based on what's presented in court. And I know nothing about this trial. So if you guys have seen it, I know it's older. Please don't put any spoilers in there. I know how it ends because that's how I saw it. That whole thing kind of fell into my lap, and I'll get to that when the end comes. But if you do know how it ends, please don't spoil it for anybody. And thank you all again. I was giving Mo a thank you for giving me a shout out on her stream. I really, really, really appreciate it. So, all right, I won't babble on anymore and get going.
In other words, the topic they were on and the facts that they presented to you, that would be the nature of any questions you might have. If you got questions about other aspects of the case, you have to wait until that witness testifies regarding that. We will take your questions and I will review them and counsel will review them together. There are rules of evidence. As you know, I rule on objections. And so because you're not lawyers, you may ask a question that I can't ask the witness. Or there may be a question that I rephrase the way that you posed the question. Or I may just ask the question as you presented it to that witness to answer it on your behalf. So do not take anything from the fact that perhaps a question is not asked that you provided. As I say, there are certain rules that I have to address dealing with the questions posed to that witness. Again, I emphasize the question should be regarding solely the testimony of that witness. If there's something they said you wanted to be more clarified or a question regarding their testimony you wanted fleshed out a little bit more, you certainly are entitled to ask those types of questions, but only to that particular witness. We will keep the questions, and again, I emphasize you're not required to ask questions. If just one of you wants to ask a question out of the entire panel, that's fine. If none of you have any questions, that's equally fine. So
hopefully that's better. Hopefully it sounds okay.
Like taking notes available to you that might assist you in developing and understanding the testimony and evidence as it is presented to you. All right, with that, we're going to begin our case. As you know, the first portion of the case are opening statements of counsel. Because the state has the burden of proof, the state can speak to you first, and then the defense will have an opportunity to address you as well. Opening statements are designed to give you a sense or a roadmap of what this case is about from the perspective of both parties. And they will share that information with you. And I think it's helpful to give you a kind of a context or a beginning to what this case is about. I do caution you that opening statements in and of themselves are not evidence. In fact, rarely anything a lawyer says is actually evidence. They ask the witnesses, and the answers of the witnesses are evidence, but not the questions of the lawyer, unless the witness agrees with the question posed by that lawyer. Nonetheless, opening statements are helpful to give you some perspective as to where we're going, but in and of themselves, they are not evidence. When the first witness takes a stand, that's when we begin the presentation of evidence in this case. Please give your attention to the representative of the state.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Trying to see how fast they're going to speak to see if I can speed them up or not. Sometimes they speak so slow. Sometimes they just like
Good morning, ladies and
throw
gentlemen.
it up out of their mouth.
As the judge just stated to you, opening statements is our chance to give you a roadmap. I know that this courtroom's a little wonky right now, so I'll probably wander back and forth, so please don't mind me over here. Now, I'll be honest with you, when I first get a new book, one of the first things I do is actually read the last few chapters of the book. It gives me an idea of where things are going to go. The ending is usually the most important part. It's usually the most exciting part. But what I've learned over the years is that that's a pretty bad practice to have, because without an understanding of the characters, of the plot, of what's happening beforehand, the ending really can be far different than what you're reading in black and white and what you see in front of you. Now, what you'll see in this case, ladies and gentlemen, is that this is really no different than some of those books. The ending that you may just see if you were presented that today is not what it seems. And what you'll hear during the testimony, during the evidence in this case, is that there's a lot of things you need to be aware of about what happened before Emily Noble went missing. What was happening and what people were doing while Emily Noble was missing, and what happened afterwards. Those details are extremely important in this case, and we ask you to focus on those details as you hear the evidence. What we expect you to hear during the presentation of the next 2 weeks, when you hear the evidence, the testimony, is that you'll see the ending in this case. You'll see that this is a very real case. This isn't a book, this is very real. And it'll be clear to you what happened to Emily Noble. Emily Noble was born on May 24th of 1968. You'll hear from friends, family, people that knew her, will describe you to her, that she was outdoorsy, that she liked to forage for plants and herbs in various forested areas. The exact place that you went yesterday during your jury view, specifically, and I'll point that to you here in a second. You'll hear that she was outgoing and never met a stranger. You also hear that she was brave, and you'll hear ample testimony about Emily Noble's life. Now, you'll hear early on from some of the people most closely related that knew Emily the best. You'll hear from her sister that during this time period, where most of the facts and circumstances of this case will be, which is May 24th, May 25th, and May 26th, that was a special time period for both Emily and her sister. You'll find out through the testimony, and we expect you'll hear that today, that Emily and her sister were born 2 days apart, the 24th and the 26th. And so the 25th was the one date and time that they were the same age. And that was a special time for them and something that they seemingly celebrated almost every year. What you'll hear during the testimony in this case is, again, the experiences everyone had with Emily, and the one thing that I think will be prevalent is that she has undergone a large amount of tragedy in her life. And as you'll hear testimony, we expect you'll hear testimony that during all these trials and tribulations that Emily went through, she was brave, she persevered, and fought through. Now, we expect during the testimony that you'll hear evidence that Emily was previously married. The individual's name is Mark. You'll hear that at 2011, and that he committed suicide. What you'll hear is that, again, that happened in 2011, and we expect you'll hear testimony about how Emily dealt with that in her personal life, her friends and family that were around her at that time, and how she persevered through a very trying time in her life. We also expect that you'll hear testimony that both of Emily's parents died within a year of each other, in 2015 and 2016. And that, again, Emily, we expect you'll hear testimony, her reactions to that, what she did to work through those issues, what she did to work through that stress. And we expect you'll hear testimony from those individuals over the next 2 weeks. During that same time frame, Emily met the defendant, Matheau Moore. When Emily met Mr. Moore, he also had a son that he brought to that marriage, and that son's name is Joey. We expect you to hear testimony a little bit about Joey over the next couple of weeks. What you'll hear is that during their marriage, up until 2018, that leading up to their marriage, that there was a relationship between Mr. Moore and Mr. Noble, Miss Noble and Mr. Moore, that they met each other, that they started a relationship. At that time, the defendant was living in Las Vegas, eventually came to Westerville, and that's where they lived in their condo at Abbey Cross. From that time period on, the two of them, as well as Joey, lived at that location, the location that you saw yesterday during your jury view. As I mentioned, you'll hear a little bit of testimony about their relationship during that time period, friends as well as family members that were around during that. Once the defendant was around, we expect you'll hear testimony from the witnesses over the next couple of weeks that some of those relationships that Emily had, long-standing relationships with friends, became strained, that they became less frequent. The more routine or even yearly get-togethers ceased happening, and that those relationships ceased to exist other than conversations occurring on the phone, text messages, but those yearly meetings and get-togethers that were so prevalent and important to many people became less frequent. We expect you'll hear that in 2019, tragedy struck Emily Noble once more, and that was when the son of the defendant, Joey, who was living there that Emily took a passion to, committed suicide as well.
Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever seen anybody so surrounded by such tragedy. That's crazy. Wow. That's really sad. I feel so bad for him and for her. That's crazy. I'm going to speed this up, so let me know if it's too fast, and I'll slow it back down. We actually have a court with great audio, which is a rare thing to happen, and so far, an attorney that's not allergic to microphones. Also a rare thing to happen. So I'm going to speed this up. Let me know if I need to slow it back down.
Now, what's important to note, and I expect the testimony that you'll hear over the next 2 weeks will demonstrate to you, is that Emily was proactive when these issues occurred in her life. She sought therapy, she talked to others. During this time period, after Jody committed suicide in 2019, we expect to give her testimony that she took time off of work to be at home with the defendant, to work through what had just happened in their life, to seek therapy. And that towards the end of 2019, after doing those things, after being proactive, she continued to persevere and went back to work. Now, we also expect to hear testimony that
How did
leading
this
up to
go?
that, and then going now into 2020,
These guys get a gold star.
Emily was making real changes in her life. She was changing her lifestyle, her diet, trying to be more physically fit. Those types of things that she's been working through over the course of the years, and that she was making serious changes in her life and seemingly was in a good place based on individuals that were around her, speaking with her, and talking with her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's information we expect to hear over the next 2 weeks, and I think that is of paramount importance to understand the background and what is occurring prior to the disappearance of Emily Noble. And we expect that you'll hear ample testimony of that over the next 2 weeks. But ladies and gentlemen, you'll also hear testimony about May 24th, 2020, May 25th of 2020. And that is the last time Emily Noble was found alive. We expect you'll hear testimony that on the 24th, which of course was her birthday, that she and the defendant went to a water spring in Bucktown, Ohio, which is about an hour and a half southeast of Columbus. That they had plans that day, eventually went back to their home in Westerville, in the what's known as the Uptown Westerville area, which is the little downtown area where there are many stores, restaurants, places you could walk back and forth, walk into. You'll hear that the two of them went to a couple of different establishments, Old Bag Nails, Cobley, Jimmy V's. Again, these are restaurants that are located in Uptown Westerville. And that's roughly around the time period of 7 p.m., a little bit before, they were back at their home on Abbey Cross in Westerville, the place that you visited yesterday. You'll see throughout this trial there were a few pictures taken from that day, pictures of Ms. Noble with the defendant. And one thing that you'll note is that these are regular pictures, selfies, no injuries to the neck, face area, and that becomes important when we're looking at the timeline of events. And again, you'll hear testimony about this as we go through this case over the next 2 weeks. The next day, on May 25th of 2020, we expect you'll see evidence that it wasn't until 5:47 p.m. that the defendant made a phone call to one of Emily's friends to say she was missing. It wasn't then until 5:54 p.m. that the Westerville Police Department was first notified that Ms. Noble had seemingly disappeared and vanished out of sight. What we'll ask you to do is focus on the timeline of events, and you'll hear testimony over the next 2 weeks. You'll hear and see a body camera from one of the officers today that originally came out to the scene and spoke to Mr. Moore. Expect that during that testimony you hear evidence that Mr. Moore was awake, according to his words, as early as 10 a.m. Again, as early as 10 a.m., the phone call made with the friend was at 5:47 p.m. We expect that you'll hear his story initially, that the two of them had came back to their house, slept together in the bedroom, that he woke up at some point at 1:30 in the morning, went and slept in another room, and then when he woke up, she was gone. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see pictures of the house, you'll hear the statements made by Mr. Moore at the time, and what you'll find out during the testimony is that not only had Emily apparently disappeared, according to the defendant's own statement, but that was done without a note. You'll find out that she didn't tell anyone she was leaving. Her phone was left behind, her ID was left behind, her wallet was still at the house, her her car was still at the house, and that she seemingly disappeared after making the bed that morning. You also hear testimony that leading up to that weekend, Ms. Noble made a dentist appointment for the following week, and that was not canceled. We also expect her to testimony that nothing had changed with her employment, and seemingly everything was normal. What you'll hear during the testimony, during the body cam.
Okay, I'm fortunate enough to I've never had to deal with somebody self-deleting personally close. Was personally close to me. However, I don't know that people that I have known of that have done that. Has anybody ever expected it? Like, is there a response ever why I knew they were going to do that? They don't seem to, it's like a lot of people don't change a lot in their life because I don't think they're going, well, Thursday's the day I'm going to do it. So I don't think she probably didn't, if she unalived herself, I don't think she probably did cancel her dentist appointment. Maybe I make my bed every day, so maybe that was just a thing that she did. And if she was going to unalive herself, self-delete, why would she take anything with her? Why would she take her phone? Why would she take anything? Was she gonna need it? So for me, I would be kind of like, okay. I wouldn't give that a whole lot of weight at this moment. But also on a different note, that defense attorney behind him, she looks like she seriously just wants to take him out. Her facial expressions while she's listening to him, like, I just picture her just running full force and just tackling him to the ground because she really just looks kind of mad and annoyed at him, what he is saying. It's kind of funny.
As well as testimony from officers and detectives from the Westerville Police Department is that the defendant's statements jump around. The timeline is unclear, his own timeline. Where individuals were is unclear, and that seemingly statements are made initially to control the situation. We expect you'll hear testimony of that today. Shortly after, actually that day as well as going forward, you'll hear from numerous individuals that were part of the search process to find Emily Noble. We expect you'll hear through the testimony that individuals that were part of that search process may have never even met the defendant. Some of them had met him one time when they initially went and got flyers very early on in the investigation or when the disappearance first happened, but otherwise didn't see or even meet the defendant while these searches occurred for almost 4 months. You'll hear about these searches that police were involved, friends were involved, people that never met Emily were involved because they wanted to do their parts to help. They were searching close by, further away, woods, water, basically any area that they could think of. We also expect that you'll hear testimony over the next 2 weeks of some cell phone forensics that were done on the cell phones, attempts by law enforcement to put a timeline of events together. And again, as we go through that evidence, you'll see, or we expect that you'll see, the discrepancies that are occurring during this time period, not only leading up to Emily's disappearance, but also the night in question on the 24th and 25th. September 16th, 2020 is when you'll find out that the remains of Emily Noble were first located. What you'll hear is that 3 ladies, one of which knew Emily, one was the sister of that individual, and then a third person that had never met Emily in her life, were searching a wooded area that was nearby the condo. That after searches that had occurred for the better part of 3, almost 4 months at that time, resulted in not finding Ms. Noble. That searches more close by started to occur again, places that were thought to have been previously searched.
Turn the light off so they can see that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you went on a jury view yesterday, and what we expect the testimony will show, and I'm going to mark on the screen so that you have a chance to see what we're talking about. I put a red X on the location on Abbey Cross Lane. That's the location you first stopped at yesterday, the home of Emily Noble and the defendant. You'll see just to the west, there's another red line there. That little, what appears to be a street is actually the bike path that you walked through yesterday. And then that wooded area to the west, that direction, is the wooded area that you'll hear about over the next 2 weeks. The area that Emily Noble was found was roughly in that area where I just placed the X there. Now, you'll hear testimony from the 3 individuals that found Emily that they were walking down the bike path, walking in a westward direction. The woods became crowded. As you all witnessed firsthand yesterday, there's shrubs and trees and things all over the place, and it's not readily apparent how to even get through the wooded area. But we expect to hear testimony from the 3 individuals that as they were walking in a westward direction, eventually they found the remains of Emily Noble, found what they were looking for. You'll hear testimony that they called Westerville police, and at that time, Emily was finally found. You'll see pictures of the scene taken from BCI. You'll see pictures of Emily and how she's situated. And what you'll see is that she was in a kneeling position under a tree that was about almost 6.5 feet tall, and was found with a micro USB cord wrapped around her neck.
Sounds horrible.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that wasn't the end of the investigation. And you'll hear testimony towards the tail end of these 2 weeks about the physical examinations that were then done, both on the scene as well as Emily Noble's remains. What we expect you'll hear during the testimony from the 2 experts from the state is that Emily had bilateral fractures of the hyoid bone, which is a bone further up in the neck area. And they'll describe to you and show you where that bone is located, where the fractures were located. But bilateral meaning one on each side, so pressure on both sides.
Oh.
You also expect during the testimony you'll hear there are bilateral fractures of the greater horns of the thyroid cartilage, which is roughly an inch or so under in the same neck structures where the hyoid bone would be. And again, you'll hear testimony from a couple of experts demonstrating where that area is located on a body. You'll hear that there was trauma to the left maxilla, the nasal bones, the left side of her face, up by her nose, top of her lip area. And what we expect you'll hear during the testimony is that these injuries that are described were all perimortem, or at or around the time of death, as opposed to healing fractures that occurred earlier in time, or items or injuries that would have occurred after death. And we expect you'll hear testimony in that regard from many witnesses over the next 2 weeks, those experts. Specifically of those experts, we expect towards the tail end of our case that you'll hear from Dr. Smock. And during his testimony, he'll go through with you his experience, his background, his education, and we expect that his opinion will weigh heavy in this case. We expect during the testimony you'll hear from Dr. Smock that Emily Noble did not die of an incomplete hanging, that the scene itself was not consistent with the injuries he noted, and that his belief is based on the location, the bilateral fractures, that the cause of death of Emily Noble was a manual strangulation. And we expect your testimony based on his experiences dealing with these types of cases, his educational background, why you will be able to make that finding and demonstrate that to you. We also expect Dr. Smock will explain to you that based on the scene, based on the injuries, based on his opinion, this was a staged suicide, something made to look like a suicide. Again, if you read the end of that book and saw the pictures and saw Miss Noble the way she was, you may think one thing. But when you get a chance to hear about the characters and see the timeline of events and see the injuries and hear all this testimony, the ending is not what it seemed maybe at first glance, but it's far more complicated and far more real than that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we expect that what you'll hear during the testimony as well is that Mr. Moore, from the beginning, was trying to control the situation, that he continued to stage this scene other than the physical scene that you saw or that you'll see occurred in those woods. And we expect that you'll hear during the testimony that Mr. Moore, the night of the 24th going into the early morning of the 25th, that very important time frame in this case, that between 1 and 4 in the morning, he's sending messages to friends, stating he's taking a sleeping pill and that's probably going to sleep in. Again, I believe the evidence will demonstrate that from the beginning, Mr. Moore is controlling the scene and trying to stage what eventually will be located in those woods. That becomes of paramount importance when we believe you'll hear testimony today of Mr. Moore and comparing Mr. Moore's original statements to law enforcement about when he woke up, roughly 10 or 11 a.m., and that's inconsistent with some of the activity that occurred on his phone, demonstrating that he was awake far earlier than that, at 8:30 in the morning, and that he was awake even further in the earlier morning up until about 4 in the morning. So we expect.
Do you love how our phones like are judge and jury of us anymore? If they're moving, you're doing something. If they're not moving, you're doing something. If they're moving, I mean, it's like you might be alive, you might not be alive. You might be unaliving somebody, you might not be unaliving somebody. But your phone is like telling on you all the time, and doesn't seem 100% accurate to me. I've had like the health trackers and all that stuff. They don't track everything. Sometimes they track stuff while I'm not doing anything. I've had my watch tell me I'm on a bike ride when I'm in my car driving down a hill. It's like, like I'm not on a bike. I'm in my car. I'm sitting down. I'm not doing anything. So I hate that. I don't like that they rely so much on our phones because they're just not 100%. Also, I'm going to be really, really interested in what the ME has to say because I don't remember how long it was before she was found, but she was very badly decomposed. They had to use, I think, her dental records maybe to identify her. So all these injuries that they're saying happened before she passed away versus being out in the woods and something happening to her by an animal. I'm very curious how he will say he can tell one happened before and one happened after, because she was out there for a while. So, I mean, there's animals. I'm not trying to be gross. It's just the facts. And did I miss it? I know they don't have to. Has he said why yet? Why what his gain was in this? If he did this, if he did, I missed it. And I know they don't have to. But why would you do it if there wasn't something for you?
Expect that when you hear the testimony that there's a major discrepancy in the time frame. You'll hear a part of that today when you hear the initial statements, as well as when looking at the cell phone forensics. Ladies and gentlemen, we expect you will find out during the testimony that that's not all. That the defendant sent a text message to Emily just before noon on the 25th, used the Find My iPhone app, which is an application designed to try to find where someone else's phone may be, and that he did that around noon hour on the 25th, instead of leaving the room that he was laying in, instead of walking through the house to see if Ms. Noble was there. And again, we expect you to hear testimony that it wasn't for at least 6 hours after that before Mr. Moore finally called someone and said, "My wife is missing." Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see body camera footage from Officer Hollis today. Again, Officer Hollis is the responding officer on the scene. He came, had the initial conversations with Mathew Moore, and we expect that you'll see during that body camera footage that there's a specific area noted in the back of the garage that after some period of time, almost 2 hours after the report, Mr. Moore points to and says, "This is weird. This cord doesn't belong here." And what we expect you'll see during the body camera footage is that there have been things moved during the pendency of when Officer Hollis originally first comes on scene to when the defendant points this area out. Following that conversation and during that conversation, you'll hear that Mr. Moore says, "This area is weird. I haven't touched it, but This seems out of place to me. Somebody must have done this. But what we expect you'll hear is that this is just another example of the defendant controlling the scene, staging the scene to make this look like something other than what it was. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after 2 weeks of testimony, you're going to hear evidence about cell phones, physical evidence. You're going to hear about the parties, everyone involved. And we ask you to be diligent in your review. Diligent in your review of the timeline, how things go together, and diligent when reviewing this case and discussing. And at the end of the 2 weeks, we're going to ask you to see this for exactly what this is. And we're going to ask you to make a finding of guilty of the charge of murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give your attention for counsel for the defense. You're welcome.
Would you mind keeping the lights at that level?
You just want the document.
Sure.
Good morning. As I introduced myself yesterday, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore, my co-counsel, Alexander Petrello. The state, I just listened to them for about 30 minutes, and they told you their theory. Their theory is that Matt Moore killed his wife. Don't know when, but Matt Moore kills his wife, and then somehow gets her body into the wooded area where you walked yesterday and stages her death. And then I heard the state go on to say that their evidence will show how not just was he that sophisticated to figure out those two things, but he then also took great efforts to control the situation after May 24th and May 25th of 2020. Members of the jury, the evidence will show that the state's theory is based on speculation and inferences. It is not supported by the evidence. And simply, members of the jury, their theory doesn't make sense. Now, I know you were listening to the state's opening just as well as I was, and the judge has already told you that our opening statements are not evidence. They are just how we believe the evidence will unfold. But I say this, that in my 30-some minutes of listening to the state's argument, I noted that they didn't mention reasonable doubt. That is their burden. Their burden is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And we talked about that in voir dire. It's their burden and their burden alone. And the judge has already given you the instructions of law, and he will again, which say, if the state fails to meet their burden, then the only appropriate verdict as to each of the 3 counts in this case is not guilty. And here's why I mentioned reasonable doubt, and that they didn't mention it, is because as the judge has told you, and as I talked about in voir dire, reasonable doubt is a doubt based on reason and common sense. And so I want to talk about this morning during my opening statement as to why it doesn't make sense that Matheau Moore, and I'll call him Matt, that Matt killed his wife Emily and then staged her suicide. First, members of the jury, the evidence will show there's no physical evidence. You will hear evidence the state will put on, we anticipate, that law enforcement extensively searched the area of 46 Abbey Cross. Not just Westerville Police Departments, but the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations was brought in. A unit whose sole job, members of the jury, is to look for forensics. They're there too. And it's not just the house. And when I say the house, members of the jury, the evidence will show that they searched the entire perimeter area. But the evidence will also show that exhaustively and extensively, they searched the Ultima, they searched the Subaru, they searched the attic, with Matt's permission, by the way, did they do all these searches. They searched the bedding, the sheets that were in Joey's bedroom, where Matt Moore told the police, the evidence will show he slept once he got up in the middle of the night and he had to go to the bathroom. He slept in that bedroom. More bedding. They searched the bathroom, and this is why this is important. The evidence will show members of jury, and in particular, what was in the hamper in the bathroom, because they searched this too. The evidence will show that the clothing in the hamper is the same clothing that Matt Moore and Emily Moore were wearing on her birthday the night before, when she's last seen. And so what comes of all these searches that were made by law enforcement, not just at Westerville Police Department, but also for BCI and I, the house, the cars, the attic, the clothes, the evidence will show you that there's nothing. There's no blood, there's no tissue, there's no fibers, there's nothing. But the evidence will show it wasn't just people that searched all those places that we just went through. It was also cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs, that the evidence will tell you, are trained specifically to come to a scene, a location, and alert when they smell or detect either blood, tissue, or any smell of death. The cadaver dogs, in addition to humans, searched all the areas I just told you about. And what will the evidence show that the cadaver dogs found? Nothing. There's no physical injuries. And when I say physical injuries, I mean to Matt. He calls the 911, as the state has said, on May 25th and reports that his wife is missing. I want to pause there, though. He calls 911, brings the police to his house. The evidence will show certainly that that's what a 911 call does. Common sense tells us that. They get there, and then within 48 hours, they ask my client, Matt, to come down to the police station and give a statement, and he does. He goes to the police station, and when he's there, two of the detectives say, "What about scratches on him?" The evidence will show that Matt Moore takes off his shirt, not at the direction of the state, but he takes off his shirt. Now, before he takes off his shirt, of course, his face is exposed, and you're going to see a body cam video of Officer Hollis, and you will see what Matt Moore is wearing when the officers arrive, and you'll see which parts of his body are exposed. So he takes off his shirt. Officers lean in. Hands, forearms, chest, neck, face, back, legs. What did they find? Nothing. And consider this evidence, members of the jury, or the lack of evidence, particularly after you went to that wooded area yesterday. The judge is correct to say that your jury view in and of itself is not evidence. But it is, as the judge told you yesterday, something for you to consider when you hear the evidence that's presented. Think about how hard it was to get down there. And I even just wrote what the state said in their opening about that area. So it was essentially shrubs and trees, not readily apparent it's even there. Now, members of the jury, again, our statements are not evidence, but what the state says they will give to you to meet their burden, hold them to it. Because as they started this morning, that is their roadmap. So there's no physical injuries on Matt Moore. There's no time of death in this case, members of the jury. The state has alleged, and the judge read you the charges, and the state has just stood up in his opening and said that on May 24th and May 25th of 2020, Matt Moore killed his wife, and there's also a charge of felonious assault, but there is no witness. There is no expert, there is no police officer, there is no lay witness that can or will give you the time of death. And I remember in voir dire yesterday when I was talking to the veneer about dates and attention span, and I remember saying dates are incredibly important in this case. The dates we know are the date that Emily went missing. The last she was seen is by a neighbor that lives across from 46 Abbey Cross, where you went yesterday. In fact, a neighbor that lives directly across the street. He sees Emily going for a walk that morning in her walking clothes. And we know, the evidence will show, evidence that we will present, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But we know that he definitely saw Emily on the 25th and not any other day, based on the cell phone evidence. So there is no time of death. We know that Emily went missing on March 25th is when she's last seen by someone other than Matt Moore, and we know that she's found on September 16th. We do not know when she got to the park or how she got to the park, but with respect to time of death, there is no information that the state will offer you as to that at any point in this trial. We will, however.
All right, sorry. So far, she's given a really strong opening statement. But if the state is alleging that he unalived her in their apartment and then moved her to that wooded area that was not readily accessible, that's already an issue for me, because literal dead weight, that's hard to carry. It's not like carrying somebody that's alive. That's completely different. There's no way he could do that and not have a scratch from a branch, bruising, or any injuries on him. I just don't believe that. I mean, he'd have to like float her into there. So if that's true, if we don't see any injuries on him, that's kind of going to be an issue for me because I don't see how you can do that. If she was alive, it'd be hard to do it because obviously she would be fighting you if she thought that you were going to go unalive her. But dead weight, that's completely different.
Present expert from University of Tennessee, who is a researcher at an institute called the Body Farm. And in fact, it's an expert that the state originally engaged in this case, and then the evidence will show decided not to use after she rendered a report.
Objection. A fair characterization.
Ladies and gentlemen, opening statement is not evidence, so therefore you will not consider statements as evidence to render your decision in this case. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Vivaldi is an expert from the University of Tennessee. She will testify that the most you can tell from the scene, based on her training and expertise, and her work studying decaying corpses, is that the body decomposed there and had been there for a while. There is no time frame that even the best expert can put as to where and when Emily got to that scene. Furthermore, not only is there not a time of death, but the evidence will also show that there is no trace of Emily in that wooded area in May or June of 2020. And I want to go over some maps with you. And I know, members of the jury, you were there yesterday.
Hang on, I promise I'll stop stopping this, but hats off to those that donate their bodies to places like the Body Farm, because I'm not going to, but I have nothing, like, good for you guys, because it's information we need to know. I just don't personally want to be laying out in the middle of a field while somebody watches me decay, even though I'm sure I won't care. That's what people always tell me. You won't care. And I always say, but what if I do? What if I do? And then now I'm stuck decaying out in a field. So I'm not going to do it. But hats off to the people that do.
Let's start with this. This, as a state just showed you, is the map of the general area. To orient ourselves, this is kind of the general area right here where Emily's found. And I can always orient you in the pictures that you will see. But that's the general area right there where Emily was found. And yesterday, of course, this right here is the bike path, walking path. And this, of course, is County Line Road. I want to talk to you about when I say the evidence will show there's no trace of Emily in the woods or May or June. You are going to hear testimony that on the 25th, when the police arrived at the house, Matt Moore voluntarily said to the police officers, "Let me take you to the area where Emily loved to walk and forage." Where did he take her? Where did he take the police? Right there. Their own officers will have to admit to that Matt, as the evidence will show, walked them along this very line. And then what happened, well, the evidence will show that area, that exact area. In fact, the police will not only concede this during this case, but they have all along in this investigation. They searched this area on foot 3 times. 3 times in May and June, and nothing. But like with the house and the car and the attic, it wasn't just humans, because cadaver dogs searched that area too. The evidence will show, and what was found when cadaver dogs went to the area where Matt Moore took the police as Emily's favorite walking path? Nothing. The evidence will also show the individual that lives at that house right there, whose kids play in the back of her house, butts right up to that wooded area, was home all Memorial Day weekend. Whether it was warm, the evidence will show, she saw nothing. She smelled nothing. No trace of
I'm
Emily
glad
in
the
woods
kids didn't
in
find
May or
her.
June.
That'd be horrible.
Furthermore, the evidence will show that there's no evidence that connects Matt Moore to the scene. The state has just promised you that they will give you the testimony of Detective Hollis, and I believe that will happen today, and you will be able to see the body cam of Detective Hollis when he rolls up onto Abbey Cross on May 25th and interacts with Matt Moore. The state in their opening talked to you about this corner of the garage. The Detective Hollis body cam will also show you something else that's interesting, is that in the camera, in the footage, the police are, from the beginning, telling Matt that he's a suspect, that they know they killed his wife. Right from the beginning. And so, why is this important? Is because the evidence will show that if that's what the officers were thinking, that common sense and the evidence supports, they didn't lose sight of that guy. They did not lose sight of him. Not mentioned, but the evidence will show that on May 25th, because not only did they not want to lose sight of him, they didn't want to lose track of him. They put a GPS on his car without him even knowing. Because that's the whole point of a GPS, right? Put it on someone's car so they don't know we're looking or following, so that we could trace their every move at any minute of any day. What did they find from the GPS? Nothing. Further, not only is there no movement from Abbey Cross and Matt to that scene, is that the items found at the scene, forensically, tested, in particular, the USB cord that Emily had tied around her neck. What forensics are on the USB cord connecting the cord to Matt? Nothing. Further, there's no eyewitnesses. And I don't just mean eyewitnesses to what they claim is a murder, to the transportation, allegedly, of a body to a wooded area. There's no eyewitnesses to putting a body in there. And members of the jury, again, I say this, I know the judge told you your jury view wasn't evidence, but it's certainly for your consideration. You walked county line. You were able to feel and observe the amount of traffic on that road. You were also able to feel and observe whether there is a place where you can park on that road next to the wooded area. But there's no eyewitnesses. And certainly there was no eyewitness given by the state in their map. There's also members of the jury, the evidence will show no motive. And I know we talked about this yesterday in voir dire, that the state under Ohio law doesn't have to give you motive. And I completely agree with that. I also, though, as the judge will tell you, agree that there is a further instruction, that the absence of motive can be used by you in your determination as to purpose or intent. And the judge will tell you more about that, but it's critically important. Now, in the state's opening, they talked about Emily's bravery and her persistence. Joey, Matt's son, at around the age of 18, hung himself with a cord in a wooded area about 1 mile.
That's crazy.
About 10 months prior to Emily being found in a wooded area with a cord around her neck. There is no question that Joey's death was a suicide. That's what the evidence will show. His death was a suicide. And I remember during voir dire, one of the jurors said, second most common death of juveniles is suicide, and Joey was a victim of that statistic. And the state actually and I will agree that Joey's suicide and hanging was particularly troublesome to both Matt and Emily. Both of them, neither of them could work. Emily took a 3 to 4 months absence from her job. Matt, well, you'll see there's text messages between Emily and Matt. Matt really was at a place in his life where getting up every day and just even doing things of normalcy was well seemingly impossible. And the evidence will show that. And then the state talked about what Emily did, was that Emily then went to counseling in August of 2019 because of Joey's death. And members of the jury, you will hear that when she goes to counseling, she goes because she is traumatized by the death and loss of Joey. She reports difficulty feeling sad and empty and guilty. She's paranoid about her husband's well-being. She's struggling with loss of interest in activities, with memories. She notes in her therapy that she has a prior history with struggling with anxiety. And members of the jury, the evidence will show she has a history of struggling with anger prior to the loss of her other loved ones. And she's starting to experience depression and notes that she's experienced depression before. The state in its opening talked about Emily's traumatic life. And I say this, there's not a lot of things that the evidence will be agreed upon by both sides in this case, but certainly that's one that I agree with. Emily's first husband killed himself by shooting his head in 2011. A year later, in 2012, the evidence will show one of her very good friends killed herself.
Wow.
The evidence will show that. In 2017, her brother-in-law, by marriage, so Mark's brother, kills himself.
Oh my
In
gosh.
2019, Joey hangs himself in a park from a tree. Trauma is almost an understatement as to what Emily had lived through. There is no question about that. But Joey, her stepson, and again, our openings aren't arguments, but the state said Emily was passionate about Joey. And the evidence will certainly support her passion and love for Joey and what that loss in 2019 did to her, emotionally and physically. And then, members of the jury, at the end of 2019, you will see that she unexpectedly stopped counseling and therapy. And instead, she turned to what Emily knew so well, which was trying to find peace in nature and the woods. She would walk daily, she would forage, she would go into the woods. You will hear that Emily and Matt were kind of a bunch of hippies. They would collect nettles and try. You're going to see pictures of this. They canned, they like to forage for their own food, despite them living in Westerville, Ohio. She went to nature, the evidence will show, to find peace. And of course, it was nature where she was found on September 16th of 2020. Members of the jury, there's also no evidence of staging. I certainly listened to the state's opening that their theory is that Matt kills her, takes her to the wooded area, and then stages her death. And this is why, as you listen to this evidence, I ask you, members of the jury, to really use your common sense. Because the evidence will show that Emily is found in the position where you stood yesterday, in that branch. She's found with her water bottle next to her. Her hair is down. We know that because the way her hair is matted when she's found. Her hair is down. Hair tie around her wrist. She's in her walking clothes. And hair tie around her wrist, I just say, is because we know that the last person that saw her leaving for a walk. She's in clothing that, as you look closely, right, is clothing that you would wear when you're walking. And you don't even need to look closely because the evidence will show she has her tennis shoes on. Not the shoes or the clothing that she's seen in the night before. And the evidence will show there is no question as to what Matt and Emily were wearing on the night of the 24th on her birthday, because we have pictures, selfies, that they took of themselves at the bar as they're celebrating her birthday. And here's something else with respect to the evidence will show about about the staging, is that as Emily's found, her right hand is gripping her ankle. You will hear evidence about the difference between a complete hanging and an incomplete hanging. But members of the jury, there is no evidence that that scene was staged. And then lastly, I want to talk about where the state ended. Sort of the last chapter in their book is their experts. I noticed in their opening statement, they spoke a lot when they talked about their experts about Dr. Smock. And as you listen to the evidence in this case, the evidence will show that Emily goes missing on the 25th. She's found on September 16th of 20. Like almost a year goes by before Matt Moore is charged. Living in this community, out on the street, almost a year. And so what happens, will the evidence show, right before he gets charged? Again, timing is everything. Dr. Smock is engaged by the state and he issues a report. As you listen to the testimony of Dr. Smock, I ask you, members of the juries, to consider three things. First of all, what he relied upon in determining his conclusions. His field of expertise and the opinions that he can and cannot render. Because members of the jury, I heard the state in their opening say, quote, and please always trust your notes over mine. Dr. Smock will tell you the cause of death was manual strangulation. I ask you, members of the jury, to wait until Dr. Smock's testimony, because the judge will tell you that's what jurors have to do, is to be open-minded and wait till you hear all the evidence. Dr. Smock himself, under oath, will have to agree, and will agree, that he is actually not allowed to offer any opinions with respect to manner and cause of death. Only a medical examiner is allowed to do that. And the evidence will show that the medical examiner in this case, the doctor that actually performed the autopsy on Emily Noble's remains, that the only cause of death that that medical examiner found is that injuries to the head and neck caused her death. Injuries, right? Head and neck caused her death. Now, that's what the evidence won't show, and why I led my opening with why doesn't the state's case make sense? And while it's not my usual practice, this case is unusual in many ways. And so I will, in my opening statement, tell the jury, you, each and every one of you, what the defense will put on as evidence. And I say I don't usually do this because I don't have a burden. I, as Matt Moore's attorney, Matt Moore, Alexander Petrell, have to put on nothing. But we will. And in fact, we're going to give you 4 experts and lay witnesses. And here's what a brief overview of what our experts will say. First and foremost, we'll call Dr. Bolte. Biomechanics expert, Dr. Bolte is the director at the Ohio State Biomechanics Research Center. He's an expert in the experimental analysis of human injury tolerance and mechanisms under different loading conditions. Here's the value and what you will hear from Dr. Bolte. Undisputed testimony. And it's undisputed because he went to the scene and tested the branch. And he did so at the request of the state of Ohio. And I said as members of the jury, the evidence will show, again, jury view, when you went down there yesterday and was shown the branch where Emily was found is quite small. Quite small. Dr. Bolte will come in here and say that actually when he went down there, he, as an expert in biomechanics, thought there's no way this branch can hold. But he did 2 different tests, a static test and a dynamic test. Dr. Bolte will tell you that, and this is on video, you will see the videos. You will not have to imagine this. You will see the tests. First test is he slowly adds weights, increments of weights, to the branch to see if not only will the branch hold, but the rate of deflection of the branch. Static test, branch holds. In fact, the deflection measurement is 2 inches. That's how strong the branch is. Then, after he's tested on the static test, he does a dynamic test. And a dynamic test, the evidence will show, is what happens if someone were to hang themselves and let their weight fall. Could it happen? He takes a crash test dummy, the same weight as Emily Noble, ties a USB cord in the same or similar fashion as Emily tied it around her neck on the 25th of May. It's on video, you will see it. And he takes the crash test dummy and he drops it. That's the branch. Holds her up. We will also give you the testimony of Dr. Heather Garvin, a forensic anthropologist who is board certified. And board certification, the evidence will show, certainly matters. She's one of 100+ individuals in this country who is a board certified forensic anthropologist. And she will talk about what the state said in their opening with respect to the fractures. Most specifically, the state just told you that there's perimortem nasal fractures. Dr. Garvin will say that in her experience, training, and education, that she sees no perimortem nasal fractures. She will also tell you that based on her training, experience, and expertise, that the bilateral fractures that the state just told you about to the greater horns of the hyoid and the bilateral fractures to the superior horns of the hyoid can occur in hangings. Incomplete and complete hangings. Now, members of the jury, you will not hear from Dr. Garvin cause of death, because she cannot testify as to cause of death. Well, again, only a medical examiner can. But she will tell you about mechanisms of injury. We will also give to you the testimony of Matt Curtin. In the state's opening, I wrote down law enforcement attempts to put together a timeline based on the cell data. We will actually give you a computer scientist who is a cybersecurity expert. All he does is look at cell data and computers and peel back the onion to find what's there, even when the users want to hide anything and everything. That's who Matt Curtin is. And Matt will tell you 3 really important things that, again, show that the state's theories don't make sense. He'll tell you about phone location history for Matt and Emily on May 24th and 25th. He will tell you about patterns of user activity, or more specifically, he will tell you how there are no patterns because there is not enough data. He will also tell you about the user browser history. All this evidence about how Matt is so sophisticated, staging this whole area. What are his browser history searches? What are Emily's browser history searches leading up? Matt will give you that information. But I tell you this now, the evidence will show there is no browser history about how do you kill someone, how do you hang someone, how do you stage a suicide. Nothing. There is some browser history from Emily about going into the woods to find your soul, though. And then in addition, we will also give you Dr. Vidoli, which I talked about from the University of Tennessee. Her entire life's work is studying bodies and their rate of decay and decomposition. In addition to experts, we'll give you some lay witnesses. Again, members of the jury, it's not our burden, but nothing could be more important. And so we will give you the cadaver dog handler. She will come in here and testify and tell you where she searched with her dogs. She will tell you what a cadaver dog is trained to do. She will tell you the expertise and certification of her dogs. And she will tell you that they found nothing. We will give you other testimony we propose, members of the jury, but I remind you that we have no burden. And maybe it sounds a bit like a broken record that I say that, but there is no such thing when it comes to a case like this. The burden is here. It is the highest burden in the land. This is a criminal case. Reasonable doubt is based on reason and common sense. On behalf of Matt Moore and my co-counsel, I am confident that after you have heard all the evidence, that you will render the appropriate verdicts of not guilty. Thank you so much.
Like her. I think she gave a very strong opening, and I'd say the state better bring it. If she remains this strong throughout the entire trial, they better bring the receipts that this guy staged Emily's self-deletion and he unalived her. Because she, in my opinion, she gave a strong opening and she seems very confident and what she is saying and what she is bringing, and they better have it, and it better be something solid. And if you didn't catch at the beginning, this is one of those trials where the jury gets to ask questions. So will be very curious to hear those. I hope they're good questions. I kind of think more trials should do it, but I don't know. We might get some, I don't know. That might get out of hand. I'm a little on the fence about that, but I really kind of think that get the jury more involved. Don't just make them sit there and listen, especially some of this boring stuff that they have to do, but you know they're zoning out. It might keep them more involved and keep them more focused. And maybe it would take that, well, the prosecutor charged them, so they must be guilty, thinking out of their heads. And start looking at these things as she just said. It's not her burden, it's the state's. It's the state's burden. But I thought she did good. I thought she did a good job. So I don't know if he'll go ahead and just call the first witness or if he'll take a break, but we'll see. I'll fast forward if he does.
Thank you, counsel. Statement call the first witness.
Nope, going for the first one.
Yeah, still call Amy Thomas.
And let's see if I need to slow it down. Anybody let me know if I need to slow it down. I will slow it back down to normal speed if these guys are speaking too fast. But I'd also like to give all these microphones to every courtroom in the country because they seem to be working really, really well so far. And it's really amazing. Very impressed.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Amy Thomas.
Please spell your last name, please.
Thomas.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live
Do we
in
not get to
Alexandria,
see the
Virginia.
witnesses?
And where generally is that?
I'm near Washington, D.C.
How long have you lived there?
Most of my adult life, so all but 8 years since 1989.
Okay. And where'd you grow up?
Here in Delaware County in Westerville, Ohio.
And where'd you go to high school?
Westerville North High School.
Okay. And where'd you go to school after that?
I went to Ohio University.
Can you talk briefly about what your educational background is?
Sure. I graduated Ohio University School of Journalism and Public Relations and worked for 5 years before getting married, and then I went back to school more recently.
And generally speaking, what do you do for a living?
I work in information technology.
I want to talk a little bit about your family first. So who were your parents?
Lester and Ruth Ann Noble,
And where did they live?
Westerville, Ohio, Genoa Township.
And how long did they live in Westerville?
Well, they met in high school. I know my mom moved to Westerville about then. My dad was born in Westerville, so their entire lives.
Did you have any siblings?
I do, an older brother and my sister, Emily.
Who's your older brother?
Andrew Noble,
And how much older is he than you?
I think 6 years.
And then you mentioned your sister Emily.
Yes,
And is she older or younger than you?
she's 1 year younger.
I'm sorry to do this, but I got to ask you, what's your birthday?
May 26th,
And what year?
1967,
And that would make you how old today?
55.
And you mentioned that Emily is a year younger than you are?
Yes,
When was Emily's birth?
May 24th,
Oh, so this is her sister.
1968.
So
No,
2 days shy of being a year apart.
yes.
Tell us about that.
That's one of my favorite memories or commonalities with my sister. She came home from the hospital on my birthday, and I had stayed with my grandma for 2 days, and she gave me a doll and taught me to touch her gently on the nose and say, "My baby." And so that's exactly what I did when I first saw Emily, is I touched her on the nose and said, "My baby." And my mother said she spent the next 2 years saying to me, "That's my baby." That was a special moment and one we relived every year. Not the my baby part, but celebrating the fact that we were the same age and had that special 2 days together.
So when Emily would have a birthday on May 24th, on the 24th and 25th, then you would be the same numerical age
Yep.
for those 2 days,
Yes,
until you would turn a year older on May 26th.
which she was happy to remind me. So on the 24th, I usually called her and said, "Happy birthday, sister, we're the same age today." Then on the 25th, at some point, she'd call me and say, "Hey, sister, we're the same." I'm younger, as though to say I'm younger again.
Was that time always a special time for
Yes.
the two of you?
Yes, in fact, I can say that no matter what had happened during the year, that day was sacred. I mean, that always happened every single year.
Yeah, may I approach? I'm handing you photographs of Mark 601. Take a minute to look it over. Do you recognize that individual?
I do.
And who is that?
That's my sister, Emily Noble.
I got this time that's the published days of one of the jury. For the record, we're now showing Stays of one up on the overhead. So again, can you tell the jury then who this is?
This is my sister, Emily Ann Noble.
How would you describe Emily?
She always came up to here on me, so she's small of stature, but I would say that in terms of personality, there are always three main things that would come to mind for me, and the first is she was courageous and strong. The other is that she really loved nature and the outdoors, and any story I would tell about us growing up would involve those two ideas. But since she's been gone, I realized how very social she was, and I didn't realize the extent until she was gone.
And how did you find that out?
Well, the day that I found out she was missing, I reached out. I just jotted down a list of about, 8 names immediately came to mind, and I called each of them, and it spread out from there, people calling me, and it became a large part of my day interacting with dozens and dozens of people. And then I looked on her Facebook page, and she had just shy of 1,000 friends, and I didn't realize that, but a lot.
I want to talk about some of the events and things that occurred in Emily's life over the years.
Okay.
So I want to talk first about kind of some of the friends that she had in the 90s. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, the 90s would be, I first moved to DC. So when I first moved to DC, the friend that immediately comes to mind is Derek Hayes. She had dated his brother and became very close with both of them, and he was dying of HIV/AIDS And she brought him to my home where I lived with 3 other women. And he shared about his illness with us. And it was life altering for me to hear that. I was a conservative Christian, and we were a household of conservative Christians. And it really was helpful to hear and put a face to that horrible disease. And it changed my thinking entirely. And that's pretty typical of the friends that I met of Emily's. That was the first friend of hers who died that I remember. But I met other friends that she would bring to the house for Thanksgiving or a family cookout and say, hey, this is Rex, or hey, this is Karen. And they were just fun and lively people and characters. I remember Rex came to our house with overalls without a shirt and just had all kinds of funny stories to tell. And that was the second friend I remember her saying that died. One day I asked how he was doing.
Would you?
So that's those.
Okay, I'm sorry. This woman is surrounded by death. I mean, the defense opening statement listed, well, her husband, he self-deleted. Then she had, didn't they list like 2 friends that self-deleted or something? And then his son self-deletes. I mean, she's surrounded by death. So it's not a stretch to say maybe she did self-delete. That's a lot of death. And maybe somebody can explain it to me. I don't know, because I don't want to get like graphic or gross, because, you know, I don't want to get kicked off of here. But what is the difference between a complete hanging and an incomplete hanging? Because in this case, the end result was the same, right? If she did do that to herself. To me, like, if it's an incomplete, like you didn't succeed, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm gonna maybe look it up, but I'll tell you, watching these trials has changed what I Google on anything. I am very careful about what I look up because I don't ever want to get in a situation where it's used against me.
Those are the ones that come to mind in the 90s.
Would you say then that she was confronted with death?
Objection, Your Honor, it's deleted.
Rephrase your question.
I would say
Was
yes.
she around death even at an early age because of her association with those people?
Yes.
Was Emily ever married?
Yes.
And can you tell us who she first got married to?
Yeah, she first married Mark Farmelo, a local musician, and I was in 2008, and I'm trying to remember when they met, and I don't remember, but they were had many common friends in the music scene, and so they eloped in Vegas. And that summer, when my family and I came to Ohio, we had a big reception, and that's how I met. I believe I don't remember exactly when I first met him, but I definitely remember that event and subsequent ones when we visited Ohio.
Tell us about how Emily was acting or feeling emotionally at that time after her marriage to Mark.
Oh, very happy. They were like 2 peas in a pod. They dressed alike. They had similar expressions. I remember one day watching them go out the door, and they both had like a shoulder satchel on, and like they have matching bags. Who does that? And it was very cute. They were both kind of reserved, quiet people.
You mentioned they dressed similar. Anything you could tell us generally about the way your sister Emily would dress?
Well, a black jacket, a black hat, and black pants.
Was that always sort of her style, or
Yeah,
the kind of things she liked to wear?
Yes. She had some white t-shirts and a pair of red shorts, I remember. I never saw her wear them, but I saw them in her closet.
How did Emily's relationship with Mark end?
He took his own life.
And do you remember when that was?
It was in 2011, I think October.
Did you come back to Ohio after that occurred?
I did.
And did you have conversations with Emily about what had happened?
Yes, yes, at my parents' house.
So again, focusing on kind of her emotions, her state of mind, how was she at that time?
Your Honor, objection is relevant to how she was in 2011.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
So again, focus on the state of mind, her emotions. Can you tell us how she was?
Yeah, she was devastated. She was very sad. Listless and despondent are the words that came to mind. wondering, how do I, how do I deal with this? I remember pulling out a list from an online organization that just showed, like, these are the steps to follow. I said, well, here's a checklist. Let's start going through it. And it was not fun, but I remember also sitting at her home, and Mark worked in model airplanes, really those very intricate ones, and they were hanging and sitting on the coffee table, and she just said, what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do with those? And it was a stack of guitars. So it was,
That makes sense too.
it was
for this
sad.
case.
That's the main word that comes to mind.
Did you talk to her about any thoughts she might be having about harming herself?
I did. I remember before leaving, telling her goodbye and just asking her, should I check in on you? How are you doing? She said, I'm doing okay. I said, do you have any thoughts of harming yourself or others? And she said, no, I don't.
I want to talk again about your dad, Lester.
Yes.
Is he alive today?
No, he is deceased.
And when did he pass away?
2015. He fell in May and had surgery and never recovered from it, and he died in June of 2015.
It's like, please
A
don't.
yard in Westerville, Ohio.
What did your mom do with that property then after your dad passed away?
After he died, she put it on the market. Emily and I helped clean it out, but mostly Emily. And she put it on the market and sold it and bought a condo in Westerville,
And where was that condo located?
in the crossing, so County Line Road and State.
And so we're going to hear testimony about that location of 46 Abbey Cross. That was the condo that initially belonged to your mother.
Yes.
Is your mom still alive?
No.
And when did your mom pass away?
Mom passed away in 2016.
So less than a year after your dad passed away?
That is correct.
What do you remember about that time?
Emily knew before I did. My phone had broken, and so my kids came to my home and woke me up, and then the police came to the door and said, your mom is dead. And so I kind of piecemeal put it together in the middle of the night that she had died in a car accident coming from Southeast Ohio back to Delaware, and no one knew who she was, and so it took a little bit of time for them to piece it together, but she was planning to meet friends in Westerville uptown for dinner, including Emily, and when she didn't show up, Emily walked over to the police department and said, help me find my mom.
Did you come back to Ohio after your mom died?
Yes, not right away, about 2 days later.
And did you interact with your sister Emily then at that time?
Yes, we met at Mom's place there at the condo, and I'll just never forget walking in, and she met me out in front. I actually didn't know the address of this by heart, because it was, anytime I drove in, Mom would be standing in the front yard, and Mom wasn't there, but there was Emily, and got out of the car, and we just hugged, cried. We went in the condo, and it was so quiet, and right there on the counter was a coupon for a car wash and a coupon for the restaurant, so we knew exactly what her plans were that night, and yeah, that's what I remember about Mom dying initially.
Did you have conversations with Emily at that time about how she was doing physically or emotionally?
Yes, we both had conversations with each other. It was a lot, and Emily was Mom loves all three of her kids, but Emily and Mom had a special relationship. They really did. And before I left, I said, are you thinking about harming yourself or others? She just looked at me and I said, no, Amy, I wouldn't do that to you. I know what that feels like. So it was hard and sad time. I actually got the house ready for Emily to move in. It was hard.
So after
Lots of thoughts are going through my mind about that.
So after your mom passed away, Emily moved into that condo on Abbey Cross?
Yes, Emily was the executrix of her will, and so I cleaned out Mom's room and donated things to places Mom would want, and to make the space for Emily to move in, and she administered the estate from there.
And so as the siblings divided up any inheritance, the condo was a portion of her inheritance?
Yeah, we jointly inherited it, and she bought us out.
Going ahead, then, after she was living in that condo, was Emily working somewhere?
Yes, Emily was working for the state of Ohio.
And you know in what capacity?
I don't remember her job title, but she worked for the Department of Medicare. So
At some point, did you become aware that Emily knew somebody named Matt Moore?
oh yes,
And can you tell us when you first met Matt?
yes. It was I believe it was December of 2015. It was after Dad died. And Mom called. I was planning to come to Ohio for the Christmas season. I don't remember exactly what day. And I believe my children were with me. But what I remember is Mom saying, you need to plan on coming in time for dinner because there's someone I want you to meet. And I said, really? Who's that? She said, his name is Matt, and he's Emily's new boyfriend, and I really like him.
Later on, were you aware of a time when Matt moved to Ohio?
Yes, I believe he lived in Ohio then for a time, and then he left, because I know, yes,
Okay, so you said he lived in Ohio at that time when you met him,
I believe so. I believe he was in Ohio at that time.
and then you said that he left Ohio.
Yes, for a short time, because Emily dated somebody else for a while.
And do you know where Matt went when he left Ohio?
Yes, back to Las Vegas.
At some point after that time in Las Vegas, did Matt move back to Ohio?
Yes.
And what did you know about Matt and Emily's living arrangements when he first came back?
Initially, Matt was living in Emily's apartment, but it could have been that first time. But so, yes and no. Oh, wait, I do know. He was living at
Maybe.
his father's
Not sure.
place in Worthington, Ohio. I remember that because Emily sent me an email about, hey, what do you think about Matt and Joey coming to live at the condo? And I responded, I don't think that's a good idea right now because it's technically owned by 3 people. And if anything tragic were to happen, I don't know how all that would work. So it would be better to wait till the estate had closed. And I believe at that point, my recollection is she said Matt and Joey were going to move into her old apartment.
Okay. Are you aware at some point then that Matt did move in with Emily in that condo?
Yes.
And you mentioned somebody named Joey. Who's Joey?
Joey is Matt's son.
How often, after your mom passed away, how often were you around to see the interactions between Matt and Emily?
Not a lot. Her funeral, he was there, and maybe one night we went out after that, and then I went back to Alexandria, or back to Virginia.
Were your visits to Ohio less frequent after both of your parents
Yes.
passed away? Did you ever observe interactions between Joey and Emily?
At least once, twice. So at Mom's, when I was still in town after Mom died, I was there for 3 weeks. So I remember Matt and Joey and Emily and I went to the Doodah Parade. So we interacted then. And then I came back for a Ohio visit in 2019 and in the middle or end of June of 2019. And so I visited with Matt and Joey and Emily then too.
Generally speaking, were you aware of Emily's feelings or emotions about Joey?
She really liked him. She knew he had, one statement she made to me is, I really want to get Matt and Joey get Joey on my health care plan so that he can get all of the care that he needs. But that was one part of her caretaking, but she also just liked him. But she was also said that he would wake up at odd hours and wake her up before going to work, which annoyed her. He was a teenager. I wasn't surprised.
Did Matt and Emily get married?
Yes.
And do you know when that occurred?
Yes, it was August of 2018, so 2018, but it was either the 8th or the 18th. It was all those 8s in a row, I remember.
And how did you find out that wedding had occurred?
She texted me a photograph, and on my lunch break, I looked at it, and I said, oh, did you get new shoes? Because I thought that's why she was showing me this full-length picture of her. And then I looked at it closer, and I thought, wait a second, they look like they're at an altar. So I just texted her. I said, did you get married? And she wrote back, yes. And that was the extent of that. I'm sure we talked soon thereafter, but that was the initial recollection.
We've talked a lot about Matt Moore. Is Matt Moore present in the courtroom today?
Yes, that is Matthew, yeah.
And can you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
I think that's Matt Moore.
Thank you. Is Matt's son Joey still alive?
No.
And when did he pass away?
It was early July. I think this, I don't remember, I don't know the exact date, but it was the first few days of July in 2019, just a few weeks after I had visited.
And what do you know about the circumstances of his death?
It was self-inflicted.
Did you return to Ohio for a memorial service for Joey?
I did,
And did you interact with your sister Emily at that time?
yes.
What can you tell us about her emotions, mental state at that time?
She was very distraught and sad. She was very worried about Matt. Just the impact of losing your son so close in time to Matt's mother that passed away, close in time to that too. I think it was January of 2019, but I don't know exactly. But the caretaking part of her just, it was stressful for her. She actually took many days off work. She used up her annual leave and her sick leave to just be at home and kind of invoke what she called as nature therapy to grow things and be there for Matt.
Were you aware of whether Emily was seeing a therapist after Joey had passed away?
Yes, she said that she was seeking a therapist and applying for family leave.
Did you continue to interact with your sister after Joey's death?
Yes.
Talk to her,
Yes.
see her?
In fact, I checked in on a regular basis with her and Matt. I would text. Mostly I would text because Emily preferred that. So it all I don't recall a specific conversation, but I do remember calling and checking on her. And before I left, I flat out asked her, are you thinking about taking your life or harming yourself or others? And she reiterated it again. Amy, I would never do that to you. I know what that feels like, and I would never do that to you.
I want to talk then sort of the beginning of 2020. In your check-ins with Emily, how was she doing emotionally, physically?
Uh,
Pause for speculation. Dr. Foundation.
Go ahead.
So can you tell us, how was she doing physically and emotionally when you would speak to her in early 2020?
So early 2020, there were a lot of emotions. I remember she was getting stronger and healthier. She was going to have some pins removed. And in about February of that year, I remember her, we did have a phone conversation. I remember her saying that she felt better than she had ever in her life, having all of the titanium pins removed. She had one in her tooth, I think, and then an ankle from a prior accident. And she was lifting weights and working out, and she said, you need to start doing this. So she got me hooked on some weightlifting and, checking in with her to send photos of my progress was, kind of part of what was going on in early 2020. And then COVID and many jokes about how are you cleaning your groceries and some frustrations with what's really true about that.
To your knowledge, had Emily returned to work?
Yes, she returned to work part-time in October of 2019 at the end, I believe. And at some point she returned full-time, but I don't recall what day.
Based on your interactions with her in early 2020, did you have any concerns about her mental or physical well-being?
No.
I want to turn your attention to May 22nd through the 25th of 2020. Did you have a conversation?
I'm sorry, but that prosecutor's hair it just makes me think of it's so soft. It just looks so soft that you just want. I can't think of the thing that I'm picturing in my head that you just kind of rub your hands across it. It's really soft and maybe like it's like a toy, like a kid's toy, and whatever it is, or maybe it's a stress reliever thing. But I don't know. Maybe nobody knows what I'm talking about, and I sound stupid. But I just want to rub my hand across his head because his hair just looks so soft, and like it would just be relaxing. And his beard, even his beard, probably is soft, and that's a rare thing. Also, just side note, it's really windy here today, and my internet, my quote unquote high speed internet that I hope is doing okay, runs through our electric lines. It's not like fiber in the ground because I'm like Mo and I live in the country. I live around a lot of trees. So if for some reason I just am suddenly not here anymore, that means my power went out. But hopefully it's been really good. I haven't had any issues. So hopefully that won't happen. On a side note, back to this case. So I've counted. She had her HIV friend that died, Rex that died. They didn't give years for those. So prior to 2011, husband self-deletes. 2016, mom and dad. I can remember if dad was 16, mom was 16, or if he was 15. 2019, stepson self-deletes. Also in 2019, her mother-in-law passes away. This woman had a lot of, and then her mom's death was obviously very tragic because car accident. That's all very unexpected. It's amazing to me. Like, I feel bad for her because that's a lot of loss. And obviously they were worried about her because her sister kept asking. There had to be a reason that you don't just ask somebody when you're leaving, well, you don't feel like hurting yourself, do you? You don't just ask that. You have to see something. There has to be something there that you're seeing in her behavior to make you ask that question. That doesn't just come up in conversation. I don't just ask people every day, my family, like, well, you're not going to hurt yourself when I leave. If there was any indication they were, I wouldn't leave. And I believe her sister would not have left either. But Emily had to be giving her some sort of signal, intentionally, unintentionally, whatever it was, to make her feel that she had to ask that question so many times. After all these people pass away, she's asking her that question over and over and over. There has to be a reason. And he's kind of just slid over that. I expect the defense attorney to get into it, but man, she's going to have to be real careful on this witness that we can't see, which is so weird.
Did you have a conversation with your sister on May 22nd about her plans for the weekend?
Yes. Not a conversation, but a text message.
A text message?
Yes.
And do you remember emotionally what she said about those plans?
Yes, she was very excited. She had reconnected with a distant cousin who we had met many years before, and she said that she was going to his place for a cookout. And I remember, I don't know if it was in that text, but she had told me they met in a foraging group. And I thought, oh, this is a good combination. Matt and Emily going out foraging, and this cousin going out foraging, and they're going to meet up on Memorial Day. They'll have a perfect dirt milkshake and forage salad. It'll be great.
Yummy. Great.
In fact, I think I
Wait
sent her a
for
picture of a
that.
salad in response.
And so she told you that she was super excited about that.
Yes.
Did you have a text message exchange with her on the morning of her birthday?
Of course. So I wrote to her as soon as I woke up. I sent a picture of a little pig with a pinwheel out the car. That was something our family always said on the way home. We'd say, wee, 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 all the way home. So I knew that photo would make her laugh. And I said, something to the effect of, hello, we're the same age today. Happy birthday, I'll call you later. And she wrote back to me, I believe it was, woo, woo, 52 and fabulous.
And so was that the morning of her birthday when you
Yes,
sent that
that
text?
was May 24th around 8 a.m.
And how quickly after you had sent her a message did she respond?
Moments, within a few minutes.
Okay. Did you attempt to call her later in the day?
Yes, twice.
Were you able to speak to her those 2 times when you called?
No.
Did you see any Facebook posts or any kind of other information about where Emily was?
Yes, when I didn't reach her the second time, I believe that call was around 3 p.m. I thought, where is she? What are they doing today? So I went on Facebook and I saw a picture of her at the Field of Heroes, and I just said, oh, well, they're just out and about.
And do you remember where you saw that photo? Like who had posted it?
I believe I think Matt posted it to Emily's Facebook page because I saw it on Emily's Facebook page.
Your Honor, I moved to strike the last name for speculation. I think that is something. I think the question was, do you know who posted to the page?
To the best of your recollection, do you?
Overruled, go ahead, Gina.
To the best of my recollection, it
has a
was Matt that
sustained one.
posted the photo to Emily's Facebook page.
I mean, approach with what's more stays at it too.
How would you know that?
Hand you photograph of Marcia stays at it too. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And generally speaking, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, that's Matt and Emily at the Field of Heroes.
And is that the photograph you recall seeing on Emily's birthday in 2020?
Yes, that's one of them, yes.
There were multiples of the same type of thing?
Yeah, there was another one of her standing.
Yeah, permission to publish stays at it too to the jury?
Go ahead.
For the record, I'm not showing Exhibit 2 on the overhead. Can you describe again now for the jury now they can see what it is we're looking at here?
Yes, so
looks-
that's Matheau Moore and Emily Noble at the Field of Heroes.
Wow, he looks very different.
And what is the Field of Heroes?
The Field of Heroes is a field where all of these flags are set up on Memorial Day to honor those who gave their lives for our country.
And is that in the city of Westerville?
It is.
After did you make other attempts to contact your sister on her birthday?
Yes, I sent a series of photos around 7 or 7:30 that night because I was frustrated she hadn't called me.
And what were those series of photos? that you sent?
Just from growing up years, from little to mid-teens, different moments of life. My mother had sent me an envelope of photos, or a relative had, and I just pulled them out because I knew they would represent people and moments in our life that would make her laugh. And
Did you get any response to any of those messages that were sent?
no, I didn't.
Is that you described being unable to reach her via phone and not getting a response to the text was then, just to make sure I understand the timeline, was the last contact that you had with your sister that 52 and fabulous text that you got in the morning of her birthday?
Yes.
Going on to the next day then, May 25th. Can you tell us how you were feeling on May 25th? 2020?
I was surprised I didn't hear from her in the morning, but I knew that she had plans, so I didn't think much about it. And a couple of minutes before 8 p.m., the phone rang, and I knew that was her. She's going to tell me all about their 4-H picnic, and I picked up the phone and said, "We're the same age today. How are you, Emily?" Because it was her name on the display of my phone.
So
All right, every time they talk about their birthdays, it just makes me think of my mom and dad, because my mom was, same thing, a year and 2 days older than my dad. So her birthday was May 12th and his is May 14th. So that kind of stuff happened back and forth with them all the time. Of, he would always give her a bad time of robbing the cradle, and but then when they were that same age for a couple of days, I think that worked out that way. I don't know. Now I'm kidding. But it just reminds me of them and the birthdays. And maybe she would have been 2 years older than him because her birthday was before him. I got to think this out. But yeah, but they're just as back and forth. So when she talks about it, and it was also in May that their birthdays were, just makes me think of my mom. So that's all I have to say about that. Just, some useless knowledge. But boy, did he look different in those pictures than he does sitting right there. You talk about somebody go on the run, you wouldn't recognize, not that he did that, but he looks way different.
received a call from her phone a few minutes before 8 o'clock.
Correct, at night.
You mentioned that you were a little, surprised you hadn't spoken yet? Why was it surprising to you that you hadn't spoken to her yet?
Because we both were early risers, and that was often when she would call, and I was hoping she would. It was COVID. I was quarantined, and was hoping she would call.
And how do you describe your level of worry, though, based on what you knew about her plans at that time?
Low level of worry, none.
And so you got that call, and it came up on your phone as being a call from Emily's phone?
Yes,
And you mentioned that you answered it and said, we're the same age, and what did you hear on the other end?
there was a pause, and as I remember it, it was, Amy, this is Matt. I'm so sorry, Emily's gone.
I'm so sorry, Emily's gone.
Yes,
Well, that doesn't mean she thought she was dead.
Had you spoken to Matt on the phone before?
yes,
You've been around him, we're familiar with his voice?
yes,
Did you have any question that that was Matt who was the one on the other end of the phone?
no.
After he said, I'm sorry, Emily is gone,
Well, he doesn't
How'd
like
you
that,
react?
does he?
I said, what do you mean she's gone? What did you fight about? Because that would be the only explanation to me of what he said.
and what was his response when you asked, what did you fight about?
There was just a pause, and it was not a real answer. Just that she's not here. She hasn't been here all day. The police are here looking for her. One of her friends is on the way. It was just a series of statements.
Did you ask him whether they had gone to the cookout?
Yes, I don't know if it was that call because that call was very brief, but we did speak again later. No, I think it was that call. I said, well, I will call some people. Did you go to Jared's for the cookout? And he said, no. I said, have you called him? And I don't remember Matt's answer, but I remember that was putting that person on the list of who to call.
What did you do after you received that initial information that Emily was gone?
Well, I had a sense of panic and worry, and I instantly started calling and texting. I think I dragged a little missing. Her husband just called and told me, that's all I really know. Is she with you? And I kind of copied and pasted that to this short list of people that I had. And then my phone started ringing off the hook. And
Generally speaking, who were those people? Who were you trying to reach out to?
I probably couldn't recall the whole list off the top of my head, but I know right away that it would have been a neighbor we grew up with. Do you want me to give names or just?
No, just generally.
So
the
a
type
neighbor
of
we
people.
grew up with, who Emily was still in contact, a couple that were very close to my mom and dad, who befriended us also, especially after mom and dad died. A cousin that she'd reconnected with recently, she called her a sister cousin, they were very close. An old friend who'd moved to California for a time, and Emily watched her cat, so I knew that person's name. A couple of friends that I went on her Facebook page, I couldn't remember their names, but I knew their nicknames, and there they were, so I added, a couple of those people, and two of the friends that I had met recently in Westerville. So that's about 8 names right there. So I just kind of thought back through three or four decades of people and who would right away be somebody who would know me and be able to respond to my question.
I want to go back to the Facebook post that you had seen showing against Exhibit 2. Did you send anything in response at any time after you had seen this photograph?
Yes, I think what I recall is that I sent that Matt and Emily and I had a Facebook Messenger chat together, and my recollection is I, like, from the page forwarded it. You can go to a Facebook page and then share it in Messenger. And I said, I love this photo, or something to that effect. I think I said, I love this photo, I love you guys, something like that.
Do you remember when that was that you sent that message?
I believe it's May 25th.
Okay.
Because I remember texting after that to Matt. It looks like both of you have looked at this picture today.
So can you describe for me what that meant to you? What do you mean?
Yeah, so in Facebook Messenger, if you send somebody in a chat, if you post something, like imagine my hand is the chat. So then down below here are the little icons that represent that person's Messenger chat. So I saw two little of those circle icons. I said that they were different. And that to me was that both Matt and Emily had seen that picture.
So their Facebook accounts had seen what had been sent to them via Facebook
Yes.
Messenger. When was it that you looked to see if she had seen that photo? Was it before or after the phone call from Matt?
Well, I posted that afterward, but I should be able to see the time that I posted it, but I don't remember. It would have been before. So I would have looked before, I don't recall off the top of my head, but
Okay, so I have no idea how Facebook Messenger works because I quit Facebook, I think in 2017. Does it tell you a timestamp, like a text message of, well, I guess a text would only say when it was sent, not when well, on my phone it has a read receipt. So does Facebook Messenger have that as well? So if both of their little circle things, profile pictures, whatever they are, show up and she says that it shows that they both looked at it, does it tell a time there? Because I have no idea. And she doesn't remember clearly.
yeah, it would be visible in my chat, I think, to some degree, but I don't remember based on the way this morning.
Did you have a conversation with Matt after the phone call that he had with you?
Yes,
Tell you that Emily was gone.
yes,
Figure out when the last time you had communication or interaction with your sister.
yes.
Whoops.
And that's yes.
And did you then
Okay.
send
I
messages
didn't know.
to Matt in that same Facebook chat that you had with both
Yes.
Emily and Matt? And did he respond to you?
Yes, a thumbs up.
Did he send you any other messages at the time, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Do you recall receiving any more communications from Emily Noble's Facebook account after your communications with Matt?
I know there were texts from Emily, whether they were between Emily and me or in the chat with the three of us, I don't remember.
Would seeing records of the chat between
Okay,
you,
I didn't
Matt,
mean
and
to show that twice.
Emily refresh your recollection as to whether you received any messages from Emily's account after your phone call?
Yes.
I don't know if either one of you heard the defense's opening, but she seems really strong and like a go-getter. So I liked it, like her.
I'm going to hand you a mark for identification purposes as
And the states was fine. Whatever.
I want you to take a moment
think
to
she-
look through those. It's a 4-page document. Take a moment.
Okay.
Kind of heard it, even though openings don't mean anything. They're not evidence. But if she brings everything she says she's bringing, the state better be ready.
I said, love this, love you, love our country. Okay, this is just thinking of your text.
I don't think you're supposed to read it out loud.
40 on Monday, so that's the 25th. Here, so that's the one I'm talking about. Oh, that's Matt. Oh, yes, I see now. Yes, I can tell.
Okay.
Took me a minute to interpret that.
You had to show me what I was looking at.
See the conversation. Do you
Yes.
recall receiving messages from Emily Noble's Facebook?
Yes, I received messages from Emily Noble's Facebook Messenger account.
And that was, in the timeline of things, after you had had that conversation with Matt? About
Yes.
Emily being missed.
Yes,
Turn your attention to May 26th. Did you me ask this way. Had you received communications from people who were interested in going out to look for Emily?
Yes.
And did you communicate that to Matt in that same Facebook chat that had you, Matt, and Emily?
Yes.
And what was his response to you talking about a search party?
This I remember. He said he didn't want to go out and look to find her dead under a tree somewhere. Isn't that what search parties are for? And he said he wanted to just let the police search for her.
And again, if they didn't think he did anything, that would have been a perfectly acceptable answer. But because they
Prior
do think
to
he
your
did something,
sister
it's sketchy.
Going missing, how would you characterize your relationship with Matt?
Oh, I really enjoyed Matt and his company and my visits there. He's well-spoken, polite, and kind. If my mother liked him, that was enough for me when I first met him. And after they were married, I said, I have a nickname for you. I already have a favorite older brother, and besides that, you're not older than I am, but I have a nickname for you. You're going to be my more noble brother, which was a play on his name and my sister's name.
Did that relationship with Matt change in the days following Emily's birthday?
Not at first, but yes.
And can you tell us how it changed?
Yes, he just asked me to take on roles that I was not willing to take on.
How would you characterize your conversations with him in those months after Emily was missing?
Well, in the initial days, it was cordial. We were, sad together. We were strategizing how to look for her, how to keep track of all the people that wanted to look and all the places that people were looking. And there were kind of two camps of people. There were those who only wanted to look for a body and those that only wanted to look for a living person, a missing person. And I'm doing both. I spent many hours a day. So we had check-in calls once a day or every other day, kind of saying, where have you looked? Where these people looked? And then I got a map kind of set up to automate some of that process to make it easier to keep track of where people were looking. At one point he said, the police have my phone. I got another phone, 9 o'clock last night. Can you help me set it up? Because I had switched from one type of phone to another, and I was able to answer some of those frustrating questions about how do you take a screenshot? How do you turn it off? Things like that. And so that was part of our conversations. And then it was kind of frustrating too, because I asked, can you give me a list of places to go and look? And I would give him a list, and then he'd follow up a couple days later. Can you give me that list again? I'm like, wait, nobody's looked there yet. I've told 5 people they don't need to look in that park or put a poster there. It's kind of frustrating. But, given the circumstances, I'm trying to give a lot of grace when I know what it's like when tragedy strikes. And Mom's funeral was a horrible display of the worst of everybody's personalities in some ways. And so I tried to give a lot of grace. But yeah.
When I first asked you about
So I was thinking about this before I even started this trial today. My thoughts didn't have anything to do with this trial, but I wondered if it would look bad to the police if you said, here's my phone, and you get a new phone, because they're not giving that back. Or if you did a smart switch, got a new phone before you turned your phone over to the police because you're not getting it back. I wonder if they then would want both phones. They'd say the same thing. So it sounds like he turned his phone over and then went and got a new phone, which was probably the smartest thing to do. But they really can't just expect people to just not have a phone anymore, because that's how, most people don't have landlines. So I don't know. I was kind of thinking about that and wondering, well, how would they phrase? If they thought you did something wrong, then they would say that was suspicious. If they didn't think you did anything, they wouldn't care. It just depends on what they need from you.
the change in relationship, you mentioned a conversation about him asking you to take on a role.
Yes.
Can you remember specifically what that was that he was asking you to do?
Yes, it was like the second week of June, approximately. I remember he called and said, I've I've appointed you to my spokesperson to the media, or I want you to be my spokesperson to the media. And I said, no, I'm not going to take on that role.
And how did he react to that?
He was quiet and no real reaction. And as I recall, we didn't talk much longer after that during that specific call.
Did you have another call where he asked you to take on a different role?
Yes, within the next day or so, day or two, he said, I've decided that I want you to be my spokesperson to the police.
And how did you react when he asked you to do
I
that?
said, absolutely not. That is literally what you need to be doing. I'm giving them information that I have and that I know.
You told him that?
He repeated it. I said no again. And then saying Tony said, you need long and hard about whether you ever want to see your sister again.
Wow.
And
that's not
I
good.
hung up and did not speak verbally with him again.
That was the last time you had a verbal phone conversation?
Yes.
Did you have any other contact with him via text or messenger or any of those kinds of things?
Yes, he texted me a couple of weeks later, again in Facebook Messenger, and was threatening my family with lawsuits for things that people were posting on Facebook. And I said, could you please send me links to this or screenshots or something so that I know what you're talking about, because maybe they're not related to me, or if they are, I'll talk to them. And he couldn't produce that, and just, I don't remember the end of the conversation, but it was essentially, this is what could happen or what I intend to do or something along those lines. I think he said defamation was the word he used.
And was that the end of your communications with the defendant?
No, we had one more text exchange after that.
And what do you remember about that?
He said, I miss our talks. And I said, I miss my sister. He said, can't you call me? I said, no, call Detective Grubbs. And I gave him Detective Grubbs' phone number.
Did you have any other interactions with him after that time?
No. Well, not via text or anything like that, no.
So you either
I
did or you
want to
didn't.
turn your attention to September of 2020.
Okay.
Were you aware of people who were still out searching for Emily?
Yes.
And did you know any of those people?
Yes.
Specifically, was there a high school classmate
Yes.
of Emily? And who was that?
Lisa Gordish.
Had you talked with them about where they were looking, what kind of things they were trying to do?
Yeah, Lisa wrote to me in August, and she has a sister, and she was in Emily's class, but we actually had class together. And she said, my sister and I were talking about how you and your mom and Emily would take bike rides or go on walks together, and we just want to get a sense of what that was like. Could you send me a few of those walks? So I drew them out on Google Maps and took screenshots and put out the steps for it and sent those to her. As I recall, there were 6. And I made a copy of that and sent it by email, I think, to the detectives and said, this group wants to look at some of these routes just for your awareness. And at the end when she got to the 5th or 6th one, she wrote to me and said,
It's the same.
Wow, first one.
Let's go, move on. So you had communications with Lisa
Yes.
about where they were going to look. Okay. Did you receive a phone call on September 16th, 2020?
oh yes, many.
Generally speaking, what was the topic of that initial phone call?
That remains were found. They found her, is what a lot of people thought.
Have you seen any photographs of the remains that were recovered?
No.
Do you know any of the details about
Doesn't want to.
how your sister was found?
Yes, a little bit. Listen to it.
Objection, Your Honor. To the lack of foundation, how does she know details? She just said she didn't see photos.
She was in the middle, I think, of saying how she knows, but I can ask her a
All
different
right,
way.
then we need to find out. Is it hearsay?
Did you obtain the 911 call that was made when the remains were found?
Yes.
And have you also read the warrant?
Yes.
But beyond that, you know a lot of the details
No.
about any of the things that were found. Did you send Detective Grubbs an email 2 days after the remains were found?
I wrote emails to him a lot, so I don't know about the specifics of this one.
Were you generally aware that the remains that were found hanging?
Objection, Your Honor, is deleted. She says she doesn't know the details.
I guess, were you aware? It's
Well, I'll let her answer the question.
I was aware of what the 911 call said.
okay.
He looked like a child that just got
511.
his hand in the cookie jar when he said, I said, was she aware? Now, keep in mind, the defendant probably looks a little bit more aggressive in his actions because he is doing it at 1.25 speed. So it may be making him look just a little bit more aggressive than what it actually was, because he's moving a little faster. So do keep that in mind. So maybe some of these things we thought didn't look really great for him didn't look so bad at normal speed.
Ask Detective Grubbs for a full investigation into the circumstances of Emily being found.
Yes, I do remember sending an email about that.
Why did you ask for that?
Because I was absolutely convinced that
Objection, Your Honor, as to why she asked that. Completely irrelevant.
I'll sustain that. Go ahead. Next question.
And just one other thing I want to go back and make sure it was clear. When you were discussing having received messages from Emily Noble's Facebook account, were you aware who those messages were coming from? Were those messages from your sister or were they from somebody else?
no, I assumed in the context they were from Matt.
Okay. So it wasn't, you don't believe you ever received another message from Emily?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
She has answered that she thought they came from Matt. If that's your question.
And so the last communication that you had with your sister was the text message on the morning of her birthday?
Correct.
I have no further questions this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 10-minute stretch and restroom break. We'll be right back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Please recall your court's admonition.
All right, give me a second. We will fast forward through the break. You know, if I have to give any credit to Court TV it's going to go to Court TV. They allow for chapters so you can see where the breaks are and how long they are. And then you can just kind of go to the next spot. Come on, spinny circle. Hang on, I got to make sure I didn't go too far. This defense attorney likes to move. Put her back up here. There we go. All right, I'm not exactly, I think got it.
Told you that I was going to ask you some questions about the email that you sent to Detective Grubbs.
I didn't get it. Dang it. All right, we're going to just play from here because they're coming back, and I'll just do this. I'll just cheat it. Come on, I didn't go that far back. See a head. I see the defense attorney. He's head.
Thanks. Have a seat. Have a seat. All right, defense may cross.
Thank you, Honor. Amy, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. We had an opportunity just now. I told you that I was going to ask you some questions about the email that you sent to Detective Grubbs. Is that right?
Yes.
And I gave you an opportunity to review the email should you need to refresh your recollection as to what the email said.
Yes.
And you indicated that you had reviewed the email and you knew what it said.
Yes.
So I've got some questions about it. The email that I'm talking about was sent on September 18th.
We gotta mark that.
Right. The email that you sent to Detective Grubbs was on September 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was 2 days, I'm sure you recall, was Westerville body September 16th.
Yes.
You write to the detective, do you not, with "Good morning. Following is a statement based on my professional knowledge and personal interactions with Emily. I urge those investigating to look beyond suicide." Do you remember writing Detective Grubbs that?
Yes.
And then you go on in the next paragraph, do you not, to talk about your qualifications and your education, right?
Yes.
You mentioned that you have a master's degree, that you have training in mental health first aid USA and youth mental health first aid as well.
Yes.
And then you go on to email Detective Grubbs. What it looks like is 1 full page, single space, 2 full pages, single space, and then a few lines on the next page.
Yes.
Whew, that's a long email.
I mentioned your master's degree because you would agree with me, would you not, Amy, that memory does not get better with time.
Yes.
Okay. Because this was written 2 days after Emily's remains were found.
Yes.
And today's date is what?
August 17th, 2021.
So between
2022.
22. So between September 18th, 2020, and today's date, would you agree with me it's about 2 years?
Yes.
So let's talk about the email. Because I heard you on your direct examination talk about 2 different statements that Matt Moore told you allegedly on the phone. Do you remember your testimony about Matt says, quote, "she's gone"?
Yes.
I trust then, 2 years ago, you included that in your email to Detective Grubbs. You didn't, did you?
No.
Nor did you include 2 years ago when you wrote a thorough email to Detective Grubbs asking him to follow up on the investigation. Did you include the statement, let me get to it because I want to make sure I have it, when he allegedly told you, you better do that if you want to see your sister again. Do you remember telling the jurors that statement?
Yes.
And that is also not in this incredibly detailed email to Detective Grubbs, correct?
Correct.
Even though, Amy, in the email to Detective Grubbs, you talk extensively about Matt and your communications with him.
Yes.
In fact, you agree that the second page is about Matt. You're right?
I don't remember.
Would you like to refresh your recollection? See the email? I have a copy. Marking, Your Honor, just to refresh, but I'll mark these defendants. Would you wish us to use numbers or letters?
We use numbers.
You get that.
Okay. Defendants do that. Amy, if I may approach?
Yes.
Show witness has previously been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. Amy, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what does it appear to be? Just so.
An email from me to Detective Grubbs.
And when I've been asking you all of these questions the last 5 minutes, is that the email that you believe you've been talking about?
Yes.
And if you can, turn to the second page of the email. And first sentence is what you asked Matt. Would you agree with me? Matt's name is in the first sentence.
Yes.
Second paragraph, first sentence of second paragraph, talks about Matt's traumatic brain injury and how he struggled with adjusting after Joe died. Do you agree with me on that?
I did say that.
And then in that paragraph, and I just asked you to scan, you say Matt frequently. Do you not? Throughout the second paragraph, Matt's treatment, knowing from Matt. Third paragraph, first word is Matt, is it not?
Yes.
And then the next paragraph talks about Joey's suicide. Is that right?
Yes.
And Joey is Matt's son.
Yes.
And then the last paragraph, of course, again, about your urging of the detective. In the fourth line, you're talking about Matt again, are you not?
Yes.
So in every paragraph on the second page, Matt is referenced.
Yes,
But nowhere in the entire email is either of these statements that today you told the jury Matt made to you on a phone call.
correct.
And of course, when you're testifying about text messages or instant messages, we have the actual message, right?
Yes,
And so there's no question as to whether or not someone said what they did because it's right there.
yes,
Subsequent to September 18th of 2020, you haven't at any point in time reached out to Detective Grubbs and given him the information about those 2 phone calls that you told this jury about. Isn't that true?
that is not true.
Oh, so is there,
Wait, please repeat your question. Subsequent to this,
yeah, since since September 18th of 2020, have you sat down with Detective Grubbs?
I have talked to him on the phone, yes. I haven't,
Have you sat down with him?
no,
And in preparation for your testimony today, did you meet with Detective Grubbs?
no,
Did you meet with the prosecutors?
yes,
And how many times?
Objection, relevance.
It probably is, but I'll let her answer the question.
once,
Okay. And so, and since this email,
Are you sure?
right, you have sat down with Detective Grubbs.
correct.
You would agree, since email, you have not emailed Detective Grubbs again, is that correct?
I don't recall.
Right. I'm gonna go back, and maybe I'll go here, start here, Amy. I want to you talked about your sister. So the jury is clear. She goes missing on May 25th, 2020. You are living in DC. The last time you had been to Ohio was the summer of 2019.
Correct,
So a year prior was the last time that you had seen her.
yes,
So let's now go to May 25th of 2020. You do not come to Ohio that day? Correct?
Correct.
Nor the 26th?
correct,
Nor the 27th?
correct.
Nor the 28th?
Yeah, we were in a pandemic and we were quarantined.
You came to Ohio not at all that summer.
Correct,
And so the communications that you're talking about with Matt and what you told this jurors about how you were managing searches, you were never in Ohio searching for your sister, correct?
correct.
Have you even been to the Across house where Matt and Emily and Joey lived? Did you go there?
When?
When they all lived there together?
Yes,
And that was in the summer of 19 when you came for Joey's funeral?
yes. And the 2 weeks prior to that,
And in June of 2000, at the end of June of 2019, I
Yes.
just told the jurors you came to visit.
yes,
And then Joe killed himself.
yes,
And I noticed during your direct examination, you used the word self-inflicted. Joey hung himself, correct?
yes,
In a park,
yes,
from a tree.
yes,
Emily loved Joey.
yes,
And when you came to the funeral, you saw how distraught she was.
yes,
And Joey's suicide was an event after a significant other number of deaths in Emily's life, isn't that right?
yes,
I want to go through some of them. You talked about her friend in the 90s that had Asian died. There was other friends that Emily had, and you talked about she would sort of take someone on and sort of like a bird, take someone under their wing and care for them, and then they passed. Is that right?
yes,
And then you talked about how she met Mark in 2011. And it stood out to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, Amy, that you talked about how happy Emily and Mark were together.
yes,
How they dressed alike, and the bags was even sort of similar, and they were taking on some characteristics of one another.
yes,
And fair to say, I assume, Amy, that you, based on your observations and seeing them together, you thought they were happy.
yes,
And you thought that of the couple, Amy and Mark, right? You thought that as a couple they were happy?
Emily and Mark,
I'm
yes,
sorry, Emily and Mark. You thought that they were happy as a couple, right?
yes,
And then Mark killed himself.
yes,
And that was obviously a surprise to you.
yes,
And he shot himself in the head, did he not?
I don't know.
Did you go to Mark's
I know
funeral?
I know it was a gunshot wound, I don't know where.
And did you go to Mark's funeral?
Yes,
And then after Mark's suicide, Emily had a good friend kill herself as well, did she not?
not, right, who?
In 2012, good friend?
I know of somebody more recently than that, but I don't dispute that that may have happened.
Who do you know more recently than that?
A high school classmate,
And the high school classmate is separate from her brother-in-law that also killed himself in 2017, is that right? Her brother-in-law by marriage.
marriage. which would be
Mark's brother.
Mark Farmelo's brother. I do not know that he died by suicide.
And if you know Mark's parents, they died by suicide.
I don't know.
And of course, Joe.
Yes.
And in between all of that, and you know, and the
Dang, I was trying to keep track. So 2011, husband self-deletes. 2012, friend self-deletes. 2016, I believe her dad had a fall, didn't recover, basically. Mom was killed in a car accident. 2017, Mark's brother self-deleted. 2019, his son, her stepson, self-deletes in July. 2019, his mom died in January. That's a lot. I know I've been over that twice. That's a lot of death. And she just said what I said. People don't tell you. If they told you, you would help them. You wouldn't leave them. If you thought that as soon as I walk out this house, they're going to do something to themselves. So she said, her and her husband that self-deleted, were they happy? Yes. Well, and then he's gone. She says, I was surprised. No kidding. Because if you weren't surprised, I would wonder about you. So nobody ever says, doesn't surprise me, unless, I don't know, unless you know somebody's like in a super bad situation. And it's not that you know or you don't know if they're going to do something, but if they do something, then you're kind of like, well, didn't surprise me. Like maybe somebody's going to go to prison for the rest of their lives. When, whatever. But it's a lot of death. So I don't know. I like this defense attorney. She's doing a good job. She's poking holes in what the prosecutor says. Be interesting to see what kind of questions the jury has.
The state asked you about it.
I don't think, excuse me, Mark Farmelo's mother isn't dead, I don't think.
Okay, she's alive.
Well, you said that she committed suicide.
Tell me if you think she's alive.
I thought she was alive.
Okay. And his brother?
I believe he's deceased.
Okay. With respect to the other kind of deaths that Emily, experienced, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, separate from her own, in sort of in between all that, in 15 and 16, and Amy, tell me if I'm wrong, but your parents also passed, your dad?
Yes.
And then I think your mother was tragically killed in a car accident.
Yes.
And that was in 17.
16.
16. That's a significant amount of loss.
It is.
It's a significant amount of suicide.
Yes.
I want to go back to, if we can, sort of some of the, and I know your testimony was that you weren't here, and we can just leave the lights off if you don't mind, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. I know that you weren't here, but just generally, you're familiar with where Abbey Cross Lane was and where Emily and Matt lived?
Yes.
And you're aware, are you not, that Emily's remains were found in this wooded area right here?
Yes.
Have you seen this map before?
This particular map?
Yeah.
I've seen, yes, on Google, not this particular map till today, but yes, I've seen Google Maps.
And I asked you because I'm just wondering, I assume you're aware that on May 25th, after Matt called the 911 and reported Emily missing, that Matt took the detectives along this red line right here and told the detectives that this was Emily's favorite place to walk and to go in here and forage.
No, I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware of that?
No.
You talked about how you were aware that Emily, after Joey's suicide, started to go to counseling.
Yes.
And I assume, based on your testimony, you knew that when she went to counseling because she reported difficulty after the tragic loss, and she was traumatized by more death and loss in her life. Does that sound about right?
Those were not the words she used with me.
Okay, so she told you that she went to counseling, she started to go to counseling,
Yes,
and that was after Joe died.
yes,
And she told you that because of what she was experiencing as a result of Joe's death, she was going to apply for family medical leave, is that right?
correct,
And she did just that.
yes,
And she didn't work for 3 or 4 months, is that right?
correct.
And I assume you know, based on your testimony about your relationship and closeness with Emily, that she had a history of depression.
No,
You didn't know that she had suffered from depression and had been diagnosed with depression?
no,
And that's not something that she shared with you?
not that particular issue, no.
I remember when you were describing Emily on your direct examination, and you said that she was courageous, and she loved nature. There was a point in time when she stopped going to therapy, was there not? In 2019?
I was not aware of that, no.
So you didn't, Emily never told you that you just stopped going to therapy at the end of 2019?
No,
And so was it your understanding then, as her sister living in Washington DC, that she was still going to therapy up until her death?
yes,
If she wasn't, would you have wanted to know that, Amy?
no.
You wouldn't have wanted to know that? Why?
Let's talk about Matt. Because I know the state asked you about your relationship with Matt. And I know I asked you about May 25th, and 26th, and 27th, and we know that you weren't in Ohio that summer. Fair to say that the first time that you communicate with Detective Grubbs is when you call on June 11th. That's not right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
I just want to make sure that the juror understands the timeline.
No, I communicated with him before. I'm not, what is the significance of June 11th?
Well, so the way that it goes is that I ask you a question, if you don't know, just let me know.
I don't, one moment while I think. I will say in early June, I called Westerville Police Department.
Hang on. What she didn't want to know was her sister, who she had repeatedly asked over and over and over again, after all this death that she had around her, that you're not going to hurt yourself, right? You're not going to hurt yourself, right? Didn't know she'd been diagnosed with depression. And she didn't know that after his son self-deleted, that she had started going to therapy, because freaking the Grim Reaper's following her around apparently, and didn't want her, but whacking off all I should not say that. Good. Knocking off all her friends. She was going to therapy, and then she just quit going to therapy. She asked her if she knew that. She said no. She said, would you want to know that? She said no. Like, why do you not want to know that? That's so crazy. I don't get it. I don't get it. You can't be like, we're so close, I know nothing. Now she's trying to figure out, and she keeps talking to herself, and the mic probably really shouldn't be listening to her talking to herself, trying to figure this stuff out, but I'm really not going to complain because the microphones are really, really good in this court, and I don't want anybody to mess them up.
Or I spoke with Detective Grubbs in early June. I do not remember the date.
And fair enough, because it's some time ago, right? It's obviously, as we talked about, almost 2 years ago. But in June of 2020, there was a call between you and Detective Grubbs, was there not?
Yes,
And you realized, Amy, that when Detective Grubbs was calling you, that your sister had been missing for a week or two or an extended period of time.
yes,
And you knew that you were talking to the individual that was the lead investigator on the case, did you not?
yes,
And you told Detective Grubbs, did you not, that you thought Emily had gotten angry and left, but you couldn't figure out what she would be mad at since Matt Moore was a grizzly bear. Remember telling Detective Grubbs?
that sounds about right. At that point in time, yes,
So as of June-ish, early June, your sister's been missing a week or 2 weeks.
yes,
You talk to the detective, and you say you think that she got angry and left. I'm not sure why, but the reason why you're not sure why is because Matt's a grizzly bear. He's a nice guy, huh?
yes.
And there's some questions about the relationship of Emily and her brother, and I ask you this because you mentioned that you have a sibling, an older brother.
Yes.
And isn't it true that Detective Grubbs asked you about trauma in Emily's life that she may have experienced with respect to sexual abuse?
Yes.
Specifically, he asked,
Objection.
Ow.
I want to have a question.
specifically, he asked you about her being sexually abused by a family member. Do you remember that?
Objection. Well,
I'm not sure. Can we approach it with?
I would assume she's going to say the relevance is she was dealing with that, and that was another reason she exited. And remember, this defense attorney is also sped up, so she's probably not being as aggressive as it looks like. I think she's being... I don't look at her as being aggressive. I kind of look at her as being confident. Very, very confident. Come on, people.
You weren't aware that Emily had a history of abuse.
Yes.
Were you aware that Emily had any history of abuse, or sexual abuse?
objection.
It's the same.
And in your conversation with Detective Grubbs,
She lost.
did you not? He told you reach out to Moore being Matt, to see if he would talk to him. Do you remember that?
Please repeat that. Without, you please use names. Could you please use
Detective
names?
Moore is talking to you, Amy Thomas. I'm sorry, Detective Grubbs is
Yes.
talking to you, Amy Thomas,
Yes.
in early June. And he says to you, will you reach out to Matt for him? Does he not?
I don't recall that.
You don't.
No.
Because I ask you that because you said to the
Yes.
jury.
Correct. Yes.
So it's actually Detective Grubbs that asked you to be a liaison between Matt and the police.
For medical records. Yes.
Because you told the jurors how Matt had asked you to play a role. I thought that was the word you used in direct, but tell me if I'm wrong. Is that the word you used, Amy?
Yeah, Matt asked me, I believe I spoke to Detective Grubbs prior to speaking to Matt about that.
So it first comes from Grubbs. Will you,
Correct.
Amy, go to Matt for me?
Correct. But I don't remember that, but it's possible. Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. Because your memory of that event has faded?
Just give me a moment to think.
Take all the time.
Do you have a date for that?
It's the same June conversation that we were talking about earlier with the Detective Grubbs.
I do remember a conversation like that. I remember it before the conversation with Matt. Because that's what made me frustrated when Matt started asking for this relationship.
Because you thought you were being put in the middle.
Yes.
Yeah, and you were frustrated by that.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about your statement that you made on direct about you trying to give Matt some grace
Yes.
after Emily went missing because you saw Matt suffering when Joey died. Did you not? You saw it firsthand when you went
Yes.
to the funeral.
Yes.
And you saw Emily suffering when Joey died.
Yes.
And Joey's suicide, hanging himself from a tree, was about 10 months before Emily is found hanging from a tree. Is that right?
Yes.
And you know, because you've suffered loss, and I'm sorry truly about your parents, you've suffered loss. Grief can look different in everyone, can it not?
Yes.
And sometimes, and I heard what you said about that funeral with a relative of yours, sometimes grief can take a gentle form, and sometimes it can take a different form, right? We're all different.
Yes.
There is no playbook on how we grieve with loss, is there?
No.
Despite, I know you talked about the list back in time when you gave to Emily, you know, these are things you can do to help you move forward, right?
Yes.
But there is no, Amy, a playbook that says if we do these 8 things, we will be okay.
No.
And as someone that has suffered from grief and significant loss, you would agree with me, would you not, that it's not just when the loss hits that matters. It's triggers that happen, birthdays, holidays, a song on the radio. It could be anything, and it's almost the worst when it's least expected.
Yes.
So that Prosecutor was like going to jump out of his chair and go tackle her. I thought she looked like she wanted to tackle him earlier.
Just want to ask you about some of the medical information you gave about Emily. She had the pins removed.
Yes.
I think it was the right ankle. Which ankle was it? Do you remember?
No.
Was it an ankle? She had broken her ankle, had she not? And she had had surgery on it.
Correct. I don't know about surgery. She's broken it. Well, yes. Yes.
Because the pins were the surgery.
The pins were the surgery.
Oh, so she had gotten the pins out, and after Joey's death, she was trying to take better care of herself, right? She was trying to
Yes.
get healthy again.
Yes.
And I know when you were asked by the state to describe her physically, she was like 95 pounds, 98 pounds, under 100. Does that sound right?
I did not talk about that today.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes, she was about 100 pounds, 5 feet tall and about 100 pounds.
And were you aware, did you know when she had like the elbow break?
I don't recall that.
Fair enough. You do, though, recall, and I know you told the jurors about how she had, over the years, taken to what you described as nature therapy.
Yes.
And fair to say that even in Emily's text messages or your communications with her, that's an expression that she used, right?
Yes.
Nature therapy. She loved to go on walks. You said that you told the jurors that she was an early morning person. Is that right?
Yes.
She loved to forage.
Yes.
And tell the jurors what you mean by forage.
As I understand it, it's finding edibles in their natural location. So, yeah. So you go, mushroom hunting is one example.
Yeah, and so you tell me if I'm wrong, foraging is you look for mushrooms that you can actually eat that won't harm you.
Correct? You look for greens, like dandelion greens that you can eat. We grew up.
Are you sure she wasn't looking for some magic mushrooms? Just kidding. I assume she was just foraging, you know, survivalist type thing. Good to know. At least you know what won't kill you if everything goes bad.
Pulling wild onions from the stream, eating them.
And this foraging was something that she had really come to love.
Yes.
And something that you did with Matt.
Yes.
And is it something that they shared together?
Yes.
She found peace in the nature, did she not, Amy?
Yes.
You were asked, I know, about Facebook messages that you had with Emily. Do you remember that line of questioning during your direct?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that you and I agree, Amy, that nowhere in your Facebook messages with Emily does she ever say that Matt is mean to her? Right?
No.
Does she say Matt hates her?
No.
Matt wants her dead?
No.
She talks about how does she not, that with COVID, she was working remotely.
Yes.
And you write, and I mean before May 24th and 25th, you write often, I love you both.
Yes.
This is only the first
She
witness.
talks to you, though, about how Matt coated a shepherd's hook that held a bird feeder, right, with Vaseline, and she joked that Matt actually didn't understand the ancient secret to keeping squirrels out of the bird food.
Yes.
And that's just on May 11th, just a week or two before.
Yes.
That's how she's describing Matt. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I want to go to the messages that you were asked about by Mr. Sleep.
Mr. Sleep. I'm sure that's not his name.
Told the jurors this message where he talked about the woods, right? That he's not ready to find her in the woods. Do you remember
Yes.
that? Are you a parent? I won't ask you about your children. But.
Yes.
And Joey was Matt's biological child.
Yes.
And are you aware that his other child had died of a disease at a very young age?
Yes.
And so his second child was dead in the woods.
Yes.
So it's from that context that I want to make sure the jurors know exactly what was written. You asked him if he wants to meet you somewhere to search, and he wrote, did he not? I am not ready to think that she is dead lying in the woods someplace, and that's what search parties are for, to look for bodies. But if everyone thinks it's for the best, then yes. Isn't that what Matt actually wrote, Emily?
Yes.
And then you wrote, sigh.
Yes.
I know. I'm still hoping a couple of her friends know something. They haven't responded yet. And then Matt says, I'm going to stay home and let the police investigate. They have her phone. I will keep you posted. Try not to worry. And then later he writes that his dad Palmer,
Yes.
is at the house, and so he can now go search. Remember that?
Yes.
Because he didn't want the house to be left empty in case Emily
Objection,
came
Your
home.
Honor, speculation.
Withdraw. And then you asked about the clothes that she was wearing when you left. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And he said he did not know.
Yes.
Matt called you every day, did he not? After she went missing?
Almost, yes.
Constantly communicated with her as the sister of Emily,
Yes.
keeping you updated on what was going on, or at least checking in.
No.
Did you answer his calls?
Yes.
I know that you were shown a picture of Emily.
Oh, please don't show her, like, deceased picture, because she's not seen
Set the
that.
stage, Amy. We
Okay.
could. This picture
Like,
was
let's not
posted.
go there.
This is Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2, showing the witness was marked 6, Exhibit 2. This picture was posted on May 25th, or May 24th, which is your testimony.
I commented on it on May 25th.
But it was posted on May 24th.
I don't recall.
And your comment, as you told the jury, was love this photo, love you both, or love you guys.
Yes.
And I just want to make sure the jury sees this, though. I'm zooming in for a reason. It appears that Emily is wearing 2 necklaces there, does it not?
Yes.
And the shirt of Matt's, it's a plaid shirt, red, blue, white.
Yes.
And it appears from the photo, and tell me if you can't tell, but that Matt's arm is extended,
Yeah, look, yes.
and he's smiling,
Yes.
and your sister seems happy there, does she not?
Yes.
At any point in time, and let me just show you this picture too. It's previously marked as defendant's exhibit B, if I may, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Amy, tell me if you recognize that picture, if you've ever seen that before.
Yes.
And what is that picture that I've just shown you marked as defendant's exhibit B?
This is the other picture at Field of Heroes I was remembering of Emily standing there.
And if I can, I just want to zoom this in. And it's not the best photo, but I promise you, Amy, it's no fault of my own. Emily's not wearing pants in that photo, is she?
She's wearing a mini skirt.
Right, and a t-shirt that at least covers her shoulder.
Yes.
And that necklace, that longer necklace that you see on her.
Yes.
She loved that. Was it? It was her birthstone, was it not?
I don't know.
And if I could zoom in on the shoes, again, it's not the best picture, but do they appear to you, Emily, to be tennis shoes? I'm sorry, Amy.
No, they look like hiking shoes.
Like little boots,
Yes.
but definitely not tennis shoes. One moment, Your Honor. Amy, I know that the prosecutor asked you at the end of your direct examination if you have been provided other details about the investigation or seen photos, and your answer was no.
Correct.
And so I know in your email to Detective Grubbs, the September 18th, 2020 email, you urged him, look carefully at the evidence, including footprints in the soil, fibers in her hair, fibers on her clothing, digital evidence on her phone, her laptop, and that of her spouse. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Because all of those things to you, Amy, could have led to an important determination, right?
Yes.
It could have answered some questions.
I hope.
And is it your testimony today that you've never been provided with the information that all of those things were looked for and nothing was found?
Objection. Ms. Stacy, evidence.
I'll look at it.
Could you please restate the
Sure.
question?
I'll break it out. Footprints in the soil, fibers in the air.
Approach, please.
Wow. He doesn't sustain many objections. He's kind of like, whatever.
With respect to the things that you asked Detective Grubbs to do, right? To look for trace evidence, right? That's what you were saying you wanted so desperately the police department to look for, right?
Yes.
And you've never been updated as to whether those things were found or not.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Come on, let's get to the jury questions.
How you doing, Amy?
You just talked to her. What do you mean,
Hard
how
to-
you doing?
Take a quick look at an email and be asked a bunch of questions about it.
Yes.
You were asked if you had an opportunity to look at it. You had a brief chance to review it, is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a bunch of questions about what was or was not in the email.
Yes.
And you answered, if I may approach this one.
Yes, Carmen.
Copy of this email. It was a defensive A, but I'm going to mark it as stays at a 4 as well, so that none of the parts are blocked off with the.
So the jury can ask questions. What they'll do, if you've never, it's really interesting if you've never watched a trial like this. So they'll write their questions down and then hand them to the judge. In the Maya Kowalski trial that just happened down in Florida, the Taking Care of Maya, where she sued the hospital, that jury was really invested in that trial, and they were allowed to ask questions, and they asked I think the judge or the lawyer for Maya at some points could have just sat down and just let the jury ask the questions, because they asked really good questions, and I'm hoping this jury does too. I've watched other trials where juries can ask questions. Sometimes they don't ask a lot. That trial down there, the jury asked questions every single time. One juror in particular was a former law enforcement officer, and now they're saying like the defense is now saying that he was leading the jury and is actually trying to get, I believe, a new trial because of it, or get the verdict overturned, saying that this guy was leading, he was the leader of the jury. Nobody's the leader of the jury. I've seen it in Florida, Arizona, and this is in Ohio. I don't think I've ever watched a trial from Ohio. I don't know if not showing the witnesses is a thing, because this is weird, or if they just have witnesses that don't want to be shown. Actually, I tried to watch, that's not true. I tried to watch the Pikeville, Ohio unaliving trial, where all the family members were unalived in one night, like 7 of them. It's horrible. But they had people so scared of the people that were charged in that town that they refused. Not only did they not want their faces on TV, they didn't even want their testimony out there. They didn't want their voices out there. Like, you're sitting in the courtroom, the people that were charged can see you. So I didn't watch that trial because it was 8 weeks of, you could hear a juror and then you might not be able to hear for the next 2 hours. It was just, so I was really looking forward to it. I thought it'd be interesting, but I think it should kind of be more of a thing. I think it would keep jurors more invested in what's happening, and I think it'd make them pay attention. But so I don't know. I don't know because it's not every trial in Florida. I've only watched one trial in Arizona. And so I don't know what makes it a thing and not a thing.
Sticker. Just for the record, stays on the floor. That same email we were just talking about.
Yes.
And you were asked if you recalled whether there was anything in the email about, first of all, the statement that the defendant made to you when he first made the phone call.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at the first paragraph on the bottom of the first page of that exhibit. Was that
Oh, I did say it.
email written when this was fresher in your mind?
Yes.
And do you recall exactly what you said to Detective Grubbs in the email? Without reading it, do you recall
No.
exactly what's in there?
No.
Does that email represent a true and accurate depiction of what you said to Detective Grubbs at the time?
Yes.
I would like you then to read what you wrote to Detective Grubbs at the bottom of that first page with regard to the phone call you received from Matt Moore.
Should I begin with when my phone rang?
Yes, ma'am.
When my phone rang May 25th, her phone number appeared. Naturally, I assumed it was her calling for our special conversation. It was her spouse, Matt Lyman Moore. He said that he was sorry Emily was gone. He said she had been missing since that morning. That made no sense to me.
And so, Amy, when you have an opportunity to actually read the email, you did in fact put to Detective Grubbs that that was the statement that the defendant made to you when he first called you to let you know.
Yes.
Kind of surprised the defense attorney asked that question if
That exhibit.
it really wasn't the answer.
Did you also specifically tell Detective Grubbs that you asked the defendant what they had argued about?
Yes.
So now that you've had an opportunity to actually read the email, did you tell Detective Grubbs the same things about that phone call that you testified to today?
Yes.
I want to continue talking about this email. You were asked on a bunch of occasions where Matt's name appears. You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember any specifically some of the things that you talked about that Emily had shared with you about her marriage?
No. I know I talked about them. I'm not.
And again, would this email represent your recollection that you wrote down at the time, which
Yes.
would be a true and accurate representation of what you recall?
Yes.
You were asked also that if Emily had ever messaged you things about Matt being mad or other things like that, but is that the only way you communicated with Emily?
No, she did text me one word that I understood in context, but I was not questioned about that.
We'll come back in a second, but as far as, do you also have phone conversations with your sister?
Yeah, infrequently. To be honest, we texted more than we spoke on the phone.
And that's fair. Was text messages the only way you ever communicated?
No,
Had Emily shared with you some struggles in her marriage?
only one.
And what was it?
That was vodka.
And what did that mean?
That was the word she texted to me, and that it meant to me that
Projection as to what it meant to her?
You know, if Emily was sharing problems in her marriage, could it be everybody's dying? Like everyone around us just dies. That'd be a problem.
Well, if you can present a foundation for that, I'll let you do so, but we'll determine whether she can answer that.
When you received the word vodka, without saying what it meant to you, why did it mean something to you?
because I asked Emily if Matt understood a joke that she had described to me, and she said no, and I said, why not? And she said, because vodka.
And relate that issue to drinking vodka.
I believe I did, yes.
Again, we're reviewing that.
Yes.
I'll refresh it. I hand you again, states number 4, starting with the
There.
second sentence of that second
Yes,
paragraph.
I did write that. She did not like her husband's use of vodka, and I surmised it interfered with his thinking. And then I give the example of that text I was describing.
Okay. Amy, you were also asked on cross-examination about calling Matt a big grizzly bear. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you were read from a portion of what Detective Grubbs had written down about your phone conversation.
yes.
Was that the entire conversation that you had with Detective Grubbs at that time? You just called him a grizzly bear and that was the end of it?
I doubt it. I don't recall.
Okay. You're not sure if there were any other discussions that you had with him at that time?
At that particular day, I don't recall.
Okay. You were also asked a lot of questions on cross-examination about not including the things you testified to about your phone calls with Matt. Do you remember those questions?
About not,
Not including in your email or not communicating
Correct.
to law enforcement the things that you now testify to.
yes,
Okay. Um, Again, do you remember exactly what was written in this email to Detective Gross?
not word for word, no.
And is it again an accurate representation of your memory at that time that you now no longer have exactly what was written?
Yes,
I'll show you again, paragraph 2, the second paragraph, top of page 2. Starting with after May 25th, and then stopping at May.
yeah. After May 25th, I spoke frequently with her husband. At first, it was pleasant. Then on 3 occasions, he demonstrated a desire to control, a threatening tone, and name-calling me in a text that also complained to my family about defamation of character that we were not committing. I no longer speak on the phone or text with Matt because of these negative and frightening interactions.
So again, you were asked on cross-examination if you had put in the email anything about those conversations, and you answered no, right?
Correct?
And that was after you only had a brief moment to look over the email and try to recall everything that was in it, right?
Yes,
But when you actually look and read the email, it is true that you did put the stuff in there about those conversations.
Sustained.
Is what's written in this email more or less accurate than your answers on cross-examination?
more.
You also were asked about phone conversations with Detective Grubbs, you remember that?
Yes,
And do you recall leaving Detective Grubbs a voicemail on June 12th?
yes.
And do you recall what that voicemail was about?
It was about the request for me to be the liaison with the police and that particular statement of you should think long and hard about whether you want to see your sister again.
And that was something that you did after your conversation with Matt and based on his reaction to you talking about with him.
Well, I'll put it, go ahead.
Yes,
I swear that judge doesn't sustain any objections. Come on, fuzzy hair.
You were asked some questions about whether you came to Ohio to physically search for your sister.
yes.
Why did you not come to Ohio?
We were quarantined.
And so were you,
Initially, we were quarantined, and then subsequent to that, we didn't know what happened to Emily, so I was a little frightened and worried about where I would stay. And I was unemployed and couldn't afford a hotel. So there were multiple reasons, and my I developed this digital way of collecting information and disseminating information that was helpful in looking for a missing person in particular, which I was hopeful Emily was initially.
She said none of that on cross-examination when asked that question. She just said, no, we were quarantined. Like, well, okay.
you were asked questions about your communications with Matt. They were fairly initially.
Yes.
When did that change?
After that phone call about wanting me to be the liaison with the police and the tone of voice that he used, I just did not speak with him on the phone after that.
Finally, Amy, you were asked some questions or read a portion of a sentence at the end, looking for fibers in hair, fibers on clothing, digital evidence, right?
Yes.
Was that entire sentence?
No,
Do you remember exactly the words of that entire sentence?
not exactly.
Would seeing that email, that would be an accurate representation of what you actually wrote at the time?
Yes.
I'm still not convinced that the defense didn't poke holes in her
Can
credibility
you, State's
or
Exhibit
memory,
4,
I guess, not
starting
credibility. She
at the
seems
bottom of page 2
credible.
with still, and then continuing on to the top of page 3.
What I wrote that day was still, I urge an investigation to look carefully at the evidence, including footprints in the soil, fibers in her hair, fibers on her clothing, digital evidence on her phone and laptop and that of her spouse, broken bones, crushed cartilage, and bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging. It is my expectation a clear and true understanding will come forth about Emily's death.
So
Wow.
defense counsel did not read you your entire sentence of the
No.
things that you encourage people to look at in this case.
Correct.
No further questions this time. Thank you.
And both sides are guilty of doing that. I hate it.
Prosecutor's completely right. You also wanted to know about broken bones, crushed cartilage. By cartilage, you meant what, Amy?
Cartilage is this part of your nose.
Oh, right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And bruising, so hemorrhaging, right? Like if she punched, you get a bruise. And you put bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging.
I said bruising inconsistent with suicide by hanging,
And
yes.
then it says, it is my expectation a clear and true understanding will come forth about Emily's death.
That was my hope.
And then you see further, because I want to make sure now to really include every single sentence. It says September 18, 2020, 9:52 a.m., and it reads examples of how Matt ties, T-I-E-S. Do you see that, Amy?
Correct.
Okay, and did you send Detective Grubbs samples of how Matt ties?
Samples. No.
Examples.
Examples, yes.
Okay, and so those should have been attached to the email that the state had? Let me have stickers.
That was,
I'm sorry, did you send the state examples of how Matt ties?
yes.
Showing the witness what has previously been marked as, or what is being marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Amy, do you recognize these shoes?
No.
Okay. If I could hone in, is this one of the pictures that you sent about how Matt ties?
I don't remember.
Well, what did you send the police? Because nothing's attached.
I sent photos that I saw on Facebook.
Of how Matt ties?
Yeah, of Matt's shoes that he was wearing.
And those, how many photographs did you send Detective Grubbs about how Matt ties his shoes?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You would agree, though, since we're being thorough, that the word you use is examples, plural, right?
Correct.
And attached to that is nothing.
On these emails
Yeah.
today, yes.
But your recollection is you sent Detective Grubbs pictures of how Matt ties, right?
Correct.
Because that's important, is not?
Objection, speculation.
Well, that was important to you.
It's true that I sent pictures.
I want to go back to the email, specifically the scope of the questioning on the redirect. The paragraph, second full paragraph, page 2, when you were asked about vodka. The state is so right. Let's make sure we have every sentence. It begins in that paragraph, does it not? Emily had shared some of her struggles in her marriage, living with Matt's traumatic brain injury and adjusting after Joey died, period.
Yes.
She said nature therapy was helping.
Yes.
Right? And then the sentence, she did not like her husband's use of vodka. And you surmised, Amy, did you not, that it inferred with his thinking?
I wrote it interfered, yes.
It interfered.
Yes.
That was your conclusion.
Yes.
And I want to be specific because the state's right. Let's be specific. You wrote to Detective Grubbs that Emily told you she did not like her husband's use, U-S-E, right?
Yes.
Not abuse. The word you use is use, is it not?
Correct.
Are you married?
I'm divorced.
In life, when you have had a partner, fair to say, Amy, that we don't always love everything about our partners.
Correct.
You just mentioned about the searches. And I think Andy, your brother, lives about an hour away in Ohio.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
You asked about why she didn't come for searches, and she said she didn't have anywhere to stay.
What was the problem?
I'll permit that answer.
Your brother Andy lives about an hour away.
Yes.
But about the searches, the fact that you weren't here, you didn't participate in searches on the ground, it doesn't mean just because you weren't participating in searches that you didn't love your sister, does it?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question you would like to ask this particular witness, you may write it down, and if you do, pass it to the end. Becky, our court reporter, will obtain those from you.
Looks like we have questions. Yeah, this judge pretty much has allowed everything. So,
Thank you.
looks like he's going to be the decider of questions.
Thank you. Would counsel proceed?
Nope, they're going to get to see. I would find that odd if they didn't get to see the questions, because you don't want a juror to object to it outright. That might make them mad. But I kind of like this jury asking questions. I think the defense did well. I mean, the state came back and hit pretty hard on redirect of this is the email. And then the defense was like, all right, you want the whole email in? Let's do it. And now the whole email's in. And part the state left out about how Matt Ty sings. You know, sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for there, either side, because this defense attorney, she doesn't take any crap. Let's see if we can. Don't want to go too far. He's. Come on. Seriously. I just can't get over how different he looks from the picture that they posted at that memorial thing. She may have absolutely baited the defense or baited the state, and they bit, and she reeled him on in.
Do you know of the nature of Matt's traumatic brain injury?
No.
Okay. The next question is, did Emily go through any type of therapy after her husband Mark died?
I do not know.
Okay. Did she go through any type of therapy after her father died?
I do not know.
Okay. And the final question is, did Emily go through any therapy after her mother died?
I do not know.
Okay. You've seen Exhibit 2, a photo of Emily and her husband on Memorial Day. Were those pictures sent by email, text, or messenger?
It was posted in Facebook on Emily's page, and I sent it by Facebook Messenger to a chat with Matt and Emily and I.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do these questions raise any questions the state would like to ask this witness?
Sir.
Defense. Okay. Thank you. You may sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Becky. One more. All right, I think this is probably an appropriate time since I've been advised that we're going to have another long witness testify for a midday break. So we'll take a break, come back at 1:30, and we will commence the trial. I'm not, where do they go? They come back up here or they go to the third floor? Okay, go to the third floor. You got the drill there, and then we'll bring you on.
Like this judge. Sometimes he seems lost. Other times he seemed like he was kind of falling asleep a little bit. Like, but the only thing I don't like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say if the stuff he's allowed or not allowed is good or bad. I have no idea. But he's only sustained a few objections. Honestly, other than the state not giving the whole email, both sides have been clean, except for that part. I haven't seen anything that has really just, I thought that, for lack of a better word, was, statey, like what the state does sometimes. I think the defense attorney did well with her. Because all I kept thinking is you kind of got to be careful with that witness because that's her sister. And if you come at her hard, you can tick the jury off. And I think she did a good job. I think she came at her just, hard enough to. And the jury picked up on the fact that Emily probably needed a lot of therapy. I mean, my goodness, when she started listing off, she had the deaths in the 90s. She had her husband in 2011, a friend in 2012, dad 2015, mom 2016, brother-in-law 2017, the mother-in-law January 2019, and stepson in July of 2019. That's a lot. I think the jury's picking up that that's a lot, and maybe she should have been in some therapy. And she quit. She was in therapy, but she quit. She quit going, and the sister wasn't even aware that she was going at all. Yeah, Carmen, a death a year. It's a lot, especially when they're traumatic. Self-deletings, car accidents, those are horrible because they're so unexpected and they're just so shocking. Let me find my cursor. I always lose my cursor. It's kind of bad about that. All right, here we go.
State may call the next witness.
State would call Sergeant House's name.
It's closed captionings. I'm pretty sure the state's not calling starting houses. I think we're going to get a police officer.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name, spell your last name for the record, please?
Robert Hollis, Hollis.
And what is your current occupation?
Sergeant with the Division of Police of Westerville.
Okay. What are some of your job duties as a sergeant?
Administrative duties, supervising officers and patrol.
How long have you been a sergeant at Westerville Police Department?
Sergeant, 1 month.
1 month.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
suppose.
Thank you.
Maybe I shouldn't congratulate you. I'm not sure. Do you have other law enforcement experience prior to becoming a sergeant?
As a patrolman for 8 years.
Okay. And what were some of your job duties as a patrolman?
Responding to calls, patrol, report taking, things of that nature.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you questions about May 25th, 2020. What capacity were you working on or about that time?
I was working second shift patrol at that time.
Okay. What types of training?
I know they have to ask these questions for foundation, but did you have any other experience before becoming sergeant? No, I just walked in and was declared, I'm sergeant. And they were like, okay. I mean, come on. I get it. I know they have to, but he could have phrased it differently.
Did you have to undergo in order to become a law enforcement officer originally?
You have to complete a state mandate training with OPATA and complete that course and be state certified to be a police officer.
Okay. OPATA is the training service for police officers?
Yes, sir.
What types of things did you have to go through, or what types of training did you undergo?
Firearms, driving, report writing, law enforcement, understanding how to apply probable cause and things of that nature.
And once you pass that initial training, do they hand you a badge and a weapon and send you on your way, or is there continuing training?
Yes, sir. There's continuing training. We have a FTO, stands for field training, and that is 16 weeks long before you're on your own.
Okay. And now that you're a sergeant, is there also trainings involved with that?
Yes, sir.
What types of training?
Well, mine, so to speak, I've gone to training on day shift, second shift, and third shift, strictly as a supervisor basis, responding to calls as needed, and supervising the officers on the scene.
Okay. So like I said, I'm going to take you back to about May 25th of 2020. Do you recall were you working in some capacity at that time?
Yes, sir.
And just remind me again, what was your position?
I was second shift.
That day, sometime in the late afternoon, early evening?
I do.
Okay. What's your recollection of the nature of that call that you received?
I was dispatched to an address on a report of a missing person.
Okay. Just one moment.
The defense and the state sure talk a lot during state's direct.
Sergeant, was it your understanding that the initial call came through from a 911 call?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Your Honor, we have labeled State's Exhibit 5 a 911 call, and I'd ask to publish to the jury in this case.
Any objection? No. Proceed.
Okay.
Barely. Matt, you guys? Matt Moore, record time is 46 Xbox home in Nashville. My wife, Alan Noble, has been missing all day. Her purse is here with her ID, her car is here with her car keys, and her phone's here. Okay. I mean, I don't know what you always identify to call. It's very, very uncharacteristic for her to do this.
Okay. And 46 Valley Cross Lane is where she's missing from?
Yes.
All right. And you said your wife?
No.
And when's the last time you saw her?
That's fine.
How old is she?
She's in 52.
52? Did you guys have any kind of fight or anything, or what?
No.
No? Okay. Is she going to be pressed?
No, we just had a great day yesterday. It was a day and went out and, celebrated to the Memorial Day. Went out to a couple of bars uptown. I got up this morning and she wasn't there, which is not that normal. But I mean, she usually comes home and goes for walks. It's just very unusual for her to see. Not in contact with me. Her phone was there. She always has her phone with her.
All right. What's your phone number, Mike?
702-884-1010.
And what's her name?
Emily Noble.
N-O-B-L-E?
Yes.
Okay, so did you guys go to bed last night and then you just woke up and she's gone?
He went to bed. I get up in the middle and I text and I'm feeling for, I can't tell you exactly the time, but I end up just going to sleep in another room. So I don't wake her up. I woke up late today, and I came to the end of the morning, which is unusual, and I kind of got up. We were supposed to go to picnic today. And she wasn't here. And she hadn't been home since. So.
Okay. She have any friends that she may be with that would have picked her up, or?
I can't see that happening because I don't know why it's supposed to be where I can and her phone. She has a really good friend on her website. I just choose the purpose of my call. I just called her.
Okay, she hasn't heard from her?
She hasn't heard from her, and she could tell that we probably she called you.
Okay. Okay, so when you woke up in the middle of the night, though, she was still there?
I don't know. Yes, everything was so normal,
Okay.
The only normal thing is that I got up this morning, she was there with speaking unnormal. If she walked, she goes towards me and she just fell outside. Well, she just never came back, and then I started looking around, and I noticed that the phone was still there, which was super unusual. The car was there, and everything was still there.
Okay. We have an officer headed up to talk to you or give you a call to see how we want to proceed with this, okay?
Okay.
You're there now, right? 46 Abbey Cross Lane? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Bye.
Now, Sergeant, you said then you, after receiving the initial call and being told of the situation, where did you go first?
I responded to the residents first.
Okay, was that 46 Abbey Cross Lane?
Correct.
And is that in Delaware County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who did you first meet with when you arrived on scene?
Mr. Moore.
Okay. So you arrived on scene, knocked on the door.
Yes, sir.
Who answered?
Mr. Moore did.
Okay. And what were your initial interactions with him?
I believe my first question to him was, did you call? Make sure, obviously, the right address. He stepped out of the condo there. Then I noticed someone pulled up in front of the condo, and a female got out, and I asked him, I said, is that your wife? And he says, yes. Then he says, no.
Okay. And did a female then walk up to you as well?
Yes,
Was that later identified to be Celeste Barone?
correct.
And after having a brief conversation outside, where did you go next?
We went inside Mr. Moore's home so I can continue my questioning about Emily Noble.
Okay. And generally speaking, what were you attempting to elicit at that time?
I'm trying to find out, did she leave because an argument? Did she leave, gather information to lead me to ask additional questions?
Now, I noticed while you're testifying today, it looks like you've got some sort of device in the middle of your chest. Is that
I do,
right?
yes, sir.
What is that?
This is our department-issued body-worn camera.
Okay. And would you have been wearing that back on May 25th of 2020 during these interactions?
One similar to this, yes, sir.
Okay. And do the body cameras pick up audio and video and record those conversations?
They do, yes, sir.
Okay. And are they then kept and saved in standard practice by the Westerville Police Department?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had a chance to review your body-worn camera footage from this incident?
Yes, yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, does it appear to be true and accurate and complete?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd ask to publish State's Exhibit 6, which would be the body-worn camera worn by then Officer Hollis.
Any objection? No. Proceed.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, I'm going to let this first little bit play. There does not appear to be sound initially, correct?
Correct.
What are we viewing right here?
I'm inside the cruiser there. My MDT, or I'm sorry, my computer is zoomed in to let me know exactly where the address is that I'm looking for. Getting out of the vehicle, and I'll soon activate my camera.
There
Now-
it is.
I picked a bad time to pause that, but in the top right-hand corner, there appears to be a time signature on there. I believe it says 2206 and then 052 or 05Z.
Yes.
Okay.
Just did it.
Is that in, I guess, Greenwich Mean Time or Zulu time?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay. So would this have been about 6:06 p.m.?
Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing? This her? That's your wife? Oh, okay.
You looked just like her for like a second. I was like, oh my God, there she is.
Okay.
And more.
No, Officer Holly. Hello.
Celeste.
Okay, so what's going on?
She's uncharacteristically missing.
Okay.
Just her wallet's here. She carries a wallet. I need some money. Her phone's here. Car's in the garage. I've been up since 10 probably.
10 a.m. today?
Probably. Guessing about that time. A little bit later than I usually sleep. And she just hasn't been there. I sleep in this room. I get up in the middle of the night sometimes to go to the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't go back into there because I don't know the rest. So I can look at it for a second. When I got up this morning, all I did was look on my phone, find my phone, and it said she was here. So I got this morning, see if she's in the other room. And so I got up, I walked around.
What made you lost me a little bit? You said you got up, went to the restroom, and you went back to this room?
Yeah.
And then you looked on your phone to see if she was here?
Last night.
Okay.
Because my prostate, I don't know if you're that age.
No.
I get up, I eat, so I can get back into bed. So I wake her up, I just fall asleep on the couch.
Did you go to sleep with?
Okay, so the whole looking on the phone to see if she was in the house, that's not that big of a deal. Me and family members, we have an app on our phone. So if I was in his position where I had went and slept in a different room and then I woke up, I would probably just check my phone to see if my husband was home. Like, now, if he wasn't home, I would look to see where he was. So if it said he was home, I wouldn't worry about it. Now, if I got up and I couldn't find him, that'd be different. But just getting up and checking, it doesn't mean anything. It's just how we are. It's just what we do now. We rely on our phones for freaking everything. Like, everything. So I guess it's just us being lazy. But I don't hold that against him. I know this state made a comment about him not going through the house and looking for her. At that time, he probably just woke up and just looked at his phone to see if she was there. Her phone was there.
With her?
Prior to that,
Okay. Did you call her?
I called, she's her best friend, and I was like, no, man, I've been waiting around all day for a job. I called her. We were supposed to be at a party today.
What time was that? What time was the picnic?
She didn't tell me. It was part of the picnic at some time. She didn't tell me when it was in the start. I was just waiting for her to tell me when we should go. I texted her twice and said, hey, we're at the party. She didn't get back to me. So
Okay.
I called that guy, and I said, she
What guy?
The guy was at the party.
Okay, is this a friend? Do you know this guy?
It's an old friend of hers that she just connected with on Facebook. He invited her to a Memorial Day party.
Okay.
So I texted him and said, hey, listen, all that.
Okay. So you got his phone number through Facebook? Is that how you got it?
She didn't shit. I got on her phone and I tried to look through her. I was investigating and I looked through it. I saw that she had called some guy's number or some number. And I looked it up on Facebook and I saw his face. She had shown me a picture of her. He looked like him and texted her.
Okay.
She's not over.
Okay. When was the last time you seen her?
I can remember some time together.
Here?
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember Friday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was the last time you seen her talk to her?
She texted me Friday after I got home, and then I texted her yesterday, wish her happy birthday. And that was,
Did she respond?
she responded with a happy birthday, but then I see.
Just briefly there at 4 4 minutes and 59 seconds. The female that we see here in the camera view, who's that?
I believe her name is Celeste.
Okay. And then again, the individual on the left is Matheau Moore, the defendant?
Correct.
So, yeah, it was yesterday at 6:20, 6:16 was the last time.
And what did she say?
Well, I just said, happy birthday. She just said,
An emoji?
emojis.
And that was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
She forages, she goes for walks, and she picks wild edibles. That's kind of her hobby. She goes around here. The short walk, 15 minutes the most. A lot of the time I was talking that. But
So is that something you guys do together?
sometimes,
So you would know where we could look if we need to go that way?
yeah, but I mean, it's public, it's on a bike trail. I mean, I don't know why she would stop there.
The
Bridge
bridge.
over there.
Mhm.
So she just goes on the grass side, and there's a lot of the wild plants, and actually we walked over there last week Friday, so I kind of know where it's at. And that's why I came over, so we'll walk it and see if something happens to her.
But her not bringing her phone is very odd.
But that's not normal.
She's careful. She's very, very smart, careful person. She does go for walks alone. She's just, she would never leave the house without all that stuff.
Well, the only I can think of is she forgot her phone, and she went for a walk, and something happened to her.
But you haven't seen her since 10 o'clock.
Honestly, definitely, we were together last night. We spent the day, came home, we slept together in her bed. I got up. I'm guessing it was early.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, when you're asking questions, Mr. Moore, how did he describe the bed?
How did he describe the bed?
Correct, just there about 2 seconds ago.
He said that they went to bed in her bed, but quickly corrected himself and said our bed.
What types of information are you trying to gather in this moment?
I'm trying to understand if Emily left on her own power or if there's more to the situation that hasn't been presented to me yet.
During these initial encounters in these types of cases or in these types of call-outs, are you generally asking a lot of questions, or tell me about that?
Yes, we're trying to ask a specific amount of specific questions to get to.
All right, so it's not uncommon for couples to not sleep in the same bed. So maybe they start off that way. He obviously could not sleep for whatever reason and went to his son's room, which is also understandable because it's his son who's not here anymore room. But there's just a lot of couples that they don't sleep in the same bed, so maybe they just start off that way and then he gets up and moves. So maybe that was maybe that's why he misstated that, misspoke, whatever. They just read stuff into everything sometimes.
What type of missing we're looking for? Are they autistic? Do they suffer from dementia? Are they suicidal? Just those basic baseline questions. What is she wearing? Who are some of her friends? Where could we start looking? So yeah, those are questions that as soon as we arrive on scene, we want to start getting, so I can get the information to other officers as soon as possible.
Continuing now at 6 minutes and 57 seconds.
Usually I make till like 3 before I have to get up and go to the bathroom. Last night it was like I'm saying 12:31. I got up, went to the bathroom, went into this room, fell back to sleep. Took a while to get back to sleep, and I woke up late, like 10:30, which is unusual. We can get up around 6. And I got up and she's tired. She's tired.
Okay, you said you guys went to celebrate her birthday?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
We went out to right outside the town. There's a spring, a water spring. It's a town about an hour 20 minutes southeast of here. I'm sure you don't have my phone. Collected some water. Halfway back, we stopped and had a picnic. Collected apples. That was our hobby. Got back in the car, came here. Decided to go down to we were, the things were opened up. Went to Colette. Went to Bagnell's. And we went to GD's. Came home. I sleep.
Okay. There's going to be another cruiser coming here. If you don't mind talking with him, just give him some information before you go and take off and look at the path for me. That would be very helpful to me. And then I'm going to talk to you inside here, okay? So 50 to 74, how far are you? 50 to 74, you can make contact with a brown-haired female out front for me, get her name information, and just get a little bit more information from her for me. Okay, you guys live here, just the two of you?
I'm sure they're probably going to say something about him having a gut feeling like he did about his son. Can you blame him? I mean, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility here.
Okay. Let's start with, where's her wallet? Is that where she left it when y'all came home? Okay.
That was last night. It was on her pencil. I picked it up.
Okay. Will you give me your ID, please? Thank you. Not at this moment, but possibly we need to search some bike trails. 74 is going to get more info for me from the other lady out front. What's the phone number you have for her cell phone? Hollis.
I think I can rattle off 3 numbers by memory. 4, but I'd have to look on the rest of them.
8814. And that is that this one here? Okay, so that's Apple. Okay. All right, so you said you got up at 10 a.m. and you both went to bed together last night. What time do you think you guys got home after celebrating your birthday?
We went out early, so it wasn't that late. I'm guessing, but it was light when we left the bar.
When you got home? Okay.
We started out early at 4, 5. I'm guessing I needed to be around time. It's like,
I'm assuming you both were drinking and stuff last night? Okay. Okay. So you came back home. What car did you guys drive back here? The silver car out front? Okay. Does she suffer from any illnesses? Does she have dementia? Has she ever threatened to harm herself? Ever done this before? Okay. Is y'all's relationship healthy? Did she never threaten to leave you or anything like that? No? Okay.
no more than any other relationship.
I mean, you guys,
Never physical, never
okay.
issues or bullying and stuff.
Okay. Okay. How long you guys been married?
We got married August, 2 August ago. I guess either 2 or 3, but I think it's 2.
You don't remember the year?
No, it was either 2 or 3. It's 3 Augusts, 2 Augusts ago.
Okay. Okay. Where's your driver's license? I'll get that so I get everything spelled correctly for a report. Thank you, sir.
I got a big feeling she's gonna cut off, I don't know.
You said she's never done this before, right? Her phone, her wallet.
Sergeant, what did Mr. Moore just say there?
That she's never done this before?
Right. Did he just say something along the lines of, I think she's gonna pop up?
He did say that, yes, sir.
Okay.
But everything
This is not her fault. This is why I wouldn't be calling for something like this. It's just her wallet, her phone, her car, her being up for 5 hours, now 6 hours, whatever it's been. So,
And what time was that supposed to start?
she didn't know she said that. Yeah.
Memorial Day party. Do you know where that Memorial Day party was located?
I texted him. I figured out on his phone who he was.
And what's the phone number for you, sir?
702
702
884
884 1010. Thank you.
This guy, her lesson from Ohio, I don't know what it is. Well, you can somehow get to his Facebook page. And he seemed like just an old friend that got a hold of him, married. And I texted him. you've seen her,
Is he the only person you know that you could reach that would be at that party?
yeah, I'm in there pretty much.
Okay.
It was her. The only person that she was him as well.
Okay.
So it was, and she would have, she would have went a lot.
Okay. All right. So I see that the bed made. Did you?
That is, I just noticed that. You're right. I remember that she did.
Now, Sergeant Hollis, why did you take note of the bed in that situation?
Up until this point, Mr. Moore has expressed to me that they both slept in the bed after going out to celebrate her birthday. That he got up, went to another room in the house to finish sleeping. And I was curious about the bed, kind of trying to get an understanding of what her morning started out. If she started out like a normal day, if that's something that she does all the time, and he was already in another room, that would suggest one thing. Another thing I was thinking was, since the bed was made, that the story may have been that neither one of them slept in that bed that night.
And are you, in this moment, trying to gather as much information as you can in order to try and find Miss Noble?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I stopped the recording at 15:21, and I will continue now.
That's amazing. So she was, I'm guessing, here this morning.
Okay. Where was her cell phone? Was it with her wallet?
Yes.
Okay.
Really any signs of any struggle.
Walks.
Quite the clean.
To the Constantine, take a left, and take the first right, and it takes you to that bike route. Take a right, and it'll bring you down the county line.
Mm-hmm.
The county line is a bridge.
Right.
Right on that bridge, there's where she likes to go with a lot of yellows on. So literally, that's her walk.
Did you go there today looking for her?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I mean, I've been keeping calm.
So, Sergeant, at 16:22, did the defendant just give you an explanation of the walking path that they would typically go on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did he indicate whether he had gone to look there at any point during this day up to this point?
He said he had not.
Okay. I mean, like, she's just gonna pop up and I call.
I mean, bathrooms or anything. Do you take any medication or anything that she needs to take?
Not in concern. She has something for like that you should it's like a
Okay.
She's very healthy. She's super. This house is clean.
Are these the clothes she had on last night or yesterday?
Jean skirt.
I don't know. They're just laying right there.
This is her purse. This is her purse. That's not good. No. I don't know what this is.
What's that red thing? Is that a shirt? Okay. A sleeve. Okay. Is that her phone or something?
Not the door.
Oh. I'm right here, boss. This is my supervisor here.
Hey, just want to touch base with you, see if you need anything.
Yeah, I can talk to you real quick.
Yeah, he's getting some information from her, and he's going to check one of the trails.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to my supervisor real quick. I'll be right back to continue our conversation. Want to start circulating the area about. So just give me just a second, and I also want to contact St. Anne's to see maybe if she's over there. Okay, give me just a second, sir. Thank you.
So, Sergeant Hollis, from about 18 minutes and 31 seconds on your recording here till about 25 minutes, so roughly 6 minutes. Are you speaking with your supervisor?
Yes.
Just giving him an update on the situation?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit to about 25 minutes. 2 seconds.
I kind of figured he turned it off when he was talking to us.
I'm gonna check the hospital. Can you show me your vehicle? Is it been this way or this way? We're checking the hospitals now. So, do you remember if the door was locked
I'll be guessing.
Or did she?
Our guess, our door go away. Usually we this way.
Okay.
Garage doors, I'll usually all doors. Can you put keys in the car?
All right, so her keys are in the car.
She's really small, she's 100 pounds, probably like 5'2".
I mean, he's giving them access to
Stands way up.
everything.
I'll check the trunk, I don't know, just,
Oh, no, I understand, but I do.
at the worst case scenario, maybe she did something to herself. But
Do you have any reason why? That's what I'm, you know what I mean?
I would hate to think about
Okay, okay. Because we're trying to put a timeline together, and that's typically the hardest thing for us to do. Because you last saw her, and you guys went to bed. And you separated from her when you went to the other room. So, she had a huge head start on us. We just called the hospital now. They're checking.
The bed being made, how would me if she left this morning?
Right. So then I will wonder, how did she leave? Did she leave through the garage door, or did she leave through the front door? Yes, ma'am? If you want to go search where we're not, that would be a huge help. Any more help with that can help, be beneficial. It really could.
Do you know what she does? Have you ever been on that walk?
Well, we went on Friday, we walked. We went around the bike path opening, and then we went down on the grassy side, and then just over for,
But she didn't take you to that, I don't know what it is. It was just one circle you guys did, though. You didn't go veer off and go somewhere else. There's another apartment on the street up there that Lowell's and Lowe's or a Home Depot. I don't think if she went for a walk, she would have,
How intoxicated do you think she was when you were at home?
we were fine.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. Did she?
She does get drunk, but she wasn't, I've seen her way worse. She wasn't slurring.
She wasn't slurring. Were you more intoxicated than she was yesterday? You don't think so? Okay.
I gotta check a little off.
All right, thanks, Paul.
They're gonna check north and south on that trail, and then get a little something,
Okay.
if something happened, and she didn't have her ID on her.
But
She has medical conditions?
you said a little bit of anxiety, but she doesn't take the medicine every day.
She's really.
Is that medicine here?
Sure.
Can you find it for me? I would really like to know what kind it is.
It's called Klondike.
Colonic, okay. But she sees,
She's 90 yards tall.
Okay.
She's split in half.
but she see a doctor or counselor or
I
anything?
heard that part of her life. I don't know any doctor. She does obviously don't prescribe support.
Right. Okay.
How long have you guys been together?
I met her, about 4 years ago, I think, and when I moved away, I came back, I think 2 years ago. It was 2 Augusts ago, we got married. So I've been here about it'll be 2 years, I think, this summer.
Okay.
And there was a period, a year before that, I thought for 4 years.
Okay. All
So
right.
I'm usually there.
How long have you been best friends with her?
3 years maybe.
Were you best friends with her before they were together? Okay.
We met at the pool. I own a condo that I rent on the other side here, and we met at the pool.
Okay.
But last year we went to the beach together, and
So pretty close?
yeah.
Okay.
She considers
Yeah.
Have you ever known her to want to harm herself or? No, not at all. You never saw any signs, never conversations that kind of make you go, huh, nothing like that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not good. That's why this is a lot. Yeah, this is just a lot. I'm just thinking now, she did have a pin removed out of her ankle last year, and ankles are pain on that, and she doesn't seem to have any issues, but I just, this is.
She's the straightest, squarest person I've ever met. She does everything. She's taught me a lot just since I've been with her. She's really meticulous. This is uncharacteristic. She would never feel someone not tell you where she's going. It's just me. I lasted as long as I could today. Just being like, she's going to show up, whatever. She's 14, she went for a walk, took a trip. Ours here, make someone pick her up, which I don't think I've ever had. I've never had it.
Well, she would have taken her home. I mean, that's silly. And she would have told you that she's going somewhere or had her friend text you.
And what was that name of that place you said you guys were at?
We went to Chipotle, what was the place?
Oh, the great coat.
Oh, I mean, the place where you said it was almost 2 hours away or something like
Oh,
that.
yeah, there's a spring there, where you can collect spring water.
Okay.
It's ice. It's a town, I can.
You can show me that? Okay.
Hollis, I just paused it there at, I believe, 31 minutes and 48 seconds into the recording. And may I approach him? I previously labeled screenshot here, Mark States Exhibit 7. Can you take a moment and look at that?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be the same still shot we have on the video right here? 22, 37, 24 Zulu time on your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to keep playing here at 31 minutes and 48 seconds.
But still, EUCHTPL, Ohio. THTPL, very small town. And the spring like this on the corner of Franklin Street in Marietta.
Okay. All right. Did it look like she had some food before she left? Were there any bowls in the sink? Was there any?
You know what, I ordered, each place we went, I ordered food, and I ate it. She's very small.
Okay.
I had too many good ones.
So then,
She doesn't eat snacks. She's really small. She's like 100 pounds.
what about her shoes?
Oh, yes, you mentioned her shoes. I just wanted to make sure that I approved of her shoes.
You have what? Proofs?
I approved of her shoes. But I believe it was one of those pair of shoes wearing at the bars last night. Not at the hotel fountain.
Okay.
But I think she was wearing a pair of those.
Would you be able to tell me if any shoes are missing?
No.
You wouldn't be able to tell me that, or no, they're not?
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I'll have to guess. She had several pairs of sneakers. She has all the shoes.
Yeah, no. She had several pairs of sneakers. So is she? Do you see the clothes that she was wearing last night?
She was wearing this last night.
What about top?
Sergeant Hollis, you asked about the clothes that Ms. Noble was wearing the night before.
Yes, sir.
And does Mr. Moore identify clothing that he believes she was wearing the night before?
He does. He picks up a skirt that he believes she was wearing the night before.
Where were those located?
Inside a walk-in closet?
Okay, so what we're seeing right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not the bathroom, is it?
No, sir.
Okay. 33 minutes and 37 seconds, I'll continue on.
You don't know where the top is? Okay. Okay. So yesterday, you guys were here in the city celebrating her birthday.
We got up. I don't know what time it was, but it was early. It was early because we ended up on my dad's little garden there. I said at the time, we drove all the way out to Bush.
Bustle.
Fill up some water jugs, which took 10 minutes. Then we got right back on the road. Halfway through, we stopped at a rest stop. We had lunch, a picnic there, and some flickings. Came home. It was, we went right to my father's. And there, my father was there, and he had some friends over to a couple. We gardened, they had a guitar. We were probably there 4 hours, maybe. Okay. Like 4. So we came home, washed up. So we were out early. That's for us.
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Right.
5:30, whatever it was.
Right.
That's when we went downtown. I can't tell you exactly when we went back.
Okay.
Those 2 places.
Coblay.
Coldplay.
Okay.
We came home, and I guess where it was probably still light out. So I mean, it was still light at 8. I don't think we're down.
Okay.
I had those receipts and stuff or whatever. And we went to bed, and we slept, and just like normal. I got up. It was early, because earlier than I usually get up. I go eat with my prostate. Just every night, I looked at the clock, and it was late. It was early. Earlier than normal. It was like 12:30, 1 o'clock maybe. And I'm like, okay, go into this room here. And fell asleep on the couch. It took a while for me to get back to sleep, because I woke up later. Usually I get back to sleep within an hour, and then I'll be up at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. I woke up, I think, around 10:30. I looked on my phone. I looked for her to see where her phone was. I got a search to see if she was here. And said she.
Pause here at 36 minutes and 16 seconds, Sergeant. You walked through basically the entirety of the condo on that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me it's probably close to 800, 900 square feet?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Approximately. Yes, sir.
Would you describe it as small, big? That's fine, I'll withdraw.
I'll give you something. I lied there for a little bit. Facebook him, made some texts probably, and eventually I came out and guess what it was. She wasn't here. But well, okay, let's just maybe And I started discovering things. Here's her phone. There's her wallet. There's her wallet. I'm on the car. There's your car. Well, maybe she went for a walk. Hours went by until I just got one of those. I got a phone call. This is so strange. That's pretty much time-wise. Okay. You know, I'm nervous.
So, when you got up, you didn't use the bathroom in the bedroom, you used this one here?
Yeah, I do the same thing. I get up and I just worry about that. And I go back and
Okay. Is this like your main cave, or
I call it that. Yeah, it's my room, but I can come here.
your relaxation room and stuff? Okay.
This is the message from the hospital. It's not here. Yeah, it's the routine that you get into because I wake up and I don't want to disturb, so I just come here and fresh out. And I didn't hear her leave. I texted her at 11 something after we still going to that party. Yeah, it was all before. She was really off and I texted her and I said, she said, she didn't turn her phone call. So even at that point, I didn't know her phone. I thought she had a text free. That month's ago, but she never. All right. Suicide, man. I don't know. My son did suicide.
Your son committed suicide? Did she know?
Sergeant House, before Mr. Moore says, suicide man, I don't know, what's the nature of your conversation at that time?
We weren't speaking about suicide. I was still gathering information about her possible daily routine. I didn't ask him any questions about anything at that time.
And were you still gathering information so that you could search for Miss Noble?
Yes, sir.
Starting again at 38 minutes and 31 seconds.
Again, though, given all that they have been through, his son just self-deleted a year before. His brother, I assume it was his brother. It was the brother-in-law, so I would assume it was his. Or maybe it was her first husband's. Whatever. He self-deletes. His mom is gone. He's had all day to think about this. He's been waiting for her to come home for hours. It's not a leap for him to go to that thinking that she has self-deleted. It's not like this huge jump that they're going to make it sound like here. She left everything. He can't find her. So now they're going to make a big deal because he said that. Because officer was not asking those questions.
Really close. My son had schizophrenia. He died. He was really sick. And also he's got horrible disease and killed him. Worst thing we ever met. Schizophrenia. She wasn't schizophrenia. Okay, that wasn't.
Does she have kids? Okay. Does she have a job?
She does. Department of Medicare. She works from home now.
She works. She's been working from home. So is she expected to work tomorrow? Okay. Okay. All right.
I searched this house up and down. I went up and got it. The attic door shuts. She couldn't walk up in there and pull it up. She's not doing it. I don't know because she's not there. And she's also got a place of time. But now she's there.
All right. And you don't have an alarm system on your house? Okay. Any camera system? Any camera system or anything? So we still don't know what door she left out of?
Yeah, I would guess it would usually be.
Through the garage door? Then she would have to put the code in and put the door back down.
Just push it from the inside opens and then just push it and just close it.
Oh, really? Okay, you have to put a code, put it back down. Okay. Okay.
I mean, the house is clean, but it's lived in.
We just don't know.
But it doesn't look like anything's
Why she
out
left her
of
stuff
place.
online. And she no history, mental illness or anything like that.
She's so practiced. She's so, everything's on. She goes on time. She's always.
Do you guys own any firearms?
I do.
Have you checked to see if it's still here? You did check, or you know it's here?
It's here.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me go out to my cruiser, make some more phone calls, and yeah, if you could do me a favor, try to get back in touch with that guy who's having a cookout. See if she's made any other.
I've done a little bit of that already. I mean, if you want, you can only do it.
What did you find? Like, has any new things been posted? Was a lot of friends saying happy birthday?
That's a lot of friends saying happy birthday. The regular crew people. We didn't remember a lot of shit at the time. The only new thing that is this guy that is this part.
And what's his name?
I will find that out.
Okay.
Let's go. Phone call. Message. He should be somewhere.
You calling from your phone or her phone?
I thought I did it from her phone. There I go.
Okay. You keep,
I'll keep looking.
yeah, keep looking for that. Do that for me, and I'll be right back. Okay. Thank you. Where are her house keys? In her.
Maybe she didn't change now. She's not wears the makeup. That's not. You just never contact her.
So she doesn't have house keys at all?
I'm sure she would have house keys somewhere.
Okay. Oh. Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Sergeant Hollis, from about 43 minutes and 30 seconds here on the video, I stopped at 43:25. Do you go back to your cruiser at that point?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you're getting additional information, giving out information?
Correct. Yes, sir. Checking hospitals and things of that nature. Also, the guys that were searching the trail. I want to make contact.
Time period, where is your cruiser located?
In front of Mr. Moore's home.
Okay. Other than you being in front of the home and Mr. Moore being in the house, were other people coming and going inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay, so just the two of you were there?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to fast forward to about 1:15:09. And is this when you walk back up to the residence to talk to Mr. Moore again?
It looks like that. Yes, sir. So we found a little bit of information. We still don't know where she is yet. Okay. Your neighbor saw her in the garage about between 9 and 10 a.m. this morning. Said she was just standing in the garage. When he was leaving, he saw her. She was just standing there. He said hello. She said hello. This morning. This morning. Yeah, around 9, 10 o'clock. He went about his business. 51. Okay. So we know somewhere around. Okay. So my question to you is, are we?
Sergeant Hollis, stopping at about 1 hour, 15 minutes, and 49 seconds. Up to this point, what was Mr. Moore saying in terms of when he believed Emily disappeared?
Sometime before he got up at 10 a.m.
Okay. So the information you just gave him, was that new information or was that different information?
No, sir. It wasn't new information at all.
Okay, so based on his initial statement to you, the information you just gave him didn't change anything?
Correct. Had contact with her not too long ago. The date escapes me. I'm sorry. Where she was very intoxicated in the middle of State Street. We had contact with her within the last 2 years, where she was very intoxicated in the middle of State Street. State Street. Where we picked her up and brought her here. Do you know the name of Timothy Durbin? Do you don't know that name? Well, he said he would take care of her, okay? Make sure nothing else happened. So we're sending cars to his address to see if she's there. Timothy Durbin, he lives in Genoa, not too far from here.
How long ago was this?
This was a few years ago. Yeah, this wasn't recent. I want to say it was either 17 or 19. I don't know. Okay. So.
And Sergeant Hollis, or was it later determined that incident you were just describing was on July 1st of 2017?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Starting again here at 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 55 seconds.
So what we're doing now, we know we started this morning. Now we're checking his address up here, and we also are going to Boyer Park.
Yes.
Okay, Boyer Park. All right, so we're checking that avenue as well. So that's what I was in my car working on. I believe she told us. Celeste. I believe she gave us that information. So we looked it up and go, okay, that's someplace we need to go check. I understand. I know that's hard for you, but
it's really great because it was 10:30 this morning.
between 9 and 10.
It was all night, it was cool.
Yeah.
She was sober.
Yeah.
She wasn't like, I'm sure she's around.
Okay.
She has to be.
Okay. So yeah, she's not in any hospital.
Did he see her leave?
No, he just said he left. She was standing in the garage with the door open.
Yeah, she's always guarded.
Okay, so yeah,
This is what I have.
between 9 and 10, and she left. Okay.
Does that sound like a news story kind of? What can happen to someone at 10 o'clock in Westerville?
That part I don't know. And the part that we try to figure out is, there are two things we try to figure out when someone's reported missing. Did they do it on purpose, or did someone take them? And that's what we always try to do. I don't care if it's kids.
It's 10 in the morning.
That someone took her? Very, very low. Very low. But like I said, you know your wife, but we don't know her if I don't know if she was deep in thought, I don't know if she was upset about something, but you understand something doesn't make sense if she is squared away like I see her to be, and she leaves without her phone, her keys, her ID, money, she just, I'm done. We'll walk off.
History of walking around.
But not at 10 in the morning. Yeah. Right. And
I'm sure she will.
okay, there, okay.
Unless, it's just
From what Celeste tells us, she said you're the love of her life. You guys have a very good relationship. So yeah, let us do some more digging, and see what we can do, okay?
I'll stay here. I'll just stay here.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll be out here in front of your house for a little bit. Oh, absolutely. I'll definitely give you that before I leave. And then I'll go over the options of what my report's going to say, and things of that nature. But I'm still waiting to hear back from Genoa from up there. If he's a friend, maybe she's not with him, but maybe he knows where she may be. So, well, I'll definitely, if I hear anything, I'll let you know. Okay.
Pausing here, Sergeant Howell's at 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds on the video. Do you again return to your cruiser?
Yes, sir.
And what are you doing during that time period?
I'm making contact with Genoa Township to see if they made contact with Mr. Durbin, I believe his name was. And he said he had not seen or heard from Emily.
Okay. Are you also documenting and catching up on information as well?
Yes, sir. Adding her to the call as well as Mr. Moore, seeing any more contacts we may have had with either one of them. And at that point, I had units going out to Boyer Park, which is it's a large area, so they were out searching that part right there.
So again, is your cruiser located in the same place you testified to earlier?
Yes, sir. It hasn't moved.
Okay. Other than yourself and Mr. Moore, are there other people coming and going inside the house?
No, sir.
Okay. Just the two of you again?
Yes, sir.
Going forward to 207, roughly 42.
He's over here. Thank you. Did you get a hold of any friends or anyone?
I got older sister, she's calling.
Her sister? Where's her sister live?
Maryland, outside DC.
Oh, so far away.
But she knows her friends via Facebook.
Okay, cool.
If you bounce out pretty bad, I don't want to call her friends. Like, just make her good word. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Calling me, it seems to be like the place just to make sure that. I do have one more phone call. I have a cousin that was just down the road, over here.
Okay.
They wouldn't allow her not to call me. I have a father who was working, and I just called him. There's no way that they would just let her reduce.
Right.
So it just seems odd to call everybody.
Is there any other place she likes to go to?
Yeah, she's got, not without her car.
Not without her car, okay.
She walks, she goes to like, if there's a path or a place to walk.
Mm-hmm.
So far, I don't know what he said that just made them hone in on
Where are you
him.
from?
Las Vegas.
Oh, okay, okay.
Was it
All right,
that?
now,
Was he
I
from
also
Vegas?
noticed, are you guys legally married? Okay, I just know the last names were different. That's okay. I was just curious. You did ask about the car, and I want to give you that to you before I forgot. That's all my information. front, that's the report number on the back. Okay, so right now what I'm gonna do is get with radio, and we're gonna send out we have a large law enforcement database, and I'm trying to make this as easy to understand as possible. This law enforcement database goes to every police department in the state of Ohio. I'm gonna attach a note to her OL, says, hey, if you come in contact with this person, we need to make contact with her, get with us. Oh, we have everything, yes, sir, we have everything. So that's the next step, and as well as the report. You just keep doing what you've been doing. Trying to get in touch with as many people as possible. Yeah, because at this point now, you gotta call as many people as you can. Because now we're at the point, it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Now, for someone to be gone that long, how about 7 years? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Most people, it's really weird, most people will disappear, do the same thing, leave all their stuff, and they just need a break. They just go somewhere, you don't hear from them for a few days, then you're like, hey, need a break. It is more common.
What do? They just like walk somewhere?
But most of the time they drive. Most of the time they get in a car and they just go. But yeah, it's honest to goodness, it's not uncommon for people to do that. So if you guys went out and had a wonderful time, sounds like you guys are happily married, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary with their moods or anything like that, I don't have any more information. Only information we're going to get is going to come strictly from you now. So we can check.
I want to screw things up.
What do you mean?
Really bad time and dates, and I'm just not good at that shit. I just don't want to get along with it.
It doesn't sound like you could. No, you were with her yesterday. We just don't know if she left last night or this morning. That's the only thing we don't know. We don't know how much of a head start she has. Is there all the bikes in there? Did she take a bike?
The bikes are there.
Okay, all the bikes are there? Okay.
It's literally like you can. It's just not her.
Or someone came and picked her up.
Someone came and picked her up, you would think it would be on.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm not into, I don't know. I'm so much shit's running through my head right now.
Right.
Let me show you one thing.
Okay.
Is this because I'm crazy?
No, show me.
This thing here, I don't know. This thing here doesn't belong here.
So I'm going to pause it there at 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 19 seconds. Did Mr. Moore just say this didn't belong here?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and then he's identifying an area in the back of the garage?
Yes.
And that's the area we can see on your body camera here?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Hollis, just going to have you now look at what's been labeled States Exhibit 8. Can you take a moment to look at that? Does that appear to be a screenshot of what we have on the screen here?
It is.
Okay, and on your body cam, that would show 001854.
Yes, sir.
Both those screenshots we talked about, they appear to be true and accurate based on your body camera?
Yes, sir.
And your body camera is true and accurate based on your review and your recollection? Starting here at 2 hours, 13 minutes, and 19 seconds.
What do you mean it doesn't belong? Now, can she reach that? Because she's very short.
I would hate to think, I don't know, man. It's just weird. It's here. And I don't know if there's more than one thing out here. We inherited this house from our mother.
Right.
They're all our mother's stuff.
Okay.
I don't really know too much about it. I would just, why is this here?
And her mom passed away and out of a car crash, correct? Okay.
I don't. This is. We went to that spring and filled it out. This is the spring water.
That's the spring water.
I got home.
Your phone
I
rings.
just brought it home, put it there. What was her sister?
Stop me again, just briefly. There at 2 hours, 14
It's a
minutes,
very
35 seconds.
dark house or condo, whatever.
Is anybody else coming and going from the house?
No, sir. No one at all.
Just yourself and Mr. Moore?
Correct.
Starting again.
You know what I mean? I don't know why I
No.
was getting to that, man.
It's okay. It's all right.
Okay, all right. I'm talking to the police. I'm sorry.
What she said?
Call back.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know what I mean?
Have you noticed anything else missing?
No.
I mean, out of place?
No. Everything is so in place.
Right.
Well, why would I do that? Someone did that. I didn't do it. And a lot of people get things wrong. You know what I mean? Don't they? They just get things wrong. I don't know. But I'm telling you, I'm positive. This was here and it wasn't there.
So you guys put the thing there.
Here yesterday, like the 3 bottles, put them in the fridge to keep them cold, got the rest out here, and that's all. Maybe at some point she took it, put it there for some weird reason, maybe, but I'm just telling you that this was not. She wouldn't do that because she puts everything right back to where it's supposed to be. Everything here is just the thought. This being here is weird. She wouldn't even like that. Everything where to put, so I just put it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's super methodical. She's like, look, everything's like in its place. The pools are all perfect.
So all this was like this when you got here?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Now, also, I'm sorry, Sergeant Hollis. Here at 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 14 seconds. What was the defendant's response to asking him whether all that had been there and been like that?
He said yes.
Okay. And did he describe you earlier if he had moved anything around?
No, he did not.
Okay. And the only thing he identified to you at this point was that orange extension cord?
Yes, sir.
it's not everything that I do lots.
Right, but this is her lifestyle. This is her. Everything has a place.
Yes. That's how methodical she is about everything. These are the shoes she was wearing last night. You know,
When y'all went out to celebrate her birthday?
That's right. And for these not to be like this, to me means that there were shoes here. You know what I mean?
I know what you
I'm
mean.
going on. I mean,
No, you're making sense. You're making perfect sense.
there were shoes probably here that she's wearing, and I'm guessing that there were sneakers like this. Those were definitely the shoes she wore last night. Why she left them on here last night? Walking around, she doesn't want to track stuff. Usually she would take them and bring them somewhere, and she wouldn't leave them there. It's very, very odd, and that is super odd.
So she's very clean and she's very organized. He's guilty. I've not heard him say anything. I've not heard him say anything that makes me go, oh yeah, you did something. I've not seen anything that makes me go, oh yeah, you did something. And his mind has to be going 1,000 miles an hour because he doesn't know where she is. So yeah, he maybe is not remembering things just right in perfect order or, you know, exactly how the state wants him to remember everything. But it doesn't mean he did something. His mind, I'm sure he's scattered. I'm sure he's trying to think of everything. So it's probably not coming to him in A, B, C, D, E, you know, order. And so it might seem kind of like, oh yeah, because it is. I forgot this. I need to show you this. Oh yeah. You know, but he was making a point. Look at everything. It's in its place. That, I think it's an extension cord, was out of place. The cooler's out of place. And he was just saying she wouldn't like that. And it's weird. It's off to him. But the way they take and just twist words is so ridiculous sometimes. Or actions or non-actions. I mean, you cannot do the right thing if it's you, they're going to make it fit you. You didn't react, it's you. You did react, it's you. Didn't react enough, it's you. If they think it's you, they're going to make it all fit. I have not seen him do anything. He has let them into his house. He has let them go through his house. He has let them look at everything. He's not being like evasive. He's not doing anything that makes me suspect of him. Like why they just got tunnel vision to him is beyond me at this point because he's not done anything here yet. If they're trying to show this to be damaging to him, I think the defense witness will tear this apart. Now, she may surprise me, she may fail. I don't know, but I don't know what he's done. Now, if you have a different opinion, please let me know. because I certainly just don't need people that just agree with me. I want people to give me their opinions. If you don't agree with me, that's fine. That's great. Like, let's discuss. But I, for me, have not seen anything yet that says he's acting suspicious.
She's into these are herbs.
What kind of herbs? Like cooking herbs? Or?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're wild forageables. They're called. They're weeds that they don't spray with lawn.
Yeah, yeah.
And what you do is you dry them out and you can make soups. You get teas out of them.
I noticed her purse. What about credit cards?
Yeah.
Does she? I noticed that the purse you showed me didn't have credit. It just had her ID. So does she have credit cards with her? Then maybe if she's using them, we can call the credit card company and see.
Not yet.
Are there?
I'd be guessing last night she just brought this. I think she might have just brought this with her.
Okay. Are there credit cards in there?
Just get. Oh, wait.
What's that beeping noise?
That's my phone.
Oh, okay.
See now. I need that phone. Oh, they're gonna be like yeah,
Those are only two.
Yeah, the ones that now. Okay, there's very more than just the five. That's it.
Okay.
And she never. If she had somewhere to go, she wouldn't not pay that.
Right. Which side of the bed does she sleep on?
On the right.
She always sleeps on the right.
Another thing. She would fix the pillows. The pillows aren't made. That she put a straight pillow. They're like this. That to me means that we were in here, maybe sleeping just on top, or you know what I mean? And I just don't know. It's not normal. When she goes to make a bed, she fixes the pillows.
Well, you said you were sleeping in the bed last night, right?
And we were drinking, and I'm not foggy, but I remember getting up. Okay, I go pee. Now I look right at the clock. I always do the same thing. It's the time to figure out like how much more time I got.
Right.
And on my phone, right because I was sitting there, just flipped through my phone.
Uh-huh.
And I made like three texts to friends in the middle of the night. So I was just in the other room between the times of like 2 in the morning and 4 in the morning. And I think I probably fell back to about 5. And that's why I slept till 11. What's wrong with it?
I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing on the walls. There's nothing. There's
Does she take
nothing.
vitamins?
Occasionally. I'm the vitamin guy.
All right, there's a small vitamin there.
Yeah, she does occasionally take. She's very into all of it.
Which one of these books was the last one she was reading? You pick them up and open them up for me? That's just a bookmark? Okay.
I mean, could you ask for anybody to be more cooperative than he's being? My gosh. Pick up these books and open them for me. All right.
I tried to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you turn it on?
I didn't know how to do it.
I mean, there's not even the picture, like, not crooked or some. There's nothing out of place. Nothing.
Her phone is, I kind of got a timeline, there's really nothing that she did
Okay.
after, I don't know how to show you.
Does this open?
And even if for the clothes they had on the night before, if they were in the closet and not in the bathroom, who cares? They were still there.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay.
Even showed them the secret closet.
Wow, everything is in its place.
I completely agree, Carmen. You know why you'd be nervous you mess something? I don't.
Do you guys have a computer?
No, I have a computer that she doesn't use.
Ah.
She uses her phone.
Her phone?
You'd be nervous you missed something because they do.
When's
It's very rare that they don't miss anything. I mean, he's just like, here's shelving behind our door, in our closet, here's everything.
I just leave it, it's like, okay, there's nothing.
Can I make you a sandwich? I mean, he is just showing everything.
I wonder if she sent you anything.
The only one she knows about is the wife go home. Just,
Okay. Okay.
I mean, most people wouldn't even let a cop inside their house for anything.
She was to hurt herself? Like, if it was something along those lines? Do they try to hide it? Do they go like a long ways away or something? Or
Let alone if somebody was missing.
Different. Sometimes it depends on the reason why they want to hurt themselves.
she was at like my son they found at Boyer, Sir, and the doctor found him. I don't know if they found him right away.
Yeah. Yeah, we searched that park. We searched Hoffwood.
You know, if you go down County Road to the left after the bridge, you go all the way down it. That's where the home is. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? So take a left right there. There's a park to the right. There's a pond and a park with tennis courts.
Okay.
And you can walk around it, and there's a patch of. We will do that walk.
We gotta do that walk? Okay.
You can get there from here. Like you walk this way. You go over the bridge path.
Right.
Over that, you just neighborhoods over that way.
Yeah.
And you go to a road that goes down the end of it. You push a button. You walk across it. Traffic stops. And you go to the park. You walk that first. But it's really small.
You said Home Depot. Home Depot's off of Max now.
Yeah. Polaris turns into Max now.
Right.
So it's you go down here and take go past the bridge.
Yeah, past the bridge. Right.
Take your first left, whatever road that is. There's a park on the right.
Okay.
That thing is just going to walk that particular park.
Okay.
You can get there from here.
I see. I understand what you're talking now.
But it's so small. She did go there.
And there are a lot of
There's no big fun.
yeah, there are a lot of people out today for the holiday. You don't have any enemies or anything?
We're slowly back now. Okay. You know what I mean? I don't even know anybody here really. I came here and we got married and my son, he was sick and we had rough go, but it was actually, I didn't have any time to like hang out with my father was really wanting me to go over there. I literally don't have really any friends here. I got cousins who's not good on the road. She doesn't have any enemies at all.
And her only closest family is her sister lives in Maryland?
My father dead and she's got a brother who is somewhere around here.
They don't talk?
It's been weird because this coronavirus thing, I hear like different engines and stuff. I don't know, it's paranoid.
What do you mean by different engines?
Like guys will drive by and rev the engine, pennies or something.
Yeah.
It's weird, absurd. It's so quiet. When you see people like that don't live in here, you
Yeah. Right.
It's really quiet around here. It's really super quiet. I don't have any. Besides, there is a bit of tension with with people. And it's just, what's going on.
Right.
I'm not at all intimidated by walking around the same place. Everybody gets it.
What did her sister say?
She said she's going to call her friends home. She's friend Facebook friends and call pretty much all of her girlfriends. So she's just going to start calling them. But I can't, she wouldn't go somewhere and be like, listen, I want to get away. I kind of friends call her. Maybe her friend doesn't know me very well, but I've been through so much because my son just died a lot.
Yeah.
I haven't been through yet. Wow. Make me worry about this.
Right.
It's not her style. She's not like, she knows how she knows how we're doing. Let me call her, my cousin Luther.
Okay.
There is a chance of her going somewhere, but I just think we would.
Okay.
Right? I mean, people do that.
People do that.
Well,
Yeah.
I want to talk about something. She might be like, no, don't.
Yeah.
I need to get away. I guess maybe that. Let me read that report.
Does she ever go over to Hoover at all?
Yes.
A lot or?
No.
Not a lot?
No. the weather's rough. You know what I mean? So, she'll go up to the one that's up north, you get on Africa, go off, what's that? Whatever, like, there's a boat launch,
Yeah.
She has to be around or something. And she would just, how would she get there? But yeah, we go, there's trails all around.
Yeah.
We stop and get off. We're walking.
Okay.
And she's sitting in the car and stuff.
So I'm guessing it's because he knows where the trails are, but he didn't go out looking for her because he was staying home waiting for her. But if he had gone out looking for her, probably would have been bad too. There's no choice.
So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go up to that park you just told me about, look around up there, and get the report complete. If you hear anything, the neighbors are checking, they're talking to each other, and I'm going to do that, more or less put her into leads as missing, so if any law enforcement comes in contact with her, they'll know we're looking for her. And yeah, if you hear anything or anything like that, give us a call, okay? Obviously, if I find anything out with somebody, I'll contact you with somebody, but
I was just going to, let's see here. Yeah, my cousin says she is.
your cousin said he doesn't. Okay.
I'm just like, we're call me anyway.
I honestly would, because you may just find that one person that say, hey, yeah, I saw her 2 hours ago. You know, then that gives us more information. Okay?
Yeah, I was just around calling friend from girlfriend.
Okay.
I really don't know too many other people.
Okay.
Just in case,
There could be something to that, Clint. He just
Wow,
didn't know
okay.
she's bad. Obviously,
Okay.
she wasn't easy to find because
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I
you
just
say
want
June,
it wouldn't
July,
hurt.
August, part of
Right.
September.
If something looks like, hey, someone might have seen her today or something like that, give us a call back. Okay.
I just don't think he knows what to do.
Okay. And I'm going to this park here. Okay. Yes, sir. If you need anything else,
How this helps the
you got
state's
them
case
for
at all.
All right.
And I don't know why
Sergeant
your
Hollis,
stuff keeps
after you
showing
left
up on its
the residence, where did you head to?
I went to the park that he described to me behind Home Depot up north of Maxtown Road.
Okay. During this time period before you left, were there other people coming and going, or is it just you and?
It was just me and Mr. Moore.
Okay. Other than what we've seen today, did you have other parts of your investigation?
They're at Old Bag of Nails and made contact with her. I don't recall how
Bag of
long after
Nails.
this video had been taken.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor.
kind of wonder if the defense attorney will even question him. I mean, what do you ask? Why'd you hone in on my client? What did he possibly say?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think we'll take it. Is it okay?
Absolutely.
Oh, back short.
I don't know. I'm not saying it. I thought the same thing. If Judge Judy was there, she'd make him spit it out. Or Judge Millian. He's probably just trying to keep himself awake. I like how I fast forward and then I don't hit play. Good for me. It's been a Monday all day.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
So I guess it kind of looks like witnesses can decide whether they want to be on
Defense
camera or not.
You're welcome.
Sergeant Hollis.
Oh, Judge
Diane
Doro.
Nash on behalf of Matt Moore.
Definitely.
How are you?
Oh, well, yourself?
I'm good, thank you. want to go back through a number of things that you testified to, but let me start where we ended with the body cam. I think that was about plus or minus in its entirety, about 2.5 hours. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was 2 instances where you left the home, spoke with someone else, and then re-entered the home. Does that sound like what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be clear, and I know the jurors watched the video, but let's start at the end. When you left the house,
I think he's going to lose his memory
I
suddenly.
didn't hear you give any directive to Matt Moore that he needed to stay outside the home until further notice, right?
No, ma'am.
You never told him he couldn't leave the home, right?
No, ma'am.
You never told him he couldn't touch anything inside the home.
No, ma'am.
And I assume, it's sort of a dumb question, but I ask it anyway, that you're familiar with what crime scene tape is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When you secure an area so that it's preserved in its complete and utter integrity, right? That's what crime scene tape is.
Correct. More or
Blocks
less.
off anyone from accessing that area, so what is.
Correct.
And in fact, I even remember at neither time when you went outside, did you ever tell Matt Moore, please step outside while I talk to this officer? You left him inside the house, did you not?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And when he told you that he had his weapon, you didn't ask him for his weapon, you just continued to talk to him.
Correct.
And when he took you into Joey's bedroom, he went like this, right? Like, come on over here. And you walked into the second bedroom.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
The second bedroom has its own bathroom, does it not?
Yes, ma'am. Up to the right.
The state asked you about the size of that house, 800 or 900 square feet plus or minus. You tested between the 2 bedrooms, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there's an attic, like a screened-in porch, sorry, that's closer to the front door.
Correct.
And there's an area where from the kitchen you walk past a washer and dryer into the garage.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
You were there, do you remember that?
I do.
And then you were told by Mr. Moore that there was an attic.
Yes, ma'am.
Your training,
Search the attic, because I didn't see it.
I think, and I know you're a sergeant now, but you're a patrol officer by training, is that fair to say?
Ask me again?
Sure, when I was listening, you're not a detective,
Correct.
you're not a homicide detective?
Correct.
And I asked that because I was listening to your experience, you been on for how long again?
Over 8 years.
And before you were a sergeant, as of a month ago?
Yes, ma'am.
You were a patrol officer, right?
Correct.
A patrol to a dispatch.
Correct.
And that's what you did in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the body cam that you're wearing automatically triggered when you get out of the car?
No, ma'am.
So you actually turn it on?
Correct.
And you can also, isn't it true, turn it off?
Yes, ma'am.
The 911 call that you were played.
I don't know why it's
Seems as
glitching.
tell me
If it's
I'm
glitching,
wrong,
it's
you'd
fine
never
on my
heard that
end.
call before today.
Correct.
So today was the first time that you had heard the 911 call.
Correct.
Let's talk about what you and Mr. Moore talk about when you get there. He immediately
super
tells you,
glitchy
does
today.
he not, that her purse, ID, and car keys are at the house.
Correct.
He doesn't try to tell you, actually, she took all of her belongings. He tells you it's odd and uses the word uncharacteristic for her to do this.
Okay, yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You ask him about the night before, and he tells you that they went to 3 bars. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And later, you followed up with respect to at least whole bag of nails, and he was right about that, was he not?
Yes, he was.
That they had been there together.
Correct.
He said a number of times it was very unusual that she wasn't there at that time of day, right?
Correct.
You asked him about the sleeping in another room. You walked into that second bedroom, did you not?
I did.
And I remember on the tape you kind of said to him, is this like your man cave?
Correct.
And he said, well, it's a little messy in here because otherwise Emily's pretty, very organized and tidy, but it was messy in
He
there.
said it was his room, yes.
It was his room.
Yes.
And so you remember, I'm sure, because based on your 8 years on the force, you're looking for any visual cues, right?
Possibly, yes.
You saw the pillows on the couch?
Yes.
You saw the comforter, the white bedding next to the couch?
I don't recall white bedding next to the couch.
Do you remember sheets? Do you remember a bed sheet being on a chair?
No, ma'am.
No. Give me 1 second and I'll. Do you remember tennis shoes being near the couch?
No, ma'am.
So what you remember is pillows on pillows on the couch that was in the room.
Correct.
And do you remember going back into the other bedroom where the bed was shown that was made? Do you remember walking into that bathroom?
Yes.
Do you remember that there was a hamper there that had clothing in it?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember going into the second bedroom and there was a hamper there with clothing in it?
No, ma'am.
And when you say you don't remember, would you agree that the only pictures that we have from the time that you were in the house was what's captured on your body cam?
Correct.
Because you weren't also taking pictures, right,
Right.
of the nooks and crannies.
Correct.
Fair to say, though, 2.5 hours were there. If you see anything, broken glass, blood, hairs, anything that seemed remotely out of place, you would have either sealed the scene, had another officer come in, right? You would have preserved that scene, would you not?
Depending on what I believe took place in that home, yes, ma'am.
Sure, because, and I remember you saying on direct examination, and you remember you telling Mr. Moore, 2 scenarios here. Either someone voluntarily leaves or someone takes her.
Yes,
Those
ma'am.
were what you told Mr. Moore, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that if those are the only 2 scenarios, one of them is not a crime and the other is.
Correct.
So you're in that house talking to Mr. Moore, not just trying to get information, but you're also understanding the room, right? You're seeing any visual cues.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember that big glass cabinet that's there in the house?
In between the kitchen and the bedroom, yes,
Yep.
ma'am.
No broken glass on that.
No, ma'am.
Remember the kitchen, how there was dishes in the sink, or there's dishes on the side there? Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you wash your car?
No, ma'am.
Did you check the car to see if it was warm?
No, ma'am.
Did you check the Ultima to see if it was warm?
No, ma'am.
Because what you did in its entirety was captured on that body cam, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
In other words, he didn't treat him like a criminal
The
or a
state in their
suspect.
investigation paused and said, "Officer, I want to make sure I heard that. What did he say about the bed?" And you said that it was her bed. Do you remember that?
He corrected himself. He began to say her bed, and he said our bed.
And would it surprise you to know that that house was Emily's house before Matt got there?
Yes.
Yeah. And so what's in the house
Good
is Emily's,
point.
right?
Or Mr. Moore's as well, since he lives
Her
here.
bed.
Sure. And so it was, when the state asked him on direct, that he said it was her bed or our bed, and then he also simultaneously, or rather later in the interview, said that that was his room, the second room, did he not?
Correct.
Because that probably was her bed. He didn't probably bring a bed from Vegas.
I want to talk about all the things that Matt did. And have you ever, you're not a homicide detective, so you don't by training investigate homicides.
Correct.
So I want to just talk to you about all the things you asked Mr. Moore to do, my client to do, and he did so without cause. You knocked, he opens the door, right?
Correct.
This is on May 25th. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt, is he not?
Correct.
Glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
No, glasses aren't broken.
No, ma'am.
I would assume, Sergeant, that if you saw any scratches on his arms, forearms, hands, neck, legs, you would have made a note of that.
If I would have noticed that, yes, ma'am.
And he's not fully clothed when he opens that door to let you in his home, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
I meant pants and a long sleeve shirt, sorry.
Oh, correct. No, he
Right?
wasn't.
So you walk into the house, he lets you in the house, does he not?
Correct.
Shows you, in fact, at one point he's like, come on in here to the second bedroom, which is, he calls his bedroom,
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Takes you, you say, can I go see the car? And he says, let's go this way, and then takes you into the garage.
Correct.
Does all that, right? Never says you can't come in here.
Correct.
And you didn't have a warrant.
Right.
You're just responding to a call that he made reporting his wife missing.
Correct.
You ask,
Yes, sir. Cell phone.
is her phone here? And he shows you her phone?
Yes, ma'am.
You ask, where is her wallet? And he gives the wallet,
Yes.
right? And then you say, well, is that where the wallet was found? And he adds the information. No, actually, it was over here in the bedroom, right?
Right.
You ask about information as to where they were supposed to be going for the picnic, and he accesses the phone and gives you that information.
Correct.
He invites you back in after you leave and talk to one of your colleagues outside,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When you say, where are her keys? He opens the door to the car, leans in and gets the keys and gives you the keys.
I don't recall asking for the car keys.
I'm sorry, you said, where are her keys? And he said she keeps them in the car. Do you remember seeing that on the video?
No, ma'am. I remember asking for her house keys inside the apartment. I didn't ask where her car keys were.
Okay, do you remember when we watched how he opens the door and he leans in
Yes,
and
ma'am, I
gets the
do
car
remember
keys?
that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and when you were at the scene, the Subaru, it's your understanding, was her car, and the car outside was his car?
Correct.
And then he starts to tell you, early on, that she walks and she forages, right? That she would go on walks.
Yes, ma'am.
He specifically tells you where she likes to walk. Does he not?
Yes, ma'am.
Right away, on May 25th, as soon as you get to the house.
I wonder what the jury will ask this officer, if they ask him anything.
You're obviously familiar with this area.
Oh, I agree.
Showing you what's been marked as, one second.
He didn't lose his memory, as most of them do when the defense starts doing their cross-examination.
That is Exhibit D. Sergeant Hollis, do you recognize this area as pictured in this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to put the sticker here. It's going to have to cover a small bit of that corner. But what are we looking at here in this map?
An aerial view of Main Street, County Line, State Street, and the address, the street name of where Mr. Moore lived.
And if you could, and sir, you can mark on your screen as well. Can you mark where, just approximately where 46 Abbey Cross Lane is, based on your dispatch to that location?
In approximate in this area, I believe.
And thank you, sir. And on the opposing side of the street, so over there, where
Yes,
my
ma'am.
indication is, would you agree with me that that is where John Kramer lived?
Yes, ma'am, his neighbor.
And remember in the video, so we're talking May 25th. I think you got there at, it's the exact arrival time. Do you remember that, Sergeant?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Sound 6-ish at night?
I think a little bit before 6, yes, ma'am.
Before 6, and then we know from the body cam that you were there at around 2.5 hours.
Yes,
Does that
ma'am.
sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in that time frame, we know from the body cam that you and or your fellow officers, learned that John Kramer, directly across the street, saw Emily in the driveway, the garage door open between 9 and 10 a.m. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, there wasn't any uncertainty about the time, because at one point Mr. Moore says, oh, so she was saying that's the day, that morning of, right? That information you're giving Matt is that she was seen between 9 and 10 a.m. that morning.
Correct.
And given your understanding of that scene, would you agree with me that 51 Abbey Cross is literally directly across from 46?
Almost. Yes, ma'am.
Maybe a few feet, right?
Correct.
But it's not catty corner.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
They're right across there. And then I want to just talk a little bit about County Line, if we could. Based on your experience and familiarity with Delaware County, how would you describe that road?
It runs east and west. It's a 4-lane road total.
Heavily trafficked road, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
2 lanes each way?
Yes, ma'am.
There is no shoulder where you can pull a car over near that wooded area.
Correct.
You agree? There's no shoulder here.
Right.
Now, I want to go back to my original question about Mr. Moore. Right when you are interviewing him, I don't know if it's 20 minutes in, but it's fairly soon, when he tells you, does he not, about the area that Emily loves to walk.
Yes.
And do you remember during that time when he's telling you about that, voluntarily so, Celeste is standing right there.
Yes.
He says, does he not, it's the area right by the bridge, the walkway.
Yes.
And he tells you that there's the bike path there.
Yes, ma'am.
He tells you there's the sidewalk there.
Correct.
And he tells you that it's the woods in between that area where she loves to go down and area right there, is it not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you heard, because it was told directly to you and captured on the body cam, that at some point within that 2.5 hours, Celeste goes to that area and looks for Emily.
I believe so, yes.
And she's found nothing.
I'm
She finds nothing there. On the body cam, she says, I went and looked and I didn't see anything.
I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. Do you remember her saying on the body cam that she went and looked at the area?
I do, or I don't recall if she said she was going to go look
Okay.
at that point, or she had already looked, but I do remember her referring to that area.
Okay. And I remember during your direct examination, the state stopped and said, Mr. Moore, did he tell you that he had been to that area, that he had searched that area? And Sergeant, you said, no, he had not.
Correct.
But he told you right where the area was, right?
Yes.
He asked you when he's at the vehicle being the Subaru, but I heard him, and tell me if I'm wrong, he said you want to check the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
And I have, after 2636, Celeste walks up and says that she searched the park, but you don't have any independent recollection of that.
I do not.
You asked Mr. Moore if Emily was on any medicine and whether you could go into the bathroom and look for medicine bottles, and he says you can.
I never asked to go to look inside the bathroom for medicine bottles.
Did you tell me what you said when you said, can you show me?
Yes.
Okay. Words are everything. Fair enough. He said, you asked, does she take any medication? And he says, yes, she does sometimes.
Correct.
And you say, can you show me?
Correct.
And he says, yes, and proceeds to
That's
take
because I'd like to know the name of the medication.
Sure. And he gave you the name of that medication?
Correct.
And then something else he did was when you were asking him about what they did the day before, he's very specific about they go to Butyl, they get the water, the spring water, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He even takes you to his phone and shows you exactly where they went, Franklin Street, Marietta. Do you remember those details?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know now, in fact, that that was accurate information?
Yes, ma'am.
That was accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember, because it wasn't captured on film, I just want to make sure, I can play it if we need to, so let me know. But on the dining room table there was like a white sheet, and there was actually things that had been foraged on the table. Remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't? You don't remember that anything was drying on the dining room table?
No, ma'am. Not on the dining room table.
But certainly, just like the state did, we could screenshot that, and whatever's captured by your body cam is captured by your body cam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She's very animated. I kind of like her. I mean, I've said I like her all
And
day,
then,
so.
on your direct examination,
I
the
like her.
state paused the video again. When at 38:31, and of course, I wrote down that Mr. Moore says, for the first time, the word suicide. And on direct examination, you were asked, did Mr. Moore just say suicide? And you said, yes, that's the first time he mentioned it. And you were asked, well, had you asked him about it? Do you remember that line of questioning, Sergeant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to be clear that you
kinda like-
asked Matt Moore very early on about the option of suicide.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you learned from your time there, his son had committed suicide.
Correct.
In your training and expertise, have you ever responded to a suicide?
Many times.
Okay. Even many times, still traumatic?
Yes, ma'am.
And assume from your experience and training that a parent that loses their child by suicide could be a traumatic event.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then someone goes missing, the same person that has experienced their child kill themselves. That could be a traumatic experience.
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your training, right, as an officer, is to not necessarily be empathetic, but to understand, right, how to process facts and circumstances.
Correct.
And so you're at the scene and you realize that a man that's called and reported his wife missing had a child go missing and kill himself not too long before.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no alarm in the house, you learned?
Correct.
I wonder who found his son.
And then the incident, I
It
want
was
to talk
him.
about the incident on the video that you share with Mr. Moore. As part of sort of the workup that's being done while you're out the house is you run a report on Emily Noble, or one of your officers does.
It's not a report. No, ma'am.
Run a search history?
Yes, ma'am. Whenever put the name in the search history, it pops up.
Type her name in because you want to see if there's any history, right, with Emily and perhaps your department or anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree with me that that's something you might do because let's say someone had picked up a woman an hour prior without identification on, right? And she described herself as Emily Noble.
It could be possible.
And you run it, or someone does, and it pops up that she had this incident in July 1st of 2017 where she's found so intoxicated that she's walking State Street. Is that right?
Correct.
And she has to be taken home by the police where a man agrees to watch over her.
Correct.
And that man is not Matt Moore.
Correct.
His name is Tim?
I don't remember. I think his last name was Durbin. Yes, ma'am.
Tim Durbin, perhaps, but you remember the last name as being
I
Durbin.
believe, yes, ma'am.
And there was there not, an actual run report and a police report that describes that situation that happened on July 1st, 2017 with Emma?
I would assume so, yes, ma'am.
And on that video, we also heard you say to Matt that her friends had been reached out and they described Matt as the love of Emily's life,
According to Celeste, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
according to Celeste.
Yes, ma'am.
Boyer Park, I just want to make sure that the jurors know that location plus or minus about a mile or a mile and a half from Abbey Cross. Does that sound right?
I would say more than that.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What would you say?
I'd say maybe 4 miles from that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, have you ever driven or mapped that distance?
No, ma'am.
Boyer Park, based on your experience as an officer in Delaware, is a wooded area.
Correct.
There's a running trail there or a walking trail.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's Boyer Park where Matt's son hung himself.
Correct.
And that's why that area was searched.
Yes, ma'am.
Matt at some point says, towards the end, what do you want me to keep doing? And you indicate, do you not, keep doing what you're doing?
Yes, ma'am.
And he says, keep me in the loop.
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, Your Honor.
So basically, she can conclude her cross-examination by, you never treated him like a criminal. You never treated him like a suspect. You never saw a crime scene, correct? I mean,
Towards the end of that tape,
I don't get it.
when he's asking you, what do you want him to do? And you said, keep doing what you're doing. As I heard it, tell me if I'm wrong, he says, do you want me to get on her Facebook? Do you remember that?
No, ma'am.
You don't. And you don't remember then telling him yes.
In regards to her Facebook, I remember asking him to get on her Facebook to get phone numbers for the cookout that they were supposed to be going to.
And
I do believe that's what was said.
We're good?
No,
Come
no
on.
further questions on behalf of the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, let's see if the
Ladies and
jury.
gentlemen, if you have any questions, you may write them down and provide it to our court reporters.
Are there any questions from the
Anybody have any
jury?
questions?
Oh,
We have one question at least coming? Okay.
just one. Because maybe somebody was too scared to hand a piece of paper and but all right, now they got to see if they're going to be allowed to ask the questions. We'll fast forward a little bit. These could be interesting. Question number 1. Why did you think he was a suspect? Question number 2. Actually, did you ever treat him as a suspect? Maybe it should be question number 1. Did you see anything in the house that said it was a crime scene? Is anything out of place? Anything make you suspicious? Why is this guy sitting here? I mean, 2 witnesses, and I don't get it yet. But you know what? I know they kind of go from smallest to largest in these witnesses. This looks like whatever.
Sergeant, I have a couple questions for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
The first question is, did Defendant Mr. Moore have access to Emily Noble's Facebook on his own phone, if you know?
I do not know.
All right. And the second question is, did you look at the Defendant Mr. Moore's car?
I did look at the car. I did not look inside the car.
Okay, you just outside only?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, defense? Okay, thank you. You may sit down.
I
Certainly.
don't think he would have answered that question, Carmen. I don't think they would have allowed it to be asked. I don't know what you guys think about the whole jury's asking questions. I like it. What's going on?
We'll find the co-counsel, and then we'll be ready to go, Jen, okay? Your Honor, the state would call Celeste Brown as its next witness.
Here comes a neighbor. This might be good. See if her story's changed. Because she seemed pretty supportive of him. Thing was happening. She's, you know, it'll be interesting to see if her story has changed now.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've talked to you before, so I know this. I'm going to ask you to speak close to the microphone and make sure everyone can hear you, Celeste, okay?
Okay.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your name?
Celeste Groen,
And could you spell your last name for the record?
Grone,
And Celeste, how old are you?
57,
And what town do you live in?
Westerville, Ohio.
How long have you lived there?
22 years.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a system engineer.
And Celeste, do you know someone by the name of Emily Noble?
Yes.
And how did you first meet Emily Noble?
I met her at the pool of crossings of Windermere.
And what is the crossings
Wait,
of Windermere?
It is a condo development in Westerville,
And do you know what county that's located in?
Delaware County.
Now, did you live there, or how is it that you came to meet Emily Noble there?
I owned a condo there that my dad lived in.
And so you owned the condo in the crossings of Windermere, but your dad lived there.
Yes.
And you met Emily Noble at the pool in that neighborhood.
Yes.
Were you going to the pool?
Yes.
And about what year was that, if you remember?
It was the summer of 2017.
And did Emily live in that neighborhood?
Yes.
Do you know where she lived?
46 Abbey Cross Lane.
And so you were at the pool in 2017, and how is it that you came in to contact with Emily Noble?
Emily was at the pool, and I was at the pool, and she introduced herself, and we became friends.
And so when you first met her then at the pool, kind of instant friendship?
Yes.
And did your friendship continue to grow from that point?
Yes.
And what, as friends, would you like to do?
We would like to go out to eat. We would like to sit in her condo and maybe share a drink. We went to Belize on vacation together.
Did you call each other on the phone?
Once or twice.
How did you primarily communicate as friends, though?
Text messages.
And in the summer, I assume you would hang out at the pool?
Yes.
Now, as your friendship is growing in 2017, and you mentioned a trip to Belize, which we'll get to in a moment, how often is it that you would spend time with Emily, text with Emily? What was your friendship like?
We would text at least once a week, and we would get together about once a month.
And that could be at her condo or at a restaurant.
Yes.
Now, when you first met Emily in 2017, did you know her to be married?
No.
And she was living in that condo alone.
Yes.
Now, at some point, though, did you know Emily Noble to get married?
Yes.
And do you remember when that was?
August of 2018.
And do you know who she married?
Matheau Moore.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
She can't find him.
What he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray shirt,
She couldn't find
and he has
him.
glasses on his head.
Can you point him out?
He's over in the corner there.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
what we identified independent.
So noted.
And how is it that you learned Emily and Matt got married?
Emily called me.
And did she invite you to the wedding or what?
No.
Had the wedding already taken place?
Yes.
Do you know how close in time Emily and the defendant were married?
Oh, I agree,
to
Kim.
when you found out?
She could not.
It was a
find
couple of
it.
days later.
Did you know about Matt, though, before Emily and Matt got married?
Yes.
And you knew that they were dating?
Yes.
Did you know that he had moved into the condo?
Yes.
I have never.
So it's not like
seen
it was a
that
huge
before.
surprise that they got married.
No.
I don't know what is up with
Now,
these.
after they were married, did you still see Emily?
Yes.
In your friendship, did it change?
No.
And when you would go over to the condo, was
I
Matt
don't know
there?
why your
Yes.
comment keeps coming.
Now, at some point,
Yes.
and who was that?
Joey Moore, Matt Moore's son.
All right, I think we got it.
Same questions again. Same friendship with Emily, right?
Right.
You go over to the condo
Yes.
and still text message,
Yes.
still hang out at the pool.
Yes.
Did you get to observe Emily quite a bit through your friendship?
Yes.
Different interactions, and you got to observe her with Matt,
Yes.
got to observe her with Joe, you got to observe her in the condo.
Yes.
And
Yes, I've never seen that ever.
you mentioned already one time traveling to Belize. Do you
Yeah.
remember that? When was that?
That was May 17th, 2019 to May 24th, 2019.
I just went on vacation last month, I don't remember the dates. How is it that you remember those dates?
May 17th is my birthday and May 24th is Emily's. We chose those dates specifically.
And so, who went with you to Belize?
Just Emily.
And so it was a birthday girls trip.
It was.
Now, was there a moment on that trip where you observed Emily to be upset?
Yes.
And did you know why she was upset?
Yes.
And why?
It was her birthday on May 24th, and Matt texted her in the morning, "Hey, Space Girl," instead of "Happy birthday."
And she was upset.
She was very upset.
Well, maybe she would have just answered. Then he would have told her happy birthday.
Now, when you returned from Belize, did you and Emily stay in contact?
Yes.
The same kind of friendship? Texts?
Yes.
You would see her occasionally?
Yes.
Out to dinner?
Yes.
Maybe at a condo?
Yes.
But then there was a tragedy a few months later.
Yes.
And what was it?
Matt's son Joey committed
Me
suicide.
too, Kim.
How did you find out?
A couple days after it happened, Emily called me and told me.
And what did you do in response?
I asked her if there was anything that I could do for her, any meals, anything.
And what did you do?
She wanted beer that night, so I brought beer over, and during the week I brought meals over a couple of times.
And fair to say it was a devastating time.
It was very devastating.
And if you know, what were some was doing during that time? Did she continue to work?
She did not.
What happened?
She's afraid that Matt would commit suicide.
Very concerned about Matt.
Yes.
Just understandable.
But if you know, did Emily seek help herself?
She did.
And how?
She went to, I believe it was a licensed social worker for therapy.
Now, to your knowledge, if you know, did Emily return to work?
Yes.
And do you remember what that return to work was like?
She had many supportive coworkers that she didn't realize were there.
And so timeline-wise, are we kind of at the first couple months of 2020? Friendship remains the same with Emily?
Yes.
And then COVID happens, right?
Right.
This poor cameraman is trying to find any angle around this prosecutor. And
You
she
continue
keeps
to
moving
communicate
right
with
back
Emily
into it.
during COVID.
Yes.
And so that would have been in about March 2020?
March 2020, yes.
And what was your primary form of communication then?
Text.
And what about then in April of 2020? Continue to text?
Yes.
And would your texting increase during that time or about stay the same?
About the same.
Did you do what some of those people like to refer to as friend checks?
Yes.
And what's a friend check?
We check on each other every week or every few days to make sure each of us is okay.
And that's because we were in lockdown.
Right.
Now, there came a time, though, when you and Emily made plans to see each other, right?
Right.
And this was the first time you'd seen her since March?
Since
Your Honor's ongoing meeting.
I'm sorry.
The ongoing meeting is correct.
Rephrase it.
When was the first time you made plans to see Emily?
It was May 22nd, 2020.
When was the last time you saw Emily before May 22nd of 2020?
March 12th of 2020.
How did you feel about your May 22nd plans?
I was very happy to be meeting up with her.
And did you meet up with her on May 22nd?
We met up about 6 p.m. on May 22nd at Emily's condo.
What was the reunion like?
Oh, it was very fun. She was drinking a seltzer, a hard seltzer, and I had a bottle of wine. And we were in the condo. We took a walk around the neighborhood, and we foraged for plants.
And when you were at her condo, was anyone else there?
Matt was there.
And you got to see him?
Yes.
And what was Emily's demeanor while you guys were together?
She was very happy while we were together.
Now, you indicated that you went on a walk through the neighborhood and you foraged.
Yes.
What does forage mean to you?
We picked and ate edible plants. She had a huge book with plant species, and she knew which ones were edible and which ones were poisonous.
Had you ever foraged before with Emily?
No.
That poor deputy back there is doing everything he can to
Your Honor, I'm seeing the
Stay
defendant's exhibit
focused.
B on the overhead. Now, Celeste, is this okay on screen in front of you?
Yes.
And does it appear to be a aerial map view of the Abbey Cross County Line Road area?
Yes.
Now, can you tell from this map where about Emily lived?
Yes.
And go ahead and mark the screen, please. In that area. All right. Now, when you're spending time at the condo, you said you went for a walk.
Yes.
Can you use your finger and drag the path you took to go on a walk? And you can narrate while you do it.
We went.
You can't ever see what
We're gonna
they're
need you to speak up into the microphone.
marking because they're just putting this on the overhead.
Okay. So we actually stopped at the pool, and we went over here by the pool, and I went in the pool, and a lady named Sue Frinstemaker was there, and I asked her if the pool was open, and she indicated it was open, but only for residents. Since I didn't live there, I was angry. So Emily and I, we went back.
Let me just stop you right there.
Uh-huh.
The pool has some drama in the neighborhood between residents and owners using it, right?
Right.
And so that's why you were upset when that was the response you got from the individual there. Your Honor, I'm just trying to clarify what she said.
I don't know why this has anything to do with anything.
Okay, so now let's move on. From the pool area, where do you and Emily walk?
We walked here and back here on Ashbrook and back around here. And if you'll notice, there's a little court and there's an entryway into the path. So we walked here and we stopped at, I'm going to go back, we stopped at this house. Emily's very friendly, so she stopped and talked to these neighbors that she didn't know.
What's happening?
Did you know them?
No.
Sorry.
They were doing some in the out.
Look,
so we
now
had
we
a
can
conversation
see.
with them, or at least
Maybe
she
that's
did.
what was
And then
happening.
we walked back here and we did some foraging right around over here and back here. There's actually this wall here and there's a lot of plants in here that are edible.
So I'm gonna stop you right there.
Okay.
So when you're talking about foraging on this path, and you've kind of marked over it, but where the arrow is that the bike path?
It is the bike path, but we went off the
All right,
bike.
so let me ask a question.
Okay,
So from the bike path to the woods, is there a grassy area?
yes,
And is that what you were walking along?
yes.
All right. And where would you forage from that grassy area?
On either side. So there's, again, the wall here where the path actually goes up because it goes across county line. And then on the other side where there's this little forest here. So we went and found plants over here.
And so the foraging on the wall,
Pretty
I'm
long,
assuming
long walk.
that's just something you can see right there and pick it.
Right.
Now, when you're foraging along the wood side, do you physically go into the woods?
No, we just picked, they were kind of sticking out, maybe just a tad bit in, but the plants were on the edge.
So you were foraging along the edge.
Yes,
And was that what you knew Emily to do?
yes.
So you are coming down that edge then, and where do you and Emily go next?
We continued walking, and we walked here, and then we went back, and we went to her condo.
All right, so when you're walking down county line then, are you on a sidewalk, a grassy area, or in the woods?
There's a sidewalk, we were on the sidewalk on the county line road.
And would you forage along that wood side?
No,
You were just walking on the sidewalk.
right, there's nothing to forage there.
But there are woods there.
Yes,
All right. But you didn't forage with Emily along that side.
no,
So the only foraging you did was by the bike path and the wood line by the bike path.
right,
So from that, then you go back to the condo.
right.
And what was this date again?
It was Friday, May 22nd.
So that's about how long were you with Emily on Friday, May 22nd?
From 6 till probably 11 p.m.-ish.
Was Friday, May 22nd, 2020, the last time you ever saw Emily alive?
Yes,
Now, did you have any more communications with Emily the next day?
yes.
What were those communications?
She texted me if I was still alive after eating the foraging plants.
And you were, right?
I texted her back, I am alive.
I forgot to ask you this. You talked about that big book she carries.
Right,
Did she take that with you on your walk?
no,
Okay. Now, after that communication from her to make sure you were still alive, did you communicate again with Emily?
yes. Sunday was her birthday, and I texted her a happy birthday a little after 6 in the evening.
So that was on Sunday, May 24th,
Right.
2020. And did you get a response?
Yes,
What was it?
it was emojis.
After that text of emojis, did you receive any more communications from Emily?
No,
Now I'm going to turn to May 25th. Did you receive a phone call in the evening from Emily's phone?
yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
That was 5:47 p.m.
It's really exact.
Was that Emily on the phone?
No,
Who was it?
it was Matt.
And tell the jury what the defendant said.
Matt called and asked if Emily was at my house. And I said, no, she's not here.
Continue. What else did he say then?
Okay. He said that he thought she left in the morning and went for a walk and hadn't came back. And they were supposed to go to a party, but she hadn't came home yet. So I asked him if this was normal behavior, and he said no. So I said, call the police. And he said, don't I have to wait 24 hours? And I said, no, not if this isn't normal behavior, call the police.
And then what did he say?
Then he said he would call the police and I'll see you in a little bit, meaning that I would come over to the condo at that time. So we hung up and I packed up and headed over.
About how far away do you live from your condo?
2.5 miles.
So it didn't take you very long to get there, right?
No.
And who was there when you got there?
So I arrived, my car is GPS satellite enabled, so my clock said 6:06 p.m. and the police were out at the condo with Matt when I arrived.
And you stayed at the condo for a little bit, right?
Right.
But then did you go out that same path you went on Friday, May 22nd?
I did. I couldn't do anything because Matt was in the house with the police. So I asked the police if it was okay to go search, and they said yes. So I drove my car to the same place that we had walked in with the little court.
All right, so let me stop you there.
Okay.
You drove and you parked this time to where the court was.
Right.
And you get out.
I got
and then
out.
Which way do you travel?
I traveled the same way that Emily and I went because I was retracing our paths, thinking that maybe she might be hurt and fell
All right.
foraging.
So you're walking towards county line.
I walked the bike trail and walked toward county line.
And then where did you go? Did you go into the woods at that time?
No.
And then did you return to the condo?
I continued walking down, then I turned around and retraced the back steps.
Back to your car?
Back to my car, and got in my car and went back to the condo.
Now, after that evening, fair to say there were numerous searches for Emily. Your Honor, the leading? I'm just trying to direct you, Your Honor.
Well, just ask if there are numerous searches.
Were there numerous searches?
There were numerous searches for Emily.
You're
And
either
how
leading
many
or
did
you're
you
not.
participate?
I'm just trying to direct her. Well, wouldn't that kind of be leading somebody somewhere? Give me a break. That was stupid. And I'm wondering if he's been incarcerated this whole time, or, like, if, I don't know when they arrested him, and if he was incarcerated before the trial, and because he looks very, very different, and she just hadn't seen him since, and that's why she didn't know who he was. That was crazy, because he looked very, very different on that body cam footage, and I don't know. She said the defense said in her opening it took a year to charge him, so I don't know. I don't know when his look changed, if it was a jail change or I have no idea. But she clearly did not recognize him, and that was not good for the state.
And roughly.
Mostly on my own, only one of the organized, but at least 5, and many just on my own that.
Would you search with other people?
Yes,
Would you ask people to join you?
yes,
Did you ask the defendant to join you?
yes,
Did the defendant ever go with you on these searches?
no.
No further questions.
Ross, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Celeste, Diane Menashe on behalf of Matt Moore. Just got some follow-up questions for you, if I can. I want to go back to what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit D. And again, I know the jury's becoming quite familiar with it, but fair to say, Celeste, 46 Abbey Cross is thereabouts where I just put that red X.
Yes,
And you talked about the route you took. It was cleared from the screen, so I just want to go back to it. Does that look familiar, Celeste?
yes,
As the route? And when you indicated that you walked down, there was a grassy area as you walked in this area, was there not?
Yes,
Where you're no longer on a sidewalk, you're actually kind of on this sloped grass.
yes,
And when on the 25th, when the officer was with Matt at the house, you retraced this entire route,
yes,
including you walked down along this edge and then you walked this sidewalk right there as well.
no.
So you didn't walk county line?
I walked county line, but I didn't go, I just turned around because my car was back in that court area. So I just walked to the edge of the forest and then walked back and got into my car that was over there.
And so you didn't have to go all the way back to.
No, I had to get my car.
And do you remember being at the house when Officer Hollis was asking Matt questions right when he first arrived at the scene?
Yes,
And by the time you got to 46 Abbey Cross, the police were already there.
yes,
So common sense, and it tells you when you pull up, between your conversation with Matt Moore and you arriving at the house in that short period of time, the police had already gotten there.
yes,
So fair to say you assumed that after your conversation, Matt did in fact call the police.
yes.
Do you remember when you walked around the corner, when the officer was standing there with Matt, and he saw you for a second and he seemed startled? Do you remember that?
Matt?
Yeah.
Yes,
And he said, oh my gosh, because you look like Emily.
yes,
And you do look like Emily, don't you?
yes,
And that was right when Officer Hollis got there. He thought he saw you, he thought you were Emily.
yes.
I want to, just a few questions
I can see
about
why
your
he thought
friendship
it was
with
Emily for a
I-
second.
I know
They do
we
look
had the opportunity to
similar.
watch the video, Officer Hollis's, when you were standing there with Matt and the officer, and Emily and you were very good friends.
Yes,
And the prosecutor asked you on direct about that friendship started 2017.
yes,
During the course of that time, in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, if you had any information, Celeste, that Emily was in danger or was a victim of some kind of violence, you certainly would have done something about that.
yes,
And in fact, as you told the officers, you believe that Emily and Matt had a good marriage.
yes,
And when you were over at the house, the last time you saw Emily on May 22nd of 2020, Matt was there,
yes,
and it was fun. It was a fun night.
as far as I know.
Yeah. At the 22nd, when you were there, right, at the house with Emily and Matt, you had a good time.
I had a good time.
Yes. And you indicated to the jury that she was drinking, I think you said some kind of cider ale. Do you remember that?
It was a spiked seltzer.
Did you know her to drink those Rheingeist bubbles in the pink cans?
They were green?
Green? Do you remember what kind it was?
No.
During your friendship with Emily, how many in 17, 18, 19, and 20 did you, were you with Emily or did you see her sister with her?
A couple times.
Do you remember the last time that you saw her sister?
The last time I saw her sister that I remember was at Cobley. Was at a restaurant called Cobley.
And was that at or around Joey's funeral or was that at a different time?
I remember meeting her at the Cobley restaurant, and I don't remember the time frame.
And was Cobley a restaurant in downtown Westerville?
Yes,
And Emily liked to go there?
yes,
She liked to go to Old Bag of Nails. That was another place she liked to go?
yes,
And Jimmy B's?
yes,
And those were all downtown Westerville?
yes.
Sue Kavanaugh. How many times did you meet Sue Kavanaugh?
Several times.
Several. You tell me. More than 5, less than 5?
Probably more than 5.
Between 17 and 2020?
Yes.
I want to go back to something you said, just briefly. I want to make sure I got the words right. Friend checks. Do you remember the questions about that?
Yes.
And Ms. Schiffel asked you about friend checks, if you were doing those because of COVID. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
But you started the friend checks with Emily after Joey killed himself, right?
At some point in time, she started them, yes.
And you know that Emily was going to counseling because she was struggling with Joey's suicide.
No, she was required by the state of Ohio to take FMLA.
And because of the requirement by the state of Ohio, is it your belief that she went to therapy?
Yes,
And I know that you testified too on your direct that she was concerned about Matt, that Matt would kill himself.
yes,
And that makes sense because Matt had just lost his son
yes,
to suicide,
yes,
and they were close.
yes,
And you saw that when you saw Joey and Emily and Matt living together. They were a family.
right,
And Emily also took Joey's suicide. Very tough.
yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
When they asked Carmen, what's your name? I don't remember. I hate when people lose their memory, whether it's the defense doing cross or the state doing cross. I don't like it, just be honest. And I think she was for the most part, but she was very specific about a lot of things, and then she wasn't. You may be exactly right, Kim. And because, yep. But she also changed when she said that she took FMLA because she was worried that Matt was going to hurt himself. Now it comes out, well, she had to. And then it comes out, didn't they say she had to get counseling by the state? Didn't the state order her to go to counseling? So those are kind of important details that you should not have to just have pulled out of you. Because like her memory was spot on, but you're right. I think she had a little date with a calendar. All right, hopefully redirect is short here because I want to see if the jury has any questions, and then I think we're done. Either Kim, I would have. I'm like not that far back.
Celeste, defense counsel was asking you about it 2017, 18, 19, and 20. If you ever thought Emily was in danger or a victim of violence, you would have said something. Do you recall that line of questioning?
I do.
That in danger question. If you would have thought Emily was a danger to herself, would you have spoken up?
Yes,
Did you? Did you have that belief?
she was very happy.
Now, defense counsel was talking to you about the therapy that Emily went to. If you know, did Matt seek any therapy or counseling during that time after Joey's death?
As far as I know, he went once. I don't know if he continued.
I would think the state, if the state made Emily, they would make.
Thank you. We're just asking questions about whether or not you would report if Emily was suicidal.
Right.
But you testified that Emily believed that Matt was suicidal. Do you have information that Emily reported that to the police?
She didn't report it to the police, as far as I know.
Nothing further.
All right, any questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, we have questions.
Take your time, no hurry. I say go slow so it's legible. I guess that's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't like her saying she was very happy, Kim. Not at all. All right, I'm going to do the little fast forward. I'm really curious at what these jurors are going to ask. And I wonder, you would think, right, Carmen, sorry, she caught my attention. It is very hard to tell if somebody wants to harm themselves and exit this life. That's why everybody says that they didn't see it coming. People are very private about that. And Kim, I'm with you. I love it too. This is Carmen's first time ever seeing it.
Ma'am, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. The first question is, when did you get the birthday return text from Emily, and was it usual to get emojis as a form of text response from Emily?
Good question.
The response was around 6:20, 6:27 p.m. on her birthday, May 24th. It wasn't unusual, but she usually gave more information. And I texted her back, and I never got a return text.
Okay, thank you. The next questions, when you and Emily went to the pool and foraging, as you testified, what type of shoes did you wear on that walk, if you recall?
I had on
That's a weird question.
flip flops, not flip flops, but fit flops. They're like comfortable, elevated shoes made out of leather.
Okay, thank you. And on that same walk, do you know what type of shoes Emily was wearing?
She had tennis shoes on.
Tennis shoes? And kind of switch gears a little bit. When you got together on May 22nd with Emily, did Matt drink alcohol during that get-together?
I don't remember if he was drinking alcohol or not. He just simply went into the room and said hi.
And the final question is, did you ever walk into the woods or only walk the perimeter?
We only walked the perimeter.
Thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state?
Oh, we got
Any questions for the defense?
Those tennis shoes that the judge just asked you about, those were Asics?
I don't remember the brand.
flops made out of leather.
All right, you may sit down. Thank you very much.
Sounds heavy. Maybe that's what it is. Can't walk. Get your leg muscles because they're heavy.
All right, I think in light of the length of additional witnesses, this may be a good time for us to conclude for the evening. So we will take our evening recess. Let's do the same drill that we did this.
They got through 4 witnesses on day 1. The first 2 were long. Wow. It's been interesting so far. I apologize if everything's been fine on my end, but I think I'm not on Wi-Fi, but it seems like it's just being kind of glitchy today. And I don't know if it's because the wind's blowing. Like I said, I live in the country. So I cannot stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we will do day 2 on Wednesday. I had been starting at 11:30, but I won't push that back to 10:30 so I don't run so late into the evening. I can actually like go make dinner and do that stuff. And then if I need to, we'll see how fast we go through this. If I need to, I can always stream on Saturday and Sunday. I know like everybody's streaming the Sarah Boone trial, but I really want to do that one too. And so I'm just really trying to find filler to get up to where she hopefully starts. And if she doesn't start, because it's Sarah Boone and she's crazy, if Courtney Clooney starts, I may start that one. So those are 2 trials that I do have information about just because I was not doing this stream when those things happened. But in the future, I will pick everything up as cold as I possibly can and go from there without any information, news stories, docuseries, whatever. That's my goal, is to view these trials as the jury views the trials. I don't want to know about any evidence that was the defense got excluded or the state got excluded. I just want to see what's happening in the courtroom and go from there. So that's my goal for this channel. I really hope to maybe that just, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm hoping that maybe, us normal people, for lack of a better word, can start to learn how to view the courtroom as a juror and kind of what's going on as a juror. So just from a layperson's side of things. So Wednesday, 10:30 a.m. I will try not to mess it up like I did today. I don't know what in the world was going on. But if you watch the beginning of the stream, you'll realize I really didn't have a great start to my day. I tried to get out of my car without even taking my seatbelt off this morning in the grocery store parking lot. It was great. So how I messed up starting the stream on YouTube, don't know, but I did. So thank you for being here. If you're watching on replay, leave a comment. I am Eastern time. Sorry. So 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. Make sure you hit like, subscribe, share. And like I said, if you're watching on replay, make sure you hit the like, subscribe, leave a comment. Let me know what you're thinking about things. And like I said, I want to learn. I want to watch. I want to have a good time. I don't expect, all of us to agree, but I think we can have discussion and be respectful. So I am going to go make dinner. I'm starving. I know it's only 4:30. I'm an old person, so I get to eat at 4:30 if I want to. So you guys have a great rest of your night, and I'll see you all Wednesday for day 2.